Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 1151. Chapter 1151, 1151. Chapter 1151, perfect, I'll use you to test my sword. Outside the military's combat arena, more and more people gathered. The news that a fourth-tier true god was challenging a second-tier god king star beast spread at an astonishing speed. The speed of light couldn't match the speed of this news, spreading exponentially. Especially when it was known that the challenger was the top potential candidate in the Vermilion Bird Star region, the news became even more explosive. The scene became somewhat chaotic, but fortunately, the cultivators reacted quickly and soon maintained order spontaneously. A large number of cultivators mingled together, starting to discuss fervently. I heard he was accused of faking military merits and had to challenge the Star Beast to prove his innocence. That's about right. I think the military has gone overboard in dealing with those who fake military merits, seeing shadows in every corner. Really, forcing someone to their death without evidence is a bit much. Actually, the military's actions aren't wrong. Faking military merits could endanger other cultivators. We shouldn't forget the past incidents. But this time, the military showed sincerity. If he can prove his innocence, they'll grant him an honorary title. The military doesn't lose anything. If he faked his merits, he dies in vain. If he didn't, and he's that strong, giving him an honorary title is like recruiting a top talent. The discussions continued to reach Mengang's ears. Some cultivators were quite critical of the military's approach. Indeed, over the years, the military had made many efforts to stop the faking of military merits. Some actions were indeed excessive, even offending some prominent families, causing numerous conflicts. But overall, the issue of faking military merits was curbed, and the general trend was positive. From the discussions, it was clear that most people still believed in the military's actions, thinking they were justified. For those who faked military merits, severe punishment was necessary. But the previous methods were too harsh, often crippling or disabling the offenders. Perhaps in the future, a more lenient approach could be considered, changing the punishment methods. Mengang decided to suggest to his superiors after this incident to consider changing their approach. At this moment, a commotion arose in the crowd. Qian Huang is here. He broke through to God King. Impressive, he's only 200 years old. A 200-year-old God King, how terrifying. The Qian family has a successor. If Qian Huang continues like this, he might reach God Sovereign before 500. Mengang looked up and saw Qian Huang flying over. Qian Huang didn't hide his information, and the aura of a first-tier God King was dazzling. Mengang could tell that Qian Huang had just broken through to God King, as his aura hadn't fully settled, and the laws around him were still surging like waves. Qian Huang was the eldest son of the Qian family on the second star of the Vermilion Bird Star region, a leading figure of the younger generation. The Qian family was a God-sovereign family, with many God sovereigns in the family. In the Vermilion Bird Star region, their influence was immense. But the Qian family had a good reputation, with family members known for their righteousness and never bullying others. The Qian family had high prestige in the Vermilion Bird Star region, almost comparable to the domain master Zhu Tian. Some even said that if Zhu Tian could successfully advance, the Qian family might be the next domain master. Qian Huang, as the eldest son and a top talent, was likely to be the future successor of the Qian family. Moreover, Qian Huang himself was a great talent, reaching super god at just over 70, surpassing ordinary people. Then, at 120, he reached true god. Now, at less than 200, he became a god king. Qian Huang had also spent many years on the battlefield, helping many people, earning him great popularity. Many people made way for Qian Huang, allowing him to reach the front. Qian Huang looked through the combat arena and saw Lin Moyo inside, whispering, "It's really him." Someone nearby curiously asked, "Senior brother Qian, do you know him?" Qian Huang nodded, "He has done me a favor." Wow! Many people were stunned. Qian Huang, a god king, said Lin Moyo had done him a favor. Even if it was a past favor, it was when Qian Huang was at the peak of true god. A fourth-tier true god helping a peak true god? This alone indicated Lin Moyo's strength from another perspective. Qian Huang quickly understood the situation, glanced at Mengang, and said softly, "This is a bit much." His words resonated with many, as indeed, some felt the military was overdoing it. With evidence, everything would be fine. But acting on mere suspicion was too much. Qian Huang looked at Lin Moyo, who was calm in the combat arena. Qian Huang recalled his brief encounter with Lin Moyo, realizing he hadn't fully grasped Lin Moyo's strength. Lin Moyo's strength was far from what it appeared on the surface. At that time, Lin Moyo could block Yu Qingguo's attack, not because of his looks, but because Yu Qingguo held back. Later, he saw the potential list, with Lin Moya's name at the top. Senior brother Qian, do you think Lin Moya will win? Someone asked. Qian Huang pondered for a moment. Junior brother Lin's strength is unfathomable. The 4 words unfathomable expressed Qian Huang's thoughts. It showed he believed in Lin Moya, thinking he wouldn't lose. But a 4th-tier true god against a 2nd-tier god king star beast was still hard to believe. At this moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the starry sky. The surrounding scene changed instantly, and the formation in the combat arena activated, expanding rapidly. The scene transformed, making everyone feel like they were in the starry sky. The combat arena disappeared, or rather, it simulated a real starry sky. The starry sky was vast, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. Lin Moya stood in it, facing a massive star beast slowly emerging. It was a star beast resembling a lion, over 10,000 meters in size, with a chain hanging from its body, clinking as it moved. The chain was like a cage, binding it. But at the same time, the chain was its weapon, capable of shattering stars. In front of it, Lin Moya was like an ant. Even a single hair on its body was larger than Lin Moya. A prison lion. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the star beast. Qian Huang's tone was somber. A 2nd-tier god king prison lion can unleash 3rd-tier god king power in a short time. At this moment, he wasn't so sure about Lin Moya's chances. The opponent was too strong. Everyone held their breath, knowing the battle could start at any moment. It might be a brutal fight. If Lin Moya had the ability, he might last long. But victory. Most people didn't think Lin Moya could win. After entering the combat arena, Lin Moya lost contact with the outside world. He couldn't even see the outside situation. After waiting for a few minutes in the arena, the scene changed, transforming into the starry sky. Then the prison lion appeared opposite him. Amidst the roar, an invisible stench seemed to assault him, with the God King realm's pressure and cruelty enveloping him. Lin Moya's eyes showed no fear, only excitement. Perfect, I'll use you to test my sword. Chapter 1152. Chapter 1152, 1152. Chapter 1152, unexpectedly, the soul couldn't hold on first. Since upgrading the 2 fundamental spells, Strong Soldier and Gathering Power, to the stellar level, Lin Moya hadn't had the chance to test their power. Especially since his physical body had also reached the peak of true god, capable of bearing even greater power. Both fundamental spells demand high requirements for both the soul and the body. The stronger the body and soul, the more power can be exerted. Lin Moya's soul, at the peak of the 4th grade, was already at the pinnacle, with a jade soul turning purple. His physical body, reaching the peak of true god, was stronger than many god sovereigns. In this state, Lin Moya also wanted to know to what extent he could reach. When he encountered the 2nd avatar of the Abyssal Dragon Demon, Lin Moya had intended to test it. However, he was concerned that the Abyssal Dragon Demon would discover his fundamental spells, so he didn't use them immediately. Zhu Kai was seen to have noticed his concern and dealt with the Abyssal Dragon Demon for him. But here, Lin Moya believed no one could understand. Even ordinary god sovereigns might not recognize the spells he used. Zhu Kaiwo had mentioned that fundamental spells were too advanced, and very few had seen them. Only if someone possessed fundamental spells themselves could they recognize them. Let's begin. Lin Moya whispered in his heart as a cold wind blew, and the Skeleton King's throne flashed. It only flashed for a moment before disappearing like a bubble. Lin Moya summoned the Skeleton King and then retracted it instantly. His purpose was not to use the Skeleton King in battle but to inherit the Skeleton King's spell, God-slaying. Fundamental spell, Gathering Power. Gathering Power, fusion rate 110% consumes soul power to enter the Gathering Power state. In this state, all summoned creatures' power and spells are inherited, breaking through original limits and unleashing power beyond the extreme. The Gathering Power state continuously consumes soul power, weakening as the soul power diminishes. During this period, killing living beings can absorb their power to maintain the state. The Gathering Power state puts immense pressure on the body and soul, and overuse may lead to self-destruction. For the first time, Lin Moya drove the stellar-level fundamental spell, inheriting all the Skeleton King's power, and then began to gather the power of the entire undead army onto himself. A vast power grew within him, and Lin Moya felt such immense power for the first time. His aura rapidly increased, from True God 5th tier to True God 7th tier, and then to the peak of True God. The speed of his aura's rise accelerated, reaching the limit of the True God realm in an instant. After reaching the peak of the True God realm, Lin Moya still felt no pressure. Both his body and soul could continue to bear even greater power. With a light shout, he broke through the True God boundary, reaching the God King realm. God King 1st tier, 2nd tier, like a hot knife through butter. It wasn't until the 5th tier of the God King realm that Lin Moya finally felt a sense of swelling. The swelling came from his soul, though it hadn't reached its limit and could continue. Lin Moya knew it wasn't necessary. The soul's quality was high enough, but the level was still low. Of course, he could continue to break through, reaching even higher levels. Even if his soul burst, he didn't care, as he had the talent to revive instantly. But Lin Moya didn't continue, knowing that the 5th tier of the God King realm was enough. Unexpectedly, the soul reached its limit first, while the body hasn't. Thinking about it, those God Sovereigns' bodies are only at the True God realm. The body at the True God realm is enough to bear God Sovereign level power. No wonder most cultivators only train their souls, ignoring the body. Gathering Power is complete. Next should be Strong Soldier. Fundamental spell, Strong Soldier. Strong Soldier, fusion rate 110% consumes soul power to enter the Strong Soldier state. In this state, all damage caused by summoned creatures is amplified tenfold. The strong soldier state continuously consumes soul power, which can be replenished by killing enemies. In this state, part of the absorbed soul power can be retained as one's own strength. However, external soul power contains impurities, and it's best to refine and purify it before absorption. With the battle power of the 5th tier of the God King realm, using the strong soldier state would unleash tenfold damage. Moreover, killing enemies could absorb their souls, retaining part of it as nourishment. This fundamental spell was truly perverse, a spell born for battle and killing. All of Lin Moya's changes were invisible and imperceptible to those outside the arena. Only the prison lion inside the arena sensed Lin Moya's changes. In the previous second, the person in front of it was like an ant, but suddenly, he surpassed it. This left it confused and terrified. It shrank back, its fur standing on end, and the chains clanged violently. This scene puzzled the onlookers. Why is the prison lion scared? It's really scared. It seems to fear Lin Moyo, a 2nd tier God King star beast fearing a 4th tier true god. Does that make sense? Is this really a star beast? Could it be fake? The crowd began to discuss again. Meng Gang heard this and cursed in his heart. Fake my ass, if you have the guts, go in and try it yourself. At this moment, a sword appeared in Lin Moya's hand, a sword formed by the law of immortality. His soul power was rapidly depleting, with both fundamental spells activated simultaneously. With his soul power, he could only last for tens of seconds, so he had to finish the battle quickly. In the arena, no magical treasures could be used, so he condensed a sword with the law, as god slaying must be performed with a sword, any sword would do. Although my realm has improved, my control over the law hasn't. By this calculation, I'm actually not as good as a 5th tier god king, but, strong soldier, makes up for the deficiency, making me stronger than a god king of the same tier. While pondering, Lin Moya's soul locked onto the prison lion. From nearly 10,000 kilometers away, he lightly swung his sword. Spell, God Slaying. The spell belonging to the Skeleton King was perfectly recreated in Lin Moya's hands. Moreover, its power was even greater than that of the Skeleton King. The prison lion let out its final scream, sensing the approach of death. But it was too late, as a bright sword light appeared on its body. After swinging this sword, Lin Moyo immediately dispersed the law sword, knowing it was unnecessary, as the prison lion was doomed. The prison lion's massive body shattered into pieces under the sword light. Lin Moyo felt a vast soul power returning to his soul, with the talent tree being the first to act, absorbing all the power. It then performed the first purification. After the purification, it handed over to the 9-colored dragon soul crystal for the second refinement. The original soul power transmitted was reduced to less than 1/10, with all impurities removed, leaving only pure essence. Lin Moyo absorbed this essence, strengthening his soul. He felt himself growing stronger, with the soul's strength deepening his understanding of the law. Indeed, this is a good way to cultivate. Chapter 1153. Chapter 1153, 1153. Chapter 1153, The Commander of Fortress 1. The battle ended, and the starry sky disappeared. The combat arena returned to its original state, and the formation stopped operating. Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. Is it over already? Where's the promised fierce battle? Where's the life and death struggle? A 4th tier true god, killing a 2nd tier god king with one sword strike, is this a joke? Why does it feel so unreal? Am I dreaming? Even in dreams, this wouldn't happen. Some true gods were completely disoriented, as if they had witnessed a miracle. And the creator of this miracle had already returned to Meng Gang. Now, are there any more questions? Lin Moyo asked with a smile, his voice calm. Meng Gang couldn't help but shiver and quickly responded, No, I'll report this immediately. He began to report the situation of the combat arena to his superiors, his heart trembling continuously. Lin Moyo could kill a 2nd tier god king prison lion with one sword strike, which meant he could also kill him with one strike. This was not just a simple cross-realm battle, it was a complete crush. Lin Moya's strength completely surpassed the normal range. Even the top monsters in the Divine City probably didn't have such combat power. Meng Gang actually knew that his superiors were likely watching the battle just now, so they probably already knew the result without his report. Lin Moya's honorary title was secured, and whether there would be any other rewards would depend on the higher-ups. In Fortress 1, there was a commander and 5 elders. All affairs in the fortress were basically decided by them. The commander rarely appeared, and the 5 elders usually managed the entire fortress. The 5 elders were all god sovereigns, powerful and authoritative. Other fortresses were similar, each with a commander and several elders. Then, 10 fortresses combined to form the battlefield army of the Vermilion Bird Star region, all under the command of Zhu Kaiwo. Zhu Kaiwo was not the commander of any fortress. He guarded the battlefield and was known as Zhu Guardian, the highest commander of the human army in the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Meng Gang thought that in Lin Moya's case, the elders of Fortress 10 probably couldn't make a decision. It would likely require the commander to decide. After Meng Gang finished explaining the situation, he only received a simple reply from the elders, telling him to wait. Meng Gang awkwardly said to Lin Moyo, Junior brother Lin, the elders might need some time. We need to wait a bit longer. His tone towards Lin Moyo was completely different from before. Although he still maintained the seriousness unique to soldiers, it had become much gentler. Respecting the strong was a universal principle. Lin Moyo had shown enough strength to deserve respect. Lin Moyo chuckled, No rush, let's wait a bit longer. Meng Gang nodded. Since Lin Moyo wanted to wait, he could only accompany him until the result was out. Fortunately, Lin Moyo was in a good mood and didn't cause him any trouble. Lin Moya was indeed in a good mood after his successful experiment. At this moment, Qian Huang flew down and greeted Lin Moya loudly, "Junior brother Lin, we meet again." Lin Moya had already seen Qian Huang and smiled, "Congratulations, senior brother Qian, on successfully advancing to God King." Qian Huang laughed heartily, "Thanks to you, junior brother Lin, for blocking Nyota for me. Otherwise, I might not have survived." Qian Huang was advancing to God King at the time, and if Nyota had interrupted him, he could have failed the advancement or even lost his life. Either outcome would have been a fatal blow to Qian Huang, so in Qian Huang's eyes, Lin Moya had saved his life. Lin Moya shook his head and smiled, "Senior brother Qian saved me first." Qian Huang looked a bit embarrassed, "If I had known junior brother Lin had such strength, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself." "You can't say that. Senior brother Qian saved me out of kindness, regardless of strength. If more people in our human race were like senior brother Qian, we would be more united and stronger." The two chatted about some past events. Qian Huang laughed when he heard that Judah was forced by Lin Moya to swear a great world oath to find a top-grade fire essence for Lin Moya for 100 years. Originally, he had planned to settle accounts with Nyota after advancing to God King. Now that Nyota had become Lin Moya's servant, he decided not to bother with him. About half an hour later, a person descended silently in front of Meng Gang. Meng Gang's body trembled, and he saluted the newcomer with a fist to his chest, "Greetings, Commander." "Greetings, Commander." Meng Gang's subordinates also saluted in unison, looking well-trained. The commander wore a black robe, not made of ordinary fabric but a special material similar to soft armor. The robe emitted a faint glow, as if starlight was flickering on it. Lin Moya guessed that the robe was a very powerful magical treasure. The commander nodded slightly, exuding a strong sense of authority. Meng Gang and his subordinates looked at him with fervent eyes, clearly showing great respect. The commander looked at Lin Moya. "I am Ku Yuanjun, the commander of Fortress 10. He spoke directly and concisely, with the unique demeanor of a soldier. A commander was at least a fifth-tier god sovereign, much stronger than the elders. In terms of military rank, he was at least a general-level figure. Lin Moya saluted Ku Yuanjun in the same manner as Meng Gang and his subordinates. Lin Moya greets the commander. He was not a soldier, so he didn't have to salute, but Ku Yuanjun's demeanor reminded him of the army in the small world. At this moment, Lin Moya also exuded the unique aura of a soldier, pure and intense, matching Ku Yuanjun's and completely overshadowing Meng Gang and his subordinates. Qian Huang was slightly surprised, his eyes flickering. He knew that without military experience, one couldn't have such an aura. But Lin Moya had definitely not served in the army. In the great world, once a soldier, always a soldier, with no concept of retirement. Even if one was crippled, they were still a soldier. Since Lin Moya hadn't served in the army in the great world, it must have been in the small world. Ku Yuanjun raised an eyebrow. "Brother Lin, have you served in the army?" Lin Moya nodded. "I served in the army in the small world." "Were you in a high position?" Ku Yuanjun asked. Lin Moya didn't answer directly, sort of. Ku Yuanjun could tell that Lin Moya was being modest. Anyone who could come out of the small world was a genius. Such a genius was definitely a top figure in the small world, likely a leader in the army. Even commanding a whole world wouldn't be surprising. Although the achievements in the small world didn't count after entering the great world, in the eyes of soldiers, those who had been on the battlefield were different from ordinary cultivators. Ku Yuanjun's expression changed slightly. Previously, he saw Lin Moya as an extraordinary genius, but now, he saw him as more than that. Originally, he was hesitant about granting Lin Moya the honorary title, but now his hesitation was gone. Ku Yuanjun asked, "Are you interested in officially joining the army?" Lin Moya shook his head, "Not for now." Ku Yuanjun nodded, understanding that such geniuses had their own paths to follow. He didn't insist. "No problem. With the honorary title, you are considered part of the army. Maybe we will fight side by side in the future." Chapter 1154. Chapter 1154, 1154. Chapter 1154, The Role of the Honorary Title. There was no grand ceremony for the event. The military always kept things simple. Even the matter of awarding Lin Moya the honorary title was handled directly by the commander, Ku Yuanjun. After giving Lin Moya the honorary title, Ku Yuanjun didn't stay long. He exchanged a few words and then left, leaving Lin Moya with an impression of decisiveness and efficiency. Upon receiving the honorary title, Lin Moya's military rank was changed to honorary 4th rank warrior. In the future, as his military merits increased, he could be promoted to honorary officer, honorary captain, and eventually honorary general. Although he hadn't officially joined the military, he now had the same rights as a soldier. In a simple tavern, Qian Huang invited Lin Moya for a meal. Qian Huang was very hospitable, ordering a table full of dishes, over 30 plates in total. Each dish was exquisitely prepared, and the room was filled with a fragrant aroma. This meal must have cost several hundred military merits, showing that Qian Huang had spent a lot. Qian Huang introduced the dishes. "These are some of the best dishes I've had in recent years. Some ingredients come from star beasts, while others are vegetables or edible beasts from alien territories." Humans generally didn't eat other intelligent species, as respect for life was a fundamental principle. The prison lion that Lin Moya had killed was originally meant to be food. According to Qian Huang, this prison lion had killed many humans and used them as food, so it was captured by a human god king and sent here as food. Lin Moya didn't hold back and tasted a few bites, finding the flavors excellent. Qian Huang laughed, "Not bad, right? Once you leave the battlefield, it's hard to find such delicacies." Although Lin Moya hadn't been to many taverns, he knew that these dishes rarely made it into the human world. They were usually reserved for the inner circles of large families. Lin Moya said, "Senior brother Qian, you didn't have to go to such lengths." Qian Huang waved his hand, "It's nothing, there's no need to be so polite. I owe my successful promotion to God King to you, junior brother Lin. Junior brother Lin, I envy you for receiving the honorary title from the military." Lin Moya was intrigued. He knew some basic information about the honorary title but not the deeper aspects. He asked, "Senior brother Qian, can you tell me more about the role of the honorary title?" Qian Huang explained, "The honorary title is very valuable. On the surface, it allows you to purchase military supplies and use military facilities." Lin Moya nodded, "I've read about that." Qian Huang continued, "Just this alone is very beneficial. You don't have to pay high prices to buy military items from soldiers anymore. On the battlefield, many good items can only be bought with military merits, and these items are better than those in the trading center. However, some of the best items are exclusive to soldiers, a privilege of being in the military. Ordinary people, even with enough military merits, can't buy them, so they use points to buy these items from real soldiers. The military doesn't restrict this practice, so some soldiers specialize in buying military items and reselling them at high prices." Qian Huang had bought several items this way, spending a lot of points. He sighed, "Military exclusive items are indeed excellent. Some pills can save lives, and some one-time use weapons are incredibly powerful. Now, as long as you have enough military merits, you can buy whatever you want. It's very satisfying." Lin Moyo ate and pondered Qian Huang's words. Just this one benefit made the honorary title immensely valuable. He could even make a fortune by reselling items, provided he had enough military merits. "Is there a deeper purpose to the honorary title?" Lin Moyo asked, believing there must be more to it. Qian Huang took a bite and continued, "Of course, there's more. The real value of the honorary title is that it allows you to form a private army." Lin Moyo was shocked. Form a private army? His heart raced at the surprising news, but he remained calm on the surface. He asked quietly, "Can you really form a private army?" Qian Huang looked at Lin Moyo, hoping to see a shocked expression but was disappointed. He nodded, "Yes, those with an honorary title can form their own private army. But there are restrictions. The private army can only serve the title holder, not the family. If misused, the title can be revoked." Lin Moya thought for a moment and understood the intention behind this. Those who received the honorary title were either top talents or had made significant contributions to humanity. These people were targets for alien races. Forming a private army would greatly enhance their safety. Additionally, in times of war, these private armies would be a valuable force. As the honorary title advanced, the scale of the private army could also grow. Properly managed, this wouldn't disrupt the balance of humanity. Understanding this, Lin Moya felt enlightened. Qian Huang laughed, "You get it now, right?" Lin Moya nodded, "I understand." Qian Huang added, "Our Qian family also has a private army, controlled by our ancestor. Although the private army can't directly serve the family, the ancestor uses it to explore various secret realms, bringing back significant resources for the family. There are other benefits too, which you'll understand once you form your private army." Qian Huang didn't elaborate, as he hadn't personally formed a private army and didn't want to mislead Lin Moyo. However, Lin Moyo had no intention of forming a private army. No private army could compare to his undead army. His million-strong undead army was more useful than any private army. Lin Moyo had more questions but was interrupted by a humming sound from the fortress. The starry sky outside turned a pale red. Chapter 1155. Chapter 1155, 1155. Chapter 1155, Special Mission, Chaotic Rules. The two walked to the window and looked outside. Lin Moya was seeing this situation for the first time. The entire starry sky within the range of Fortress 10, spanning 100,000 kilometers, was enveloped in a pale red glow. This red color was lighter than blood, giving it a somewhat eerie appearance. Qian Huang said, "Junior brother Lin, this is your first time seeing this, right? You'll get used to it after seeing it more often. Every time there's an abnormal phenomenon on the battlefield, this kind of light will appear. If I'm not mistaken, a mission will be issued soon, and everyone in Fortress 10 will receive an emergency task. These tasks are special missions. Generally speaking, the rewards are good, but the danger level is also high. Junior brother Lin can weigh the task content and decide for yourself. But since it's only pale red this time, the danger shouldn't be too high, and the rewards might not be great. If it were dark red." Before he could finish his sentence, another humming sound was heard. The originally pale red starry sky suddenly turned bright red. Then, the bright red only lasted for a moment before quickly turning dark red. Lin Moyo felt a strange smell of blood permeating the fortress. Qian Huang's face also turned grim. The change is so rapid it seems this mission is very dangerous. "I'm afraid even a god sovereign is trapped inside." Lin Moyo asked curiously, "If even a god sovereign is trapped, wouldn't we be going to our deaths?" Qian Huang shook his head, "Not necessarily. The battlefield is different from the human world. The human world can be seen as a world with stable rules, while the battlefield's rules are very unstable, or you could say chaotic. Anything can happen here, like the stellar fire cluster you just visited. In the stellar fire cluster, the strength of those who enter is suppressed. Even a god sovereign entering it would be suppressed to the peak of true god." Lin Moya nodded, acknowledging this fact. This suppression came from the laws of the great world, and it was difficult to break through such suppression without special means. Qian Huang said, the stellar fire cluster itself has nothing to do with the laws of the great world. No one knows where this restriction comes from, as if someone deliberately set it up. I always have this feeling. I don't know if junior brother Lin has felt it. Lin Moya silently nodded. He had felt this way since he first entered the stellar fire cluster. At that time, it felt like an invisible hand was manipulating everything like a game. But that was just a feeling, with no evidence. Seeing Lin Moya not speaking, Qian Huang continued, so, the danger level of a mission has nothing to do with one's cultivation level. It's possible that a secret realm appears, and a god sovereign entering it would be suppressed to a god king, or even a true god. In this case, even if they fall inside, it's normal. The color of the light is also derived from this. The pale red indicates it can kill true gods, which is the safest. The bright red indicates it can kill god kings, which is relatively dangerous. If it can kill god sovereigns, like now, it turns dark red. But even if it's dark red, a god sovereign might die inside, while a true god might not. It all depends on the mission. After Qian Huang's explanation, Lin Moya understood. Lin Moya said softly, so whether to go or not depends on the specific mission. Qian Huang nodded, dark red missions are very dangerous, but the rewards are also very generous. If the mission is suitable, it's worth going. Since the red light appeared, neither of them had the appetite to eat. The table full of delicious food became a decoration. Cultivators generally didn't need much food, and delicacies were just a form of enjoyment. Except for some special foods, this was usually the case. After waiting for about 10 minutes, both of them received a message from the Human Emperor Network simultaneously. Vermilion Bird Battlefield, Area 6-01, a mysterious manor has appeared. The mysterious manor contains peculiar laws that suppress the strength of those who enter. All entrants will have their strength suppressed to the 7th tier of True God. The manor is dangerous, and a god sovereign has already fallen inside. According to observations, the manor will disappear in 300 days. A mission is now issued. Special mission, explore the mysterious manor. Explore all information within the mysterious manor. The more comprehensive the information obtained, the higher the evaluation. Completion conditions, survive in the manor for more than 3 days and successfully return, or bring back a piece of valid information or item. Basic reward, military merits. Additional rewards, based on the information obtained and items acquired, additional evaluations will be made. Restriction, only cultivators with a cultivation level of True God 4th tier or higher and more than 1,000 military merits can accept this mission. Note, the manor is extremely dangerous. Besides our race, other races have also entered, increasing the danger. Please assess your strength and decide whether to accept the mission. After reading the complete mission information, Lin Moyo and Qian Huang exchanged glances. Lin Moyo hoped to get some useful information from Qian Huang. Qian Huang had been fighting on the battlefield for many years and knew a lot about the battlefield. As expected, Qian Huang did not disappoint Lin Moyo and indeed knew some useful information. Qian Huang pondered for a few seconds, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and then said slowly, the rules on the battlefield sometimes become chaotic. Whenever the rules become chaotic, strange things happen. For example, some inexplicable things appear. Legend has it that a very ancient fortress once appeared. The human fortresses you see now are said to be modeled after that fortress. About 40 years ago, a star suddenly appeared on the battlefield. At that time, the starry sky in Fortress 10 was so red it was almost black. At least 10 god sovereigns fell inside. As Qian Huang spoke, his eyes showed a hint of fear, recalling unpleasant memories. It seemed that the memory was not good for him. Lin Moyo asked, did senior brother Qian go as well? Qian Huang shook his head, his voice becoming even lower. I didn't go. An elder from my clan went. I just watched from a distance. I saw that elder turn into white bones and die miserably. That elder was a god sovereign and treated me well. At that time, I wanted to save him, but he sent a message forbidding me to approach. Danger often represents opportunity. At least 10 god sovereigns from the human race fell inside, and other races probably lost no fewer. Lin Moyo asked, what happened in the end? Qian Huang said, in the end, the star existed for 238 days and then suddenly disappeared. It appeared abruptly and disappeared just as abruptly. Many people were still on the star at that time, and they disappeared along with it. Lin Moyo was slightly shocked. He wanted to analyze something from this, but the information was too limited. Fortunately, Qian Huang knew a lot more. Through Qian Huang's narration, Lin Moyo gradually pieced together some information. Chapter 1156. Chapter 1156, 1156. Chapter 1156, First Look, decide later whether to take the task. Over the years, Qian Huang had heard several instances of rules becoming chaotic. Lin Moyo had personally experienced one such instance when a vast ocean suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Yes, an ocean. The ocean had no boundaries and was slightly smaller than an ordinary star, floating in the starry sky. Underneath it, there seemed to be an invisible giant hand holding it, presenting it in a flat shape. In the center of the ocean, there was a mountain emitting divine light. Many people went there at that time, including Qian Huang. Qian Huang's voice carried a hint of excitement. That ocean was very peculiar. No matter from which position or direction you entered, you would always appear at the edge of the ocean. The laws there were chaotic and indistinguishable. Inside, everyone's strength was suppressed to the first tier of True God. You couldn't fly inside, we had to swim. But halfway through, we encountered tsunamis, storms, and whirlpools. All the failures were expelled from the ocean and couldn't re-enter. I eventually reached the mountain, but only to the foot of it. From the foot of the mountain, I picked up a crystal stone. That crystal stone elevated my cultivation from the 5th tier of true God directly to the 6th tier, without any side effects. Qian Huang detailed his experience. Combining what Qian Huang had heard and personally experienced, Lin Moyo formed his own understanding of such events. When these events occur, the rules become chaotic, with various laws intertwining and becoming indistinguishable. No one knows where these sudden appearances come from. Some say they come from undiscovered worlds deep within the Great World, while others say they come from other worlds. Currently, it is certain that these events can be classified into several levels. The one Qian Huang experienced was a non-dangerous level, with no deaths, more like a test where failures were eliminated. In such non-dangerous situations, only tasks are notified, and no light appears. Besides this, there are light red, bright red, dark red, and black red levels. These 4 different colors represent different levels of danger. Light red means a true god has died, bright red means a god king has died, dark red means a god sovereign has died inside, and as for black red has only appeared a few times in total and represents an unsolvable situation. At the same time, danger also represents opportunity. The deeper the color, the greater the opportunity. Except for the unsolvable difficulty, people have returned alive from other difficulties, even achieving meteoric rises. Qian Huang poured all the wine into his mouth and sighed deeply. As the master of the battlefield, the military actually has more detailed information, but this information is not disclosed to us. Even within the military, if you haven't reached a certain position, you can't see it either. After speaking, Qian Huang looked at Lin Moyo and asked, "Junior brother Lin, are you planning to go?" Looking at the dark red starry sky outside, it wasn't an unsolvable difficulty, but the fact that even god sovereigns had died inside indicated extreme danger. But the greater the danger, the higher the reward, and there was even a chance to achieve meteoric rises. Going or not going became a question placed before Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo couldn't decide, as he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and couldn't say for sure. After pondering for a while, Lin Moyo said, "Let's go take a look first, and decide whether to go or not later." Qian Huang laughed, "Alright, let's go take a look first." The two left the tavern, heading towards the teleportation array under the dark red light. Since the appearance of the red light and the release of the task on the Human Emperor network, almost all cultivators in the fortress were discussing this matter. It was clear that many people were eager to try. Although it was very dangerous, it also held opportunities. Most people who dared to come to the battlefield were confident in themselves, while a small portion came seeking opportunities due to hopeless breakthroughs. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, it was hard to say they didn't want to go. As the task began, the teleportation array activated a special mode. Anyone who accepted the task could use the teleportation array for free to go to Fortress 6. Fortress 6 was far away, along the edge of the battlefield, requiring several transfers, with a total distance of over 40,000 light-years. Both accepted the task and headed to Fortress 6. This was also Qian Huang's suggestion: accept the task first and decide whether to go later. After all, accepting the task without doing it wouldn't result in any punishment. This was a special task, different from ordinary battlefield tasks. Accepting the task could be seen as a free teleportation ticket. In less than a minute, the two arrived at Fortress 6. The teleportation array continued to operate, transferring them from Fortress 6 to Area 01. It was also an outpost base where a human army was stationed. Compared to the usual quietness, today's outpost base was bustling. Several teleportation arrays kept flashing, with people constantly coming out. Many people quickly identified their direction after leaving the teleportation array and headed towards the manor's location. Lin Moya saw no fewer than 1,000 people. He believed that many more had come before them and many more would come after. Perhaps some people who were originally on tasks would temporarily suspend their tasks and come over first. Qian Huang and Lin Moya flew towards the task point together. Qian Huang sighed, "This time, I don't know how many people will die." He seemed worried for others, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Lin Moya wasn't as sentimental as Qian Huang. Everyone has their own choices. Fate is also a part of it. To gain something, one must pay a price. Qian Huang sighed, "That's true, but seeing so many people going to their deaths, it's still hard to bear." Lin Moyo understood Qian Huang's thoughts. He was a kind-hearted person and couldn't help but joke, "Senior brother Qian, you look a bit like those guys from the Buddhist clan." Qian Huang's attention was indeed diverted, and he laughed, "No, I don't want to be associated with those guys from the Buddhist clan. They are not good people." Lin Moya raised an eyebrow, sensing something unusual in Qian Huang's words. He probed, "It seems senior brother Qian doesn't like the Buddhist clan." Qian Huang looked around and lowered his voice, "Some things can't be said. I only saw a few words in the family's records. Anyway, junior brother Lin, remember not to deal with the Buddhist clan and stay away from them." Lin Moya nodded, "I understand. Dealing with them? How could he deal with them? Fighting to the death was more likely. He had killed a Buddha from the Buddhist clan, and they probably wished for his death. If he encountered someone from the Buddhist clan, he might have to fight them. Since the Buddhist clan dared to accept the demon clan's bounty to kill him, Lin Moya wouldn't be polite either. He would kill any he saw. Whether in the small world or the great world, Lin Moya's methods were simple and direct. He didn't like too many twists and turns, and he didn't like to compromise. As long as they couldn't kill him, they had to be prepared to be killed by him. In the starry sky, the crowd became the best guide. Following the crowd for a while, a green light appeared in front of them. The green light gradually enlarged in their vision, revealing a lush garden full of grass. Chapter 1157. Chapter 1157, 1157. Chapter 1157, The Eerie and Strange Manor. In the pitch-black starry sky, a lush garden suddenly appeared, looking eerie no matter how you viewed it. Lin Moya felt that the rules were indeed chaotic. What should have been clear laws were now tangled like a knotted rope, completely incomprehensible. Qian Huang also sensed the chaos in the laws. In a place where the laws are chaotic, our strength will be affected. As Qian Huang said, their strength was indeed somewhat affected, but it was still within a bearable range. However, this lush, green garden made Lin Moya feel a bit uneasy. As they continued to move forward, the greenery expanded, and the garden was just a part of it. Soon, they saw some buildings. These buildings, combined with the garden, formed a manor. The buildings seemed to have some age, exuding an ancient aura. The buildings were shrouded in a layer of green, making them hard to see clearly. Behind the manor, there seemed to be a small forest, and faintly, there were also small hills. The manor was vast, with a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers, almost comparable to an ordinary life planet. The most surprising thing was that no matter from which angle you looked, the view was the same. In front of you were always the garden, buildings, and forest. Even if you circled to the back, the view remained the same. Qian Huang said, "That's how it is. No matter from which angle you look, it's always the same. This is just a surface phenomenon. Whether it's real or not is hard to say. We might be seeing a manor, but entering a sea of fire." Listening to Qian Huang's words, Lin Moya felt the situation before him was dangerous. But for some reason, he also felt a sense of familiarity with the manor. Lin Moya was very sure that he had no memory of the manor, but the sense of familiarity was very real. Lin Moya said, "No rush, let's wait and see." Qian Huang agreed, "Indeed, no need to rush. We have 300 days. The calculations of the Human Emperor Network are very accurate. As long as there are no accidents, there won't be much error. The military has already gone in. Maybe we'll have answers soon." When an anomaly is discovered, the military is always the first to go in. They act the fastest, and if there's an opportunity, they get it first. Similarly, if there's danger, they bear it first. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. After they conduct a rough exploration, the military will release some information to facilitate deeper exploration. This information is not free, it requires military merits to obtain. Lin Moya looked up at the deep sky. Other races are coming. Let's retreat first. He sensed the presence of other races, and at this moment, the advanced warning bead on Qian Huang also lit up. Other races had appeared within 1,000,000 kilometers, and they were hostile races. Qian Huang was somewhat surprised by Lin Moya's sensing ability, which was even faster than the advanced warning bead. In his eyes, Lin Moya appeared more mysterious. The two quickly retreated to the area where humans were gathered. Soon, they saw a team charging over. It was an old acquaintance, a team of demons, led by a god-sovereign demon, followed by over 1,000 demons. There were demons from the Hell lineage and the Abyss lineage. Their strength varied, with the weakest being at the 5th or 6th tier of True God. The strongest had reached the peak of God King. On the human side, there was also a god sovereign guarding. Lin Moya didn't know his name, but he knew he was from Fortress 6, an elder of Fortress 6. The elder, along with several god kings, faced the demon team from a distance, guarding the humans. Qian Huang whispered, "Don't worry, they won't fight. There are unspoken rules. When the rules are chaotic and strange events occur, the various races choose to cease fighting. This time, the chaotic rules occurred in the area under the jurisdiction of Fortress 6, so the elder from Fortress 6 came. His name is Li Yuanbei, a 4th-tier god sovereign, very powerful. The main task now was to explore the manor before them. As for the racial wars, there was plenty of time to fight later. The god sovereign demon from the Hell lineage, named Black Tiger Demon, was a royal demon. He roared, "The first batch, go in." With his command, 100 true god demons and 10 god king demons responded and rushed into the manor, disappearing. Clearly, the demons were not without strategy, they had their own methods. Qian Huang said, "Among the demons that just went in, there are twin demons. Twin demons are born as twins, appearing as two but actually one, with only one soul. If one dies inside, the soul will return to the other body, bringing back information from inside." Lin Moya was not surprised and smiled slightly, a very magical demon. There were many kinds of demons, with all sorts of strange ones. It wasn't surprising to see twin demons. Qian Huang continued, "Moreover, demons can also use avatars to go in. No one knows if the demons that just went in are the main bodies or avatars. In this regard, demons are indeed stronger than us humans." Lin Moya laughed, "They have their strengths and weaknesses. At least we humans look better than demons. Ha ha." Qian Huang was amused by Lin Moya's joke, not expecting him to suddenly crack a joke. The previous worries were dispelled by this joke. Qian Huang laughed heartily, "Indeed, at least we humans look good, unlike their strange shapes." As they spoke, more races arrived. There were human enemies like the Winged Race, Golden Eagle Race, and Free Silver Race. There were also allies like the Butterfly Race. The unspoken rules took effect, and there was no conflict between the races. When the rules were chaotic, all races exercised restraint, focusing on exploration first. Lin Moya roughly estimated that the number of people entering the manor from various races had already reached thousands. But so far, no one had returned. As they waited, 3 days passed. Qian Huang said in a low voice, "There should be results soon." Based on past experience, the military personnel usually return within 3 days and bring back the first-hand information. For exploring the unknown, information becomes extremely important. The more comprehensive the information, the higher the safety. Especially for this manor, with a danger level of dark red, even god sovereigns had fallen inside, their life and death unknown. This made the information even more crucial. Finally, on the fourth day, with a spatial distortion, figures appeared outside the manor. Lin Moya looked up and saw that the returnees were humans. Two people, no, to be precise, 1.5. One of them had only half a body left. From the waist down, only miserable white bones remained, with no flesh. The wound on the waist was smooth and neat, with blood and intestines clearly visible. Fortunately, this person was a god king, with strong power sealing his wound, stubbornly surviving. Li Yuanbei flashed over to him. He took out a pill and fed it to him, while crushing another pill. The pill turned into a vast life law, enveloping the wound. Li Yuanbei wasted no time, treating the injury while inquiring about the situation inside the manor. Chapter 1158. Chapter 1158, 1158. Chapter 1158, no need to be polite, put on your clothes first. The God King inside suffered such severe injuries that many present gasped in shock. Lin Moyo observed the God King, who had personally demonstrated the dangers within the manor. The flesh below his waist had completely disappeared, leaving only white bones. What kind of situation could cause such bizarre injuries? Fortunately, physical injuries were not a big deal. No matter how severe the physical injuries, as long as one was not dead, they could be healed. However, Lin Moya felt that the injuries were not simple. Even after leaving the manor and using both internal and external medicinal treatments, the injuries showed no signs of improvement. A god king's physical body was at least at the super god level, possessing powerful regenerative abilities. Even without medicinal treatments, it could naturally regenerate, albeit at varying speeds. If the manor suppressed their power, preventing the wounds from healing, that would be understandable. But even after leaving the manor, with the god king's aura so evident, the wounds remained unchanged, which was troubling. The more Lin Moyo observed, the more he felt something was wrong. Something's not right. Qian Huang was slightly taken aback. What's the problem? Lin Moya said, his injuries are worsening. Ha! Qian Huang was stunned, not understanding Lin Moya's words, as he hadn't noticed anything himself. Moreover, the God King was currently enveloped by the law of life, so there shouldn't be any issues. How did Lin Moya determine that the injuries were worsening? Lin Moya was extremely sensitive to life energy and felt that the God King's life energy was weakening at a very slow rate. As the life energy weakened, the wounds naturally worsened. At this rate, in a few days, all the flesh would disappear, leaving only bones. By then, without the protection of the physical body, even a God King's soul would be in danger. Without reaching the God Sovereign realm, the soul could not survive independently of the body. Short-term separation was fine, but long-term separation was fatal. Lin Moya didn't explain the reason and flew over directly. Lin Moya's arrival immediately caught Li Yuanbei's attention. Originally intending to scold, Li Yuanbei's expression changed upon seeing the token in Lin Moya's hand. The military's honorary token was only possessed by those who had received the honorary title. Among the human race, those who had received the honorary title were very few. He thought of someone, the young man who had just received the honorary title a few days ago, Lin Moyo. It's him. Li Yuanbei recalled the situation at that time. When he learned that the precious honorary title was to be given to a mere fourth-tier true god, he was shocked. The only reaction in his mind was absurd. He had asked the commander of Fortress 6 if this was an exaggeration. A mere fourth-tier true god, no matter how talented, shouldn't receive the honorary title. But the commander had told him not to worry about it. Although he didn't understand, he felt that there was more to this matter. To grant the honorary title, even the commander of the fortress didn't have the authority. It required the agreement of the entire battlefield, 10 fortresses, and 10 commanders. But such an unknown young man. He immediately guessed that it might be the work of the mysterious and powerful Guardian. In fact, the Guardian was the most authoritative figure in the entire Vermilion Bird battlefield. But he didn't ask, as it wasn't his place to do so. Regardless, as an elder of Fortress 6 and a god sovereign, he still looked down on such a young man who used connections. Though he looked down on him, he remained polite on the surface. Is it Lin Moyo, young friend Lin? Lin Moya respectfully saluted. Junior Lin Moyo greets senior. Li Yuanbei, with his military background, also spoke directly. I am Li Yuanbei, elder of Fortress 6. No need to be so polite, young friend Lin. What brings you here? Lin Moya didn't hold back and directly pointed out the God King's condition. The law of life is ineffective, his injuries are worsening. In fact, Li Yuanbei had already noticed this before Lin Moyo arrived. The medicinal treatments hadn't worked as expected, but fortunately, the injuries weren't worsening quickly. He planned to send the God King back for treatment after understanding the situation. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyo also noticed, showing that he indeed had extraordinary abilities. Li Yuanbei's impression of Lin Moya slightly improved, and he straightforwardly said, the law of life is ineffective. After understanding the situation in the manor, we will send him back for treatment. Lin Moyo had an idea. Why not let me try? Li Yuanbei raised an eyebrow. Even his medicinal treatments were ineffective. What could a mere fourth-tier true god do? But after a moment's thought, and a glance at the honorary token in Lin Moyo's hand, he decided to let him try. After all, it wouldn't hurt to give it a shot. With Li Yuanbei's permission, Lin Moyo approached the God King. At this moment, the God King was severely weakened, his face extremely pale. His strong will as a soldier had kept him going, without uttering a single cry of pain. The dual medicinal treatments had only managed to control the injuries, not improve them. At best, they slowed the worsening of the injuries. Lin Moyo pointed a finger at the God King's waist, closest to the wound. The law of immortality entered the God King's body, reaching the wound. Lin Moyo immediately sensed a peculiar force within the wound, continuously corroding it and devouring life energy. Not only was it devouring the God King's life energy, but it was also consuming the power of the law of life in the flesh. Despite devouring so much energy, this force didn't grow stronger, merely maintaining its state. It wasn't powerful but was bizarre and hard to remove. This was why the law of life hadn't worked. This force seems different from the power of the great world, with its own independent laws. It has both corrosive and devouring properties, making it difficult to deal with. But it's not strong and shouldn't withstand the law of immortality. In terms of corrosive power, the death force within the law of immortality was second to none. With a thought, the law of immortality transformed into the force of death, launching a fierce attack on the mysterious force within the God King's wound. The God King's expression changed dramatically, his brows furrowing in pain. His body had become a battlefield, and the pain was real. But as a soldier, he didn't cry out, enduring the pain. His reaction caught Li Yuanbei's attention, but before he could speak, Lin Moya said, "Bear with it, it will be over soon." Lin Moya's confident tone made Li Yuanbei hold back his words. At the God Sovereign level, one had to have patience. The mysterious force was just as Lin Moyo had thought, bizarre but not strong. Its corrosive power was insignificant before the law of immortality. Its devouring ability couldn't consume the law of immortality. In less than a minute, the force was completely eradicated. The law of immortality instantly transformed into the force of life, healing the God King. The previously dual medicinal treatments also unleashed their powerful healing effects, and the injuries healed at a visible speed. The severed limbs regenerated, and within minutes, the God King was fully recovered. With a look of excitement, the God King thanked Lin Moyo. "Thank you, young friend, for your help." Lin Moya smiled. "No need to be polite, put on your clothes first." Chapter 1159. Chapter 1159, 1159. Chapter 1159, How it resembles a small world dungeon. A robe instantly appeared on the God King, who seemed somewhat embarrassed, having just regenerated his flesh and blood and overlooked this detail. Lin Moya smiled humbly. "Senior, you overpraise me. I am merely doing my best." Li Yuanbei nodded. Regarding the situation inside the manor, what was said earlier was only a part of it, but it is still not clear enough. "Captain Tang, please explain it in detail again, without any omissions." Captain Tang, whose full name was Tang Zhen, was a third-tier God King. He was a captain in Fortress 6, commanding an army of 10,000, holding significant power. Tang Zhen was initially hesitant, considering whether it was appropriate to share certain information with Lin Moyo, who was not part of the military. However, seeing Li Yuanbei's expression, Tang Zhen understood and began to recount the events. The appearance of the manor happened to be within his jurisdiction, and he was supposed to be the first to enter. But the situation was special at the time, as an elder was patrolling nearby. Thus, the elder sent someone in first, who brought back some basic information. For instance, whether power would be suppressed, whether flying was possible, whether magical artifacts could be used, and whether the laws were restricted. These basic pieces of information didn't take much time to gather. The person went in and returned safely. Power was indeed suppressed to the 5th tier, and based on past experiences, the task was initially classified as light red, indicating a simple level of danger. There was a delay in transmitting the information from discovery to reporting back. After layers of reporting and summarizing, it took 2 days for Fortress 1 to emit the light. During these 2 days, the Elder also went in. Opportunities were attractive to Elders as well. As for the power suppression, even if suppressed to the 5th tier of True God, the Elder, being a God Sovereign, could still exert power far beyond the 5th tier of True God, so there was no fear. Initially, everything was normal, but a day later, the Elder suddenly lost contact. At this point, someone returned, reporting that the Elder was trapped inside, with their life or death unknown. Thus, the danger level of the manor was quickly elevated to dark red. Next was Tang Zhen. As the person in charge of the area, he did not fear and led a 10-man team into the manor. Actually, I was the third batch to enter. The first batch went in just to gather basic information and form the task. The second batch was Elder Wang, who took 3 true gods with him. Only 1 true god returned, with Elder Wang and the other 2 true gods' fates unknown. I led 10 true god brothers in, and initially, everything was normal, but after walking 1,000 kilometers, danger struck. We couldn't fly in the manor, so we had to walk. First, one brother got stuck in the grass, which was like a swamp. We tried to pull him out but couldn't. The grass swallowed him too quickly, and he was gone. Tang Zhen's eyes showed a hint of pain as he spoke. He and his brothers were as close as family. Seeing his brother die inside, he was naturally heartbroken. After a pause, he continued, after that brother died, everything seemed to return to normal. The place that swallowed him became just like ordinary grass. At the 2,000-kilometer mark, lightning suddenly struck the grass, turning our area into a sea of fire. At the 3,000-kilometer mark, the grass suddenly turned into sharp arrows. Tang Zhen recounted their team's experiences bit by bit. From his description, it seemed that every 1,000 kilometers, a crisis would occur, causing casualties. The first time, only 1 person died. The second time, 2 people died. The third time, 3 people died. This indicated that the closer they got to the manor, the more dangerous it became. By the 4th time, danger struck again. But this time, along with the danger, a passage appeared. Tang Zhen immediately ordered his team to enter the passage. Inside, they found themselves in an independent space. At that time, including Tang Zhen, only 5 of them were left. The space was like an independent chamber, with walls all around and no exit. Tang Zhen attacked the walls, trying to create an opening, but to no avail. Then, several giant heads appeared on the walls, burning with fierce flames, charging at them. The flames were terrifying, as intense as the sea of fire at the 2,000-kilometer mark, with astonishing temperatures that they couldn't withstand. They tried to dodge, but the chamber was too small, and someone was burned to death. After one person died, an exit suddenly appeared in the chamber. Without hesitation, Tang Jin led the remaining members through the exit. They entered a second chamber, where the flaming heads did not follow. This chamber had no fire, but water arrows shot out from the walls. One team member, reacting too slowly, was hit by a water arrow and died from the resulting body decay. After his death, an exit appeared on the ceiling of the chamber. By then, Tang Jin and the others were terrified. Following Tang Jin's orders, they rushed to the exit. The water arrows were too dense, and they used all their means and artifacts to barely make it through. During this process, Tang Jin, as the captain and the highest-ranking member, stayed behind to cover the retreat, allowing 2 team members to escape first. Unfortunately, another member died in the process. Tang Jin was also hit by a water arrow in the waist, causing his lower body to decay, leaving only bones. In the third chamber, a fierce wind blew, as sharp as knives, very terrifying. But this time, an exit appeared simultaneously. Tang Jin had no choice but to drag his half-body through the exit. He was lucky that the exit was close, allowing him to escape safely. If the exit had been farther, he might have died in the third chamber. After passing through the exit, they entered another chamber. This chamber had no danger, and in the center was a crystal. When Tang Jin picked up the crystal, another exit appeared in the chamber. Entering the exit, they left the manor and returned to the battlefield. The crystal Tang Jin obtained was the size of a fist, crystal clear, but no results were obtained using detection techniques. Lin Moyo pondered Tang Jin's account, finding the entire process filled with danger and strangeness. His team was always in a passive state, and in the end, it was just luck. Due to the power suppression, they had almost no resistance to the dangers they faced. It was certain that the manor was extremely dangerous, but not unsolvable. Otherwise, Tang Jin wouldn't have survived and brought out an unknown crystal. It feels like this manor is a dungeon from a small world, a test-type dungeon. Passing the test grants rewards, failing means leaving your life inside. Li Yuanbei collected Tang Jin's words and transmitted the information back to the Human Emperor Network using a special item. The Human Emperor Network had high-level human officials, think tanks, and researchers of various anomalies who would analyze the information, sparing him the trouble. Lin Moya then returned and recounted Tang Jin's words to Qian Huang. Lin Moya did not add his own analysis, as it might affect Qian Huang's judgment. No one could guarantee their judgment was correct, and Qian Huang might have a different perspective. Chapter 1160. Chapter 1160, 1160. Chapter 1160, Analyzing the Manor, Fewer People are Better Than More. After listening to Lin Moya's account, Qian Huang fell into deep thought. After a while, he spoke. Based on this, the manor should be a test type. In fact, the Ocean God Mountain I once entered was also a test type. However, its threat level was relatively low, with a low mortality rate, whereas this manor has a very high mortality rate. According to the current information, it can be analyzed that every 1,000 kilometers on the grassland, there will be a test. Each test can be passed after someone dies. It can be considered as paving the way with blood. Moreover, the difficulty of the tests increases each time, and the danger becomes greater. During the third test, a safe passage that can avoid the test will appear. After entering the passage, another test will begin. This test also consists of 3 stages, with a safe passage appearing after the third stage. Entering the safe passage twice will result in a reward. Qian Huang's analysis was thorough, and Lin Moyo also felt that he made a lot of sense, aligning with most of his own thoughts. After Qian Huang finished speaking, Lin Moyo pondered for a moment. Senior brother Qian's analysis is very reasonable, but I also have some of my own views. Qian Huang showed a listening posture, not underestimating Lin Moya just because he was a newcomer. Lin Moya's previous performance had already proven that he was not only strong but also very smart. Lin Moya said, I think each test can be passed, and failing to pass is just a matter of insufficient strength. During the third test, if one chooses to enter the safe passage, it actually means giving up on the manor. The tests in the chambers are just to see if you can get a consolation prize. If you can't even get the consolation prize, then you might as well die inside. I don't know if senior brother Qian noticed the movements of the demon clan, especially the twin demons. I noticed that not long ago, they showed some painful expressions. They should have died in the manor, and their entire team was wiped out. Their god sovereign looked very upset. Then they sent 2 more teams into the manor, but the number of people decreased, with each team having only 10 members. From this, I judge that the number of people entering the manor doesn't matter much. In fact, it might be that the more people there are, the more dangerous it becomes, because danger brings chaos, and chaos leads to trouble. But this is just my guess, which can be easily verified. Just keep an eye on the demon clan and other races. If they send fewer and fewer people, or even individuals, then my guess will be proven. Qian Huang gasped, not expecting Lin Moyo to have been paying attention to the demon clan's movements. He had been focusing entirely on the human race and hadn't paid any attention to the demon clan. The comparison was clear. In terms of attentiveness alone, he was indeed not as good as Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo continued, I will go and tell Elder Li my guess. For now, let's not send anyone else into the manor. This manor is not suitable for true gods to enter. The manor suppressed the strength of those who entered to the 5th tier of true god, but those below the 5th tier of true god could also enter. Therefore, when the Human Emperor Network issued the task, it set the level limit at the 4th tier of True God. Because on the battlefield, many humans had the ability to challenge higher levels, the 4th tier of True God was not weaker than the 5th tier. This had always been the practice, but this time, there seemed to be a problem. Lin Moyo had another guess that he didn't mention. He thought the manor might have higher requirements for the physical body's realm. Based on Qian Huang's description, it seemed so. His survival ability in the secret realm was much stronger than his team members, not because he was a god king, but because his physical body was much stronger than his team members. Lin Moyo conveyed his guess to Li Yuanbei, who no longer dared to ignore Lin Moyo's words and immediately passed the information up. At the same time, he ordered everyone to stop entering the manor and wait for the higher-ups' decision. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. For cultivators, 5 days was just a moment, and no one grew impatient. During these 5 days, Lin Moyo continuously observed the movements of other races. Sure enough, the new teams sent by various races had fewer and fewer members. The demon clan had stopped organizing teams and was sending demons in individually. This completely verified Lin Moyo's guess that entering with more people was meaningless. In fact, more people might be worse than fewer, as the tests faced by more people could be more challenging than those faced by individuals. 5 days later, the human upper echelons finally responded. Li Yuanbei said to Lin Moyo, "Young friend Lin, it seems you were right." He took out a formation disc and threw it into the starry sky. The formation disc quickly expanded, covering a large area of the starry sky. "Everyone, enter the formation." Li Yuanbei's voice was like rolling thunder. As a god sovereign, no one dared to disobey his command. Li Yuanbei said, "Young friend Lin can also enter the formation. The Human Emperor Network has updated the task reminders and rewards." Lin Moyo nodded and entered the formation. Through the formation disc, he connected to the Human Emperor Network. This formation disc was used to connect to the Human Emperor Network in places where it was not available. Sure enough, the task information had been updated. Most of the information remained unchanged, but a danger warning was added. The Human Emperor Network suggested that the manor be entered by one person at a time, and those below the God King realm were advised not to enter. As more information was obtained, the danger level increased significantly. Although it hadn't reached an unsolvable level, it was already the most difficult type below that. The reward had increased from 50,000 points to 100,000 points, and military merits had also increased to 1,000. Everyone knew that the richer the reward, the greater the danger. This caused many people to reconsider and decide to give up. Although the opportunity was tempting, life was more important. One needed to be alive to enjoy the rewards. However, some people, confident in their abilities, decided to take the risk. Many people, full of confidence, rushed into the manor. Lin Moyo looked at Qian Huang. "Senior brother Qian, are you planning to go in?" Qian Huang shook his head. "I originally planned to go in, but after hearing your analysis, I decided not to. I just became a god king, and my physical body is still at the super god level, not as strong as Tangjin's." Lin Moyo knew Qian Huang's cautious nature, which was also good, as preserving one's life ensured a future. Qian Huang asked, "Junior brother Lin, are you planning to go in?" Lin Moyo nodded. "I plan to take a look." Qian Huang didn't stop him or try to persuade him otherwise. He clasped his fists. "I wish you good luck, junior brother Lin." Lin Moyo smiled. "Thank you." With that, he turned and flew towards the manor. Accompanied by a faint light, Lin Moyo disappeared into the glow. After Lin Moyo entered, a dark shadow appeared in the starry sky. Zhu Kai was silently appeared in the starry sky, unnoticed by anyone. He murmured, "He went in after all. If what that kid said is true, with his peak true god realm physical body, he shouldn't be in danger. Let's see what the final result will be." The chaotic rules, what is the deepest reason behind them? It's really hard to fathom. Chapter 1161. Chapter 1161, 1161. Chapter 1161, The Manners Test, a Skeleton. The book seemed to pass through a layer of bubbles, and Lin Moyo's vision blurred. Green instantly filled his sight. Lin Moyo found himself in a garden, with the ancient and peculiar buildings over 10,000 kilometers away. On a flat plain, it was impossible to see clearly over such a distance. Yet, here, he could see them. The existence of the buildings served to guide the entrance, ensuring they didn't lose their way. Lin Moyo didn't act rashly. He first sensed the changes in himself. The peculiar laws intertwined, suppressing his strength. Not only was his strength suppressed, but other aspects were as well. "My soul is suppressed, and my ability to sense danger has weakened." Previously, Tangjin said that in this place, one would feel a heavy burden, as if carrying 10,000 pounds, making every move laborious. Not only does speed decrease, but strength also diminishes greatly. But I don't feel that way. It seems my guess was correct. Tangjin and the others felt that way because their physical bodies were too weak. Additionally, with weakened perception, they couldn't react to danger in time. Lin Moyo swung his fists and stretched his body. With a physical body at the peak of true god, he felt at ease here. However, Lin Moyo didn't let his guard down. Many had entered the manor, including various races. Some races were naturally strong in body, having an advantage over humans. Lin Moyo pondered as he quickly moved forward. The benefits of a strong body were evident. He ran forward at an astonishing speed, creating a strong wind that bent the green grass on the ground. His footsteps were heavy, somewhat reckless. Behind him, grass flew chaotically. Lin Moyo ran like a dragon, covering 1,000 kilometers in no time. According to Tangjin, the first test is a swamp. As the thought arose, he felt something strange underfoot. A sense of danger approached. Without thinking, Lin Moyo exerted force with his feet, leaping 1,000 meters like a rocket. After landing, he continued to leap forward. After several repetitions, the sense of danger disappeared. Lin Moyo thought to himself, not only can the soul sense danger, but a strong body can also sense it. It seems my choice to cultivate both body and soul was correct. Otherwise, the body could become a weak point, creating a barrel effect. The barrel effect means that the capacity of a barrel is determined by its shortest plank. Lin Moyo continued to run without stopping. In no time, he reached the 2,000-kilometer mark, the second test. Thunder roared in the sky, and a lightning bolt struck near Lin Moyo. The green grass instantly turned into a sea of fire, like a gasoline barrel igniting. With his speed, Lin Moyo could easily outrun the forming fire. As long as he was fast enough, the fire couldn't catch him. However, Lin Moyo stopped. He stood still, letting the fire engulf him. Flames quickly covered him, turning him into a man of fire. The lightning in the sky disappeared, and no new bolts fell. The flames burned fiercely, distorting the surrounding space with their heat. Lin Moyo stood motionless in the fire. After a minute, the flames gradually extinguished. Lin Moyo smiled, just as I thought. The flames contain no laws, just pure high temperature. As long as the body reaches the 5th tier of true God, there's no need to fear the flames. Even a 3rd tier true God body would only get burned. With strength suppressed, cultivators could only rely on their bodies. Those with weak bodies, unless they had powerful protective artifacts, faced high mortality rates. But powerful protective artifacts were hard to come by. The common items available in trading centers weren't sufficient, mainly because strength was suppressed to the 5th tier of true God, making it hard to use God King artifacts. Otherwise, with Tang Jin's status, he would have had powerful protective artifacts. With his guess confirmed, Lin Moyo continued running. Soon, he reached the 3,000-kilometer mark. Countless blades of grass shot up, turning into arrows aimed at Lin Moyo. With a 5th tier true God body, one could dodge using physical reflexes. Even taking a few hits wouldn't be a big deal. But with a weak body, these arrow grasses were deadly. As the arrow grasses shot, Lin Moyo saw a white glowing door not far away. The door was the safe passage Tang Jin mentioned. Entering it would provide temporary safety. The so-called safe passage was actually a path of abandonment. But even to abandon, one had to pass a test. Lin Moyo guessed this was due to the number of people. If there was only one person, perhaps no test was needed to abandon. Reaching this point meant passing 2 tests. More people meant more danger. Fewer people meant more safety. It really resembles a single-player dungeon in a small world. And these arrow grasses are very similar to those in the green grassland of the small world. Seeing the arrow grasses, Lin Moyo thought of the green grassland they were too similar. The arrow grasses were fast and dense. Lin Moyo used his body's reflexes to dodge quickly. Here, soul perception was useless, only the body could be relied on. This was why Tang Jin's team lost 4 members in this test. Lin Moyo nearly perfectly dodged all the arrow grasses, quickly leaving the area. He passed the 3rd test. The next tests had no information, he could only rely on himself. The scene before him changed slightly. The pure grassland was no longer pure. Colorful flowers appeared among the green, and many flowers grew on the grassland. He had seen these flowers outside the manor. So, this was a garden, not a grassland. Or rather, the first 3,000 kilometers were pure green grassland, and beyond 3,000 kilometers, it became a garden. The flowers added different colors and vitality to the place. Lin Moyo could smell the enchanting fragrance of the flowers. At the same time, he sensed a unique aura in the space, death energy. Indeed, it was death energy. These flowers brought no vitality but rather a somber death. Lin Moyo, who dealt with the undead army daily, was very familiar with the aura of death and couldn't be mistaken. What he saw with his eyes was completely different from the real world. As he moved forward, the fragrance grew stronger, and so did the death energy. It's the fragrance that masks the soul's perception. The soul's sensing ability was further suppressed, more severely than before. The soul's ability to sense danger was completely nullified here. To sense danger, one could only rely on the body. The difficulty has increased. Lin Moyo realized the test's difficulty had increased. The first 3 tests were just beginner trials, now came the real test. Lin Moyo wasn't one to spare flowers. He didn't know how many flowers he had trampled along the way. At the 4,000-kilometer mark, the 4th test began. A fierce wind blew, sharp as knives, capable of peeling skin and cutting flesh. The wind hit Lin Moyo, making a metallic sound. The wind lifted the flowers, revealing the ground beneath, where a skeleton lay. Chapter 1162. Chapter 1162, 1162. Chapter 1162, Overgeneralization. It's not that simple. The green flowers and white bones created a scene that appeared quite discordant. To ordinary people, it would seem eerie. However, in Lin Moyo's eyes, this felt normal. Such a vast death aura would be abnormal without any white bones. The skeleton hidden beneath the flowers and grass was crystal clear, even whiter than ordinary bones. It seems to have been here for some years, not a recent occurrence. The skeleton did not resemble a human but some kind of beast. Its skull was missing, making it hard to identify. Apart from the skull, the rest of the skeleton was intact. It had 6 limbs in total. The 2 hind legs were thick and powerful but somewhat short. The other 4 limbs were slender but relatively long. Lin Moyo guessed it might be a creature that walked on 2 legs and had 4 arms. It looks somewhat like a demon. Lin Moyo's confusion lasted less than 2 seconds before the skeleton suddenly stood up in the strong wind. If it were someone else, they would have been scared to death. A skeleton that had been dead for so long suddenly moved. but Lin Moyo was unfazed. Dealing with bones daily, such a scene was nothing to him. As Lin Moyo had judged, the standing skeleton indeed stood on 2 legs and had 4 upper limbs. Then, countless flowers flew over, carried by the strong wind, covering the skeleton as if dressing it in armor. Next, green grass flew over, intertwining to form 4 long swords that fell into the skeleton's hands. Flowers as armor, grass as swords. Except for the missing skull, the skeleton looked almost like a living person. It stood 3 meters tall, wearing a flower armor, exuding a strong sense of oppression. The soul's sensing ability was suppressed, making it impossible to judge the opponent's strength. However, Lin Moya's body did not feel any danger, indicating that the opponent was not strong. But this lack of strength was relative to him. After all, this was the 4th test, which could be fatal to others. Let's test it first. With a thought, a skeleton god warrior appeared beside Lin Moyo. The skeleton god warrior stood nearly 4 meters tall, much taller than the headless skeleton. The skeleton god warrior held a sharp giant axe, appearing stronger than the opponent. Comparing the two, Lin Moyo thought the skeleton god warrior might just lack armor. If it had armor, it would look even more imposing. The opponent, accompanied by the strong wind, charged at Lin Moyo, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Go! Lin Moyo commanded, and the skeleton god warrior swung its axe without hesitation, meeting the charge head-on. Boom! The two collided, with the skeleton god warrior standing firm, letting the opponent's 4 swords strike its body. The skeleton god warrior's axe also landed on the opponent. The skeleton god warrior feared neither life nor death and knew no pain. Even if it died, it could instantly revive. Lin Moyo used the skeleton god warrior to test the opponent's attack power. Surprisingly, the opponent's attack was weak, causing no harm to the skeleton god warrior. The minor damage was distributed among all the skeletons, almost negligible. The skeleton god warrior's axe, however, shattered the opponent's flower armor and cut through its body like a hot knife through butter. With a light sound, the opponent's body exploded, scattering bones everywhere. So weak. Lin Moyo was somewhat surprised the opponent was much weaker than expected. After pondering for a few seconds, he understood why. The skeleton god warrior's overall combat power is between the 7th and 8th tiers of true god, with balanced attributes and strong physical strength, without any weaknesses. In other words, the skeleton god warrior's physical strength is at least at the 6th tier of true god. The flower monster's attack power is about the 4th tier of true god, and its defense is similar, so it was easily killed. The manner suppressed soul power but not physical strength. As long as one's physical strength was strong enough, the tests, whether previous or current, were not difficult. Understanding this, Lin Moyo was about to leave when he noticed a faint light. The flower monster's body had disappeared, along with the flowers, grass, and bones. On the ground, where the heart should have been, lay a crystal-like object. The transparent crystal was only the size of a fingernail. Lin Moyo picked it up and used a detection spell but got no results. Upon closer inspection, the crystal resembled the one Tangjin had obtained, like a fragment of it. Tangjin's crystal was the size of a fist, while this one was only the size of a fingernail, a significant difference. However, Lin Moyo was not disappointed. Instead, he murmured, "Kill monsters, get loot." The scene before him felt familiar, like a dungeon in a small world. In the Great World, there were no dungeons, and even secret realms were different from those in small worlds. Lin Moyo had always thought dungeons were unique to small worlds, but now this familiar feeling reappeared. Let's continue. Lin Moyo didn't dwell on it, knowing it was pointless to think further. With his current level, he was far from exploring the world's secrets. He put away the transparent crystal and continued forward, staying vigilant. To him, if the 4th test was just a flower monster, it would be too simple, much easier than the previous 3 tests. But after walking hundreds of kilometers, nothing happened, as if the 4th test had quietly passed. If those who chose to retreat at the 3rd test knew the 4th test was like this, would they regret it? Suddenly, Lin Moyo realized his thinking was wrong. It wasn't that simple. He had easily killed the flower monster, making the 4th test seem simple. For others, with their strength suppressed to the 5th tier of true god and weak physical bodies, killing the flower monster would be difficult. They might even be chased by it. Thus, the 4th test was not that simple. The first 3 tests were passive, and passive tests were the easiest to pass. With enough preparation, one could always find a way to cope. The 4th test, however, was active. If one couldn't defeat the flower monster, they would be chased, making it difficult. Lin Moyo chuckled. It seems my thinking is still not thorough enough. I can't overgeneralize. As he spoke, another strong wind blew, identical to the one in the 4th test. The wind was so strong it formed a wall, blocking Lin Moyo's path. Of course, a mere wind wall couldn't stop Lin Moyo. With a slight effort, he passed through it. However, the wind continued, creating significant resistance and slowing him down. Lin Moyo paused, realizing that if a flower monster were chasing him and a wind wall appeared ahead, the outcome would be dire. Thus, the 4th test was not as simple as it seemed. The only way to pass was to defeat the flower monster. Otherwise, with wind walls ahead, escape would be impossible. Chapter 1163. Chapter 1163, 1163. Chapter 1163, Laws Ineffective, Strength is King. The book lightly passed through the wind wall, and with no flower monsters chasing him, Lin Moyo was in no hurry. After the wind calmed down, Lin Moyo resumed his rapid pace, moving faster and faster. The manor was vast, and despite so many people entering, he hadn't encountered anyone. Lin Moyo continued forward, quickly reaching the 5,000-kilometer mark. From the starting point to the manor, it was a total of 10,000 kilometers, and he had already covered half the distance. The fierce wind swept through again, like a tornado, lifting large swaths of flowers and grass. The flowers and grass were blown away, revealing the ground, which was littered with pale corpses. The headless corpses, with 2 legs and 4 arms, were the same as those seen before. Scanning the area, there were 3 corpses in total. From 1 corpse previously, it had now become 3. The corpses suddenly stood up, coming to life. Flowers formed armor, and green grass became swords, instantly transforming into 3 flower monsters. The 3 flower monsters were identical in appearance and height. Lin Moya's body still didn't sense any danger, indicating that these 3 creatures were not strong. If the previous test had been difficult, this time the danger would have increased significantly. The flower monsters had multiplied from 1 to 3, making the challenge several times harder. But for Lin Moyu, it made no difference. Whether it was 3, 300, or 30,000, it was all the same. A skeleton god mage appeared, wielding a skeleton staff and casting spells. The skeleton god warrior used physical attacks, while the skeleton god mage specialized in law-based attacks. The skeleton staff glowed faintly, invoking the law of undeath, and exploded instantly. Lin Moya struck first, causing the 3 flower monsters to explode, their flower armor nearly shattered. The massive impact sent the 3 flower monsters flying over 100 meters. The air was filled with broken flower petals, creating a colorful and beautiful scene. However, the petals quickly reversed direction, flying back towards the flower monsters. They're not dead, Lin Moya thought as the flower monsters, which had been blown away, returned, attacking him again. The gaps in their bodies and the broken armor were rapidly repaired by the flowers. At this moment, the skeleton god mage's spell was on cooldown and couldn't attack again. Lin Moya summoned 3 more skeleton god mages. Each mage targeted a flower monster, casting spells simultaneously. The staff glowed, and with a roar, the 3 flower monsters were blown away again. The same spell, when used against 3 targets instead of 1, had a significantly different effect. More flowers were blown into the air, and Lin Moya saw the flower armor shatter even more severely, but it still didn't harm the flower monsters' bodies. They attacked again, and their armor was quickly repaired. Lin Moya summoned a skeleton god archer, but the archer couldn't lock onto their souls. They had no souls. The flower monsters were now within striking distance. Lin Moya retracted the skeleton god mages and blocked their attacks himself. His bone armor glowed, and the spell automatically counterattacked. In the white light, the 3 flower monsters were blown away again, but they still didn't die. Lin Moya clearly saw the bone spears tear through the flower armor, and the bone fangs struck the white bones, making a clanging sound. The attacks seemed fierce but didn't cause fatal damage. I understand now, Lin Moya thought, having found the answer. A Death Knight, riding a white flame warhorse, appeared before him. The Death Knight charged, instantly smashing one flower monster. The immense impact, combined with powerful physical attacks, caused the flower monster to shatter in mid-air. The Death Knight then charged at the remaining 2 flower monsters, slicing them cleanly with his sword. Their resistance to laws is strong. It seems that here, the effectiveness of laws is greatly reduced. To kill them, one must rely on physical attacks and pure strength. Laws are ineffective, strength is king. What is the origin of this manor? Is it a place for pure strength cultivators? Pure strength cultivators don't rely on any laws, not even physical laws, constantly enhancing their strength and breaking their limits. Such people only appeared in legends and were not human. In the current world, cultivation mainly focused on the soul, and physical cultivation had been largely abandoned, except for those born with strong bodies. The flower monsters died, their bodies disappeared, leaving behind 3 fingernail-sized crystals. Lin Moya picked them up, and the crystals suddenly attracted each other, merging into a slightly larger crystal. Interesting. Curious, Lin Moya took out the crystal he obtained from the previous test, and it also merged with the new one, forming a slightly larger, delicate diamond-shaped crystal. Now wasn't the time to study it, so Lin Moya put the crystal away and continued forward. If I'm not mistaken, the next test should have a safe passage again. Based on his and Qian Huang's guess, a safe passage appeared every 3 tests, giving the tester a chance to exit. After walking 100 kilometers, another wind wall appeared, identical to the previous test. Passing through the wind wall, he continued forward. The ancient buildings of the manor seemed closer, but Lin Moya knew it was an illusion. The buildings were just a guide, only becoming clear upon reaching the destination. At the 6,000-kilometer mark, everything was quiet. Lin Moya saw that the flowers and grass ahead were denser and taller. A sudden gust of wind made Lin Moya mutter, "Here it comes." Flowers and grass flew in the air, revealing 10 corpses on the ground. A white glowing portal appeared nearby, indicating the safe passage. The test was clear: if one couldn't handle the 10 flower monsters, they should enter the safe passage before the monsters revived. Anyone with common sense would understand this. In the strong wind, the corpses stood up, flowers forming armor and grass forming swords. Knowing the strength of the flower monsters and the manor's intent, Lin Moya didn't waste time. 10 skeleton god warriors appeared, each facing a flower monster. 10 axes swung, and the scene fell silent. Lin Moya collected 10 crystals, merging them with the previous ones, and continued forward. As before, the flowers and grass grew taller, indicating a change in the environment and the test. After 3,000 kilometers, flowers appeared. After 6,000 kilometers, the flowers and grass grew taller, indicating a change in the test. The flowers and grass soon exceeded Lin Moya's height, becoming extremely dense. As he moved forward, the flowers and grass parted, creating a path, avoiding contact with him. The sound seemed to disappear, becoming eerily quiet. The strange flowers and grass seemed to absorb sound, making Lin Moya more alert. His body tensed, sensing something was wrong. Suddenly, his right arm tightened, and a chill spread. A sense of danger, felt only by the body, surged. Chapter 1164. Chapter 1164, 1164. Chapter 1164, the opponent is also a skeleton army. The sense of danger escalated to its peak in less than 0.1 seconds. Lin Moya didn't have enough time to think, and his body didn't need to think either. Almost instinctively, he swung a punch backward. Lin Moya felt as if his fist had struck a piece of steel, and a figure was sent flying. Although he couldn't see it, he could infer from the way the flowers and grass parted to the sides. Someone had tried to ambush him but was repelled by his preemptive strike. This was an instinct Lin Moya had developed through countless battles. He had transformed into various professions and learned different combat styles. He was familiar with all kinds of weapons and combat routines. Although he hadn't fought personally in recent years, his combat instincts were ingrained in his body. Now, facing an ambush, he instinctively counterattacked and repelled the enemy. Lin Moya didn't pursue, knowing this was part of the test. His gaze penetrated the gaps in the flowers and grass, still able to see the direction of the ancient buildings, and he continued forward. The eerie silence made the atmosphere tense. Lin Moya's entire body tensed slightly, and his pace quickened. The flowers and grass continuously parted to make way for him, and after he passed, they returned to their original state. Even if Lin Moya deliberately stepped on them, it had no effect. The sense of danger returned. When it reached its peak, Lin Moya paused and leaped lightly, jumping over 10 meters high, beyond the range of the flowers and grass. The sense of danger followed him, and the one who had ambushed him also leaped up. Lin Moya turned to see a silver skeleton. This silver skeleton was only 1 meter tall, with half its body missing. It had no head and no lower body, holding a dagger glowing with green light, aiming at him. Lin Moya had seen many skeletons, but this was the first time he had seen one like this. With a thought, a skeleton god warrior appeared behind him. The skeleton god warrior used its body to block the opponent's dagger while striking the opponent with an axe. With a crisp sound, the headless, lower bodiless skeleton was shattered on the spot. Lin Moya retracted the skeleton god warrior and continued forward through the grass. He couldn't fly here, and he felt that leaping might be even more dangerous. The first 3 tests mainly assessed adaptability. The next 3 tests assessed direct combat ability. Now it seems to be testing actual combat skills. Lin Moya quickly analyzed. Since it was a test, it must have a purpose and couldn't be random. From now on, there won't be a test every 1,000 kilometers. It's like I've entered a real battlefield, facing danger at any moment. Lin Moya was confident in his guess. He thought he was probably right. Recalling the various dungeons and secret realms he had experienced, he smiled. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of excitement. The current situation made Lin Moya excited, and his eyes filled with battle intent as he charged forward. As he advanced, ambushes came from all directions. Using his body's reactions, Lin Moya accurately identified the direction of each ambush and easily neutralized them. After running several hundred kilometers, the frequency of ambushes increased exponentially. Attacks often came from multiple directions simultaneously and became more bizarre. With a body at the peak of true god, Lin Moya could completely ignore these ambushes. The attacks weren't strong, and as long as one's body reached the 6th tier of true god, they could easily handle them. Even if Lin Moya did nothing, the ambushers would struggle to harm him. However, Lin Moya cooperated with the test, summoning several skeleton god generals to crush each ambusher. What interested Lin Moya was that all the ambushers were half-skeletons. From the initial flower monsters to the current half-skeletons, and the fire-breathing skulls Tangjin encountered, it seemed the manor's owner had a fondness for skeletons. This combat test didn't affect Lin Moya much. He smoothly passed through the grass. The sound of wind returned to his ears, and the world, silent for thousands of kilometers, returned to normal. The grass behind him swayed in the wind. The ambushers in the grass had all retreated. Lin Moya had perfectly passed the combat test in the grass. He was now only 500 kilometers away from the ancient buildings in the manor. The green grassland ahead was flat and unobstructed. It looked just like the scene when he first entered the manor. If not for the buildings guiding the way and the tall grass behind him, Lin Moya might have thought he had taken a wrong turn. It was too similar. With less than 1,000 kilometers to go, Lin Moya resumed running. It wouldn't take long to cover 1,000 kilometers. I wonder how the others are doing. Given the difficulty of the test, 99% of them probably won't make it. The death rate should be high. I wonder how many will survive. Even Tangjin got a fist-sized crystal, while I only got a small piece. It seems a bit unreasonable. As he approached the manor, the buildings, which had remained unchanged, finally began to grow larger in his vision, indicating he was getting closer. Just as he was about to reach his destination, a bright light caught Lin Moya's attention. A glowing portal appeared directly in front of him. If he didn't change direction, he would run right into it. A safe passage. Lin Moya was slightly taken aback. It looked exactly like the previous safe passages. Why is there a safe passage here? Confused, Lin Moya instinctively slowed down and stopped at the entrance of the safe passage. Safe passages always appear with tests. Its appearance means there will be another test. The final test. Based on his experience and guesswork, Lin Moya concluded. Adaptability, direct combat ability, and actual combat skills. What will the final test be? The difficulty should be high and very dangerous. Otherwise, the safe passage wouldn't appear here. This is a warning. If you don't want to die, give up now. Lin Moya muttered to himself and walked past the safe passage. Having come this far, there was no way he would give up now. As he passed the safe passage, it disappeared like a bubble. Lin Moya laughed. No chance for regrets, huh? The safe passage was the last chance to give up and exit safely. Since Lin Moyo had given it up, the safe passage disappeared, taking away his chance to regret. After the safe passage vanished, the sound of synchronized footsteps suddenly echoed ahead. Lin Moya's pupils contracted sharply. He saw an army. Chapter 1165. Chapter 1165, 1165. Chapter 1165, A World of Pure Death. A skeleton army. Lin Moya's eyes lit up with intense interest. He hadn't expected to see another skeleton army besides his own undead legion. The death energy in the space became extremely dense, and gusts of wind stirred the death energy. Even cultivators with the weakest soul perception could feel the unusual aura at this moment, let alone Lin Moyo. In his eyes, the invisible death energy had accumulated into clouds, shrouding the skeleton army. The number of skeletons wasn't large, just a 1,000-man unit, arranged in a phalanx, looking well-trained. Through sensing the death energy, Lin Moya judged that these skeletons weren't strong. They were even weaker than the flower monsters and the ambushers in the grass. Their combat power was estimated to be around the 4th tier of True God. However, their large numbers, multiplied by 100, significantly increased the danger. According to Lin Moya's judgment, with strength suppressed and the power of laws greatly weakened, it would be very difficult for ordinary cultivators to deal with this skeleton army. Only a god sovereign entering here would have a chance to break through. Even with suppressed cultivation, a god sovereign generally had a physical body at the 6th tier of True God or higher, or even at the peak of True God. Alternatively, some races that excelled in physical strength might also have a chance to break through. From the moment he entered the manor until now, there had been no prompts. The entire manor remained mysterious, with all the rules needing to be explored by oneself. This was different from dungeons, which always provided some hints. Even test-type dungeons would tell you what to do. But in the manor, nothing was said. All the specific rules had to be thought through and explored by oneself, greatly increasing the difficulty. Fortunately, one principle remained unchanged: overwhelming strength could crush all techniques. As long as the strength was sufficient, one could ignore the rules and sweep through. Moreover, the strength didn't need to be too high, just enough to sweep through the manor. For example, facing the 1,000-man skeleton army ahead, other races, even those excelling in physical strength, would struggle if their physical bodies hadn't reached the 7th tier of True God. They had two choices: either charge through without entangling with the skeletons, rushing into the central house of the manor, as the house was not far away, or fight in a roundabout way, finding opportunities to eliminate the skeletons one by one. But that would waste a lot of time and carry significant risks. However, Lin Moyo had a third option: to kill his way through, eliminating all the skeletons and sweeping through. With a thought, a large number of skeleton god warriors appeared beside him. The number was just right, exactly 1,000, matching the skeleton army ahead. The skeleton god warriors swarmed out, leaping high and charging into the skeleton army. Axes struck down fiercely, and bones flew everywhere. Lin Moyo watched, feeling a bit strange, muttering to himself, "It's like a civil war." Skeletons fighting skeletons indeed gave that impression. However, having experienced so much, Lin Moyo had long become cold-hearted and ruthless, quickly suppressing any inappropriate emotions. In no time, the 1,000-man skeleton army was cleared out. The shattered bones disappeared, leaving behind a field of small crystals. Lin Moyo waved his hand, absorbing all the crystals. The small crystals automatically merged into one, forming a large crystal. The 4 small crystals Lin Moyo had previously obtained also joined in. The final crystal's size was comparable to the one Tang Jin had obtained. However, its purpose was still unclear, but Lin Moyo believed it must be useful. Yet, its significance might not be great, as even Tang Jin, who had given up halfway, could obtain it. It was likely a consolation reward or a basic reward, given to anyone who could survive and leave the manor. Lin Moyo put away the crystal and continued forward. Soon, the grassy area came to an end, and Lin Moyo saw the ancient manor surrounded by bricks and stones. The bricks and stones were ancient, weathered by time, and bore the marks of the years. Additionally, the bricks and stones were filled with the aura of death, a residue accumulated over time. The intense death aura had altered the nature of the bricks and stones. If an ordinary person touched them, they would be corroded by the death aura, as if cursed, leading to severe illness or even instant death. Even a super god might be affected if they touched it. Lin Moyo placed his hand on the bricks and stones, murmuring, "Such pure death aura." The death aura he had sensed on the grassland earlier was several levels weaker in comparison. Walking along the wall for a while, he arrived at the manor's main gate. The gate had 2 leaves, towering over 20 meters high, level with the wall. The material of the gate was special, neither iron nor copper, but it was evidently extremely heavy. The gate was closed but not locked, with a small gap left open. Lin Moyo didn't peek through the gap like a child. He boldly pushed the gate, which slowly opened with a creaking sound, releasing a cloud of dust, indicating it hadn't been opened for a long time. Lin Moyo stepped back to avoid the dust. "It seems I'm the first to arrive here." Despite many people entering, their strength likely prevented them from crossing the grassland. It wasn't that they were weak, but they belonged to different systems. This place required strong physical bodies, while the races in the Great World focused more on the soul. Lin Moyo's push wasn't particularly forceful. The gate opened only a tenth of the way, revealing a gap wide enough for 3 people to enter side by side. Standing outside the gate, he couldn't see the specifics inside the manor. The buildings remained distant projections, merely indicating direction. Lin Moyo didn't hesitate and walked into the manor. Having come this far, he naturally had to go, and otherwise, there was no point in coming. As he entered, a denser death aura greeted him. The death aura inside the manor was even more intense, like a world of death. His vision suddenly changed, and the scene before him became clear. The manor was filled with blooming flowers, vibrant and colorful. Despite the intense death aura, the flowers thrived, appearing full of life. Death and life seemed to coexist. Lin Moya's heart trembled as he realized something. The scene before him embodied the law of undeath, life within death, death within life. Pure death at its extreme contained resilient vitality. Lin Moya felt a sense of enlightenment and became intensely curious about the manor. Looking up, he saw the ancient castle within the manor, now clearly visible. The castle was tall, over 100 meters high, ancient, and made of unknown materials, exuding a heavy aura. Scanning his surroundings, Lin Moya found nothing unusual and quickly moved forward. Chapter 1166. Chapter 1166, 1166. Chapter 1166, Beast Skin, Astonishing Information. The manor was silent, and Lin Moya walked alone in the quiet manor. Nothing happened until he reached the ancient castle. Standing in front of the castle, he looked up, feeling the aura of the castle. Although it couldn't speak, much could be inferred from it. This castle was different from those found in the human world of the Great World. The top was an umbrella-shaped cover extending in all directions, almost covering the entire castle. It looked somewhat like the ancient Chinese style from his previous life, a Chinese-style castle. Below it, the walls were built from special materials interwoven together. Some parts were already damaged, but the overall structure was still discernible. Lin Moya strained his eyes to look, and the damaged parts didn't seem to be marks left by time but rather by battles. Many of the supporting materials were broken. If the battle had been more intense, the castle might have been completely destroyed. Looking further down, the surface of the castle also bore many battle scars. One sword mark left a deep scar on the castle, almost piercing the outer wall. The gate was also split open by this sword. Lin Moya used all his strength and punched the castle. Pain shot through his fist, but the castle remained unmoved. The power of a peak true god couldn't shake the castle. Lin Moya originally wanted to summon the Skeleton King to see if it could leave a mark on the castle, but he ultimately didn't. He didn't know what might happen if he did. In fact, he shouldn't have punched it just now. Through the split gate, Lin Moya entered the castle. Behind the gate was a passage about 100 meters long, 10 meters wide, and over 20 meters high. The top was triangular, with beams placed across. Some beams were also damaged, showing signs of battle. The walls were full of sword marks and axe prints. However, these were much shallower, indicating that those who fought their way into the castle were not as strong as those who fought outside. Generals fought outside, soldiers charged inside, Lin Moya guessed as he walked along the dark passage. The death aura here became even denser, making it somewhat eerie and terrifying, but to Lin Moya, this aura was quite comfortable. A whistling sound came to his ears, and flames lit up ahead. 3 skulls appeared in his sight. The skulls were burning with fierce flames, charging at Lin Moya in a triangular formation with sharp cries. Lin Moya thought of what Tang Jin had said. After entering the safe passage, he had entered a secret chamber and encountered flaming skulls. Lin Moya couldn't be sure if the flaming skulls before him were the same as those Tang Jin's team encountered, but he didn't take the flaming skulls before him seriously. A flash of white light, and the skeleton god general appeared, swinging its axe at the flaming skulls. Here, Lin Moya had already gained experience. Laws where ineffective physical attacks were the most effective. As long as the strength was great enough, nothing was insurmountable. Under the skeleton god warrior's axe, the 3 flaming skulls were quickly chopped to pieces. The flames scattered on the ground, still burning even as fragments. It seemed they could burn for a long time. Lin Moya didn't sense any law aura from the flames, only high temperatures, enough to burn a true god to death. Continuing forward, he soon reached the end of the passage. At the end, there were new paths on both the left and right sides. At the end, there was an ancient table, which seemed to have held something for a long time, leaving deep marks. On the wall hung a half-destroyed painting. Even the remaining part was severely damaged, vaguely depicting a figure. The table and the painting gave Lin Moya an inexplicable sense of strangeness, as if they were worshipping something. After looking for a while and seeing nothing more, he stopped paying attention. His gaze turned to the 2 sides, both of which were passable, requiring a choice. At this moment, Lin Moya's pupils slightly contracted. He saw a skeleton about 10 meters away on the left side, leaning against the wall, dead for an unknown number of years. Since entering the manor, he had seen many skeletons and should have been used to it. But this skeleton was different. Firstly, it was very old. Secondly, it was humanoid. Its limbs were intact, and except for the missing head, it was no different from a human skeleton. This discovery made Lin Moya suspicious. Is this a person from the castle or an invader? It was impossible to determine just from the skeleton. However, Lin Moya had a method. A flame ignited, and Lin Moya flicked his finger, releasing the undying flame. Stellar level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. The flame fell on the skeleton, but instead of regenerating flesh, the skeleton turned to ash. What's going on? Lin Moya was stunned. The resurrection of the dead had failed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, leaving him momentarily puzzled. Is it because of the chaotic laws? Or is there another reason? The skeleton turned to ash, and the undying flame gradually extinguished. Lin Moya's sharp eyes noticed something in the ashes. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew away the ashes, revealing an object beneath. It was a piece of beast skin, originally pressed under the skeleton, now revealed after the skeleton turned to ash. The beast skin had endured countless years without deteriorating, indicating its extraordinary nature. Although the beast skin was intact, the writing on it had faded, with some parts completely gone. When Lin Moya saw the writing, his pupils contracted again. Ancient Chinese. He recognized the characters, similar to those he had seen when he first obtained the primordial rune, all in ancient Chinese. Why would ancient Chinese appear here? He didn't dwell on the question, focusing instead on deciphering the text. The writing was fragmented and chaotic, but Lin Moya felt a sense of alarm. We finally broke in. So many skeletons, too many. He's too strong, the marshal is dead. The ruler is also at a disadvantage. I saw the ruler making a sacrifice. Great world rune. This is impossible. How can he be so strong? The decipherable information was limited, and Lin Moya struggled to piece together these fragments. He wasn't even sure if the sequence of the words was correct, as sometimes swapping two characters could change the meaning entirely. From the remaining text, Lin Moya roughly pieced together some events. The owner of the beast skin was an invader who fought an unimaginable battle with the manor's owner. The manor's owner could control skeletons and was incredibly powerful. Their marshal died in battle, and even their stronger ruler was at a disadvantage. However, it seemed they eventually won. At least now, the manor's owner had disappeared, and the manor was in a state of abandonment. Ruler, is it a title, a realm, or a specific person? Great World Rune. Is it the Great World Rune? What happened to the Great World Rune? No, this isn't right. Lin Moya's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, followed by a look of disbelief. Regardless of what happened to the Great World Rune, it shouldn't be visible under normal circumstances. According to the text, did the Great World Rune become visible? How is that possible? Chapter 1167. Chapter 1167, 1167. Chapter 1167, the manor owner's peculiar hobby. The Great World Rune is elusive and cannot be directly observed. This is common knowledge. The Great World Rune never reveals itself to people, only during the half-second when a spell ascends to the stellar level can it be glimpsed. But even then, it's just a fleeting glance, and those with weaker strength can't see it at all. At most, they might see some light, which is already the best they can hope for. Most see nothing at all. However, the record on the beast skin stated that the Great World Rune had revealed itself. This defied common sense. Moreover, it was summoned by someone. The Great World Rune being summoned is an impossible feat. But Lin Moya recalled that he had once seen the Great World Rune. The Great World Rune was covered in scars, nearly collapsing. His heart trembled violently. Could it be that the Great World Rune is here, severely damaged? Lin Moya was also startled by his own thought. He was extremely curious about what had happened back then. The era was too ancient, so ancient that even the spell of resurrection couldn't be used. If it weren't for some special reasons, the years it had endured would be unimaginable. Lin Moya put away the beast skin and continued forward. The material of the beast skin was very special. Even after so many years, it remained well preserved, indicating that the beast skin itself was an extremely precious treasure. Since he found the skeleton on the left side, Lin Moya chose the left path. It didn't matter whether he chose left or right, it made no difference to him. If the structure was like the buildings in his past life, the current corridor should be a loop, with both sides eventually converging, making either path the same. As he delved deeper, more corpses appeared on the ground, not just one but 5. Their postures varied. Some leaned against the wall, while others lay in the middle of the path. Without exception, all were headless. The skeletons were intact, with no visible wounds. Whether they died because their heads were chopped off or their heads were chopped off after death was unclear. In Lin Moya's eyes, each of these skeletons was stronger than a god sovereign in life. Even a god sovereign's corpse couldn't be preserved for so many years. At that level, even if their heads were chopped off, they wouldn't die. Their souls could survive independently, and they could even regenerate flesh and blood. Therefore, Lin Moya speculated that these people had their heads chopped off after death. As for where the heads went, the answer was soon revealed. At the end of the path, there was another turn, this time to the right, matching his judgment. Just after the turn, Lin Moya's body tensed, muscles tightening, sensing danger. From the left, right, behind, and above, skulls appeared simultaneously. These skulls spat water arrows from their mouths. The water arrows were transparent, looking like ordinary water, but their nature was entirely different. Lin Moya dodged several water arrows, which hit the ground, emitting light smoke and sizzling sounds. The smoke turned into mist, obscuring vision. With soul perception suppressed, impaired vision meant extreme danger. Tang Jin had said that his subordinates were hit by water arrows and were instantly corroded to white bones. A white light glowed on Lin Moya's body, and his bone armor shone, blocking the water arrows. But within half a second, the bone armor shattered with a bang. Half a second was enough. Lin Moya leaped over 10 meters, escaping the mist in an instant. The water arrows didn't pursue him. Looking back, the skulls on the walls had disappeared, and the water mist was quickly dissipating. Lin Moya roughly understood how the previous skeletons came to be. The water arrows had astonishing corrosive properties, dissolving flesh and leaving only bones. And the heads of those people were embedded in the walls, turned into water arrow launchers. Feeling a bit creeped out, Lin Moya thought the manor owner's hobby was quite unexpected. Although he also controlled an undead army and was a seasoned warrior, he had never used people's heads as launchers. This was not just a matter of preference, it was somewhat perverse. The first danger encountered after entering the castle was actually not much of a threat. As long as one reacted quickly, they could dodge it. If it were only this, how could those strong individuals have died here back then? Lin Moya speculated that the great battle back then had damaged the castle's defensive facilities. What he saw now were just remnants of the past. But even these remnants, combined with the suppressive power here, were enough to trouble a god sovereign, enough to cause a god king to fall. He first encountered flaming skulls, then water-spraying skulls, just like Tang Jin, even in the same order. The only difference was that Tang Jin encountered them in a secret chamber, while he encountered them in the castle. Continuing forward, more skeletons appeared on the ground. These skeletons were also headless, but different from the previous ones. These skeletons had many scratches, as if left by some sharp weapon. The skeletons' owners were incredibly powerful in life, and their bones were extremely hard. The strength of the attacks that left these marks could be imagined. Lin Moya touched one of the skeletons, trying to examine the scratches closely. Crash! The skeleton instantly crumbled, unable to maintain its structure, scattering on the ground. The time was too long without external interference. The skeletons could maintain their original state. A slight external influence would cause the skeletons to collapse immediately. Lin Moya sighed softly, no longer touching them, and continued forward. Soon, he reached the end of the passage, where another right turn appeared in his sight. Through the turn, he could see another turn on the opposite side, connecting to another path. In the middle of the passage, there was a gap. Indeed, it's a loop, just like the structure of a wealthy family's house in my past life. A garden, a castle, and then a small forest, quite an artistic conception. Lin Moya spoke softly, stepping into the turn and then accelerating forward. A howling wind followed, turning into countless sharp blades sweeping towards him. Although Lin Moya wasn't afraid, there was no need to deal with these blades. He increased his speed to the limit, sprinting through the passage. The passage wasn't long, just a few hundred meters, and he quickly reached the central gap, entering without hesitation. The wind brushed past his back, howling through the passage. Lin Moya chuckled. This test isn't difficult either. The three tests were identical to Tang Jin's experiences. Now he had to rely on himself to explore further. Passing through the looped corridor, he truly entered the fortress's interior. A faint light appeared ahead, and Lin Moya saw many doors on both sides. The doors were tightly closed, and he didn't check them. Given his abilities, he might not be able to open these doors. If he did open them and encountered dangers he couldn't handle, it would be akin to seeking death. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Soon, he reached the end, seeing a courtyard outside the passage. To the left of the end, a door was open. The door seemed to have been forced open, split in two and lying on the ground. From outside, he could see inside the room. A study. OM/N/. Chapter 1168. Chapter 1168, 1168. Chapter 1168, New Mysteries, The Sleeping Coffin. Thick, ancient books were neatly arranged on the bookshelves. Lin Moya looked around, feeling a strong sense of age. In the current great world of the human race, books had long faded from the historical stage. Most information was now transmitted in more direct ways. Finding a few books had become very difficult. People from the small world might not be unfamiliar with books, but many born in the great world had never seen a book. The study's structure was simple, with bookshelves on three sides, each about 2 meters high, filled with books. In the center of the study was a large desk, also covered with books, as well as paper, pens, and other items. Lin Moya entered the study, which was covered in a thick layer of dust, indicating it had been unoccupied for a long time. His arrival left footprints on the floor. As he entered, the outside air was brought in, and a breeze blew into the study. The balance inside was disrupted, and the bookshelves in front of him suddenly collapsed into dust. This triggered a chain reaction, causing all the bookshelves and the books on them to turn to dust. Time had taken its toll, and these materials had long decayed. They had only appeared intact because they had remained undisturbed. Once the balance was broken, they turned to dust, disappearing completely. Lin Moya felt a bit helpless. He could tell that these books had been preserved using special methods and were made of high-quality materials, not ordinary wood and paper. But they still couldn't withstand the passage of time. Dust filled the study, swirling around before finally dissipating. The last thing to disintegrate was the desk. However, Lin Moya noticed a piece of beast skin falling from the desk, which did not turn to dust. With quick reflexes, he reached out and grabbed the beast skin. Like the previous piece of beast skin he had obtained, this one could withstand the corrosion of time and remain intact. There were words on it, written in ancient Chinese, which Lin Moya could understand. However, the passage of time had taken its toll. Although the beast skin could endure time, the ink could not. The ink had dried up, and only a few words were still legible. They still attacked, taking advantage of the master's absence. Where did the master go? He should be fighting too, battling their strongest. Don't know if it's a win or a loss. I can't do much, just hold on. To kill me, they must pay a price. The information was fragmented. After reading it, Lin Moya fell into deep thought. The same type of beast skin, but recorded from different perspectives. The first piece of beast skin was written by the invaders. The second piece was written by the owner of the manor. It was strange that both the invaders and the manor's owner had the same type of beast skin. Moreover, the manor's owner was described as very powerful by the invaders, having killed their marshal and suppressed their ruler, even summoning the Great World Rune. Yet, in the manor owner's record, there was an even more powerful master. If the manor's owner was already so strong, how powerful must his master be? The beast skin mentions that his master was fighting their strongest. What is the master's identity, and who is their strongest? How strong is their strongest? compared to the old man riding the green ox, who was stronger. Lin Moyo couldn't help but think of the old man riding the green ox, who had wiped out countless strong individuals with a wave of his hand. The world seemed full of mysteries. In the small world, he had solved one mystery after another, thinking he had seen through the entire world and was no longer a frog in a well. But in the great world, as his understanding deepened, he realized how vast and mysterious it was. The Vermilion Bird Star region was now somewhat clear to him, and he thought the other 3-star regions wouldn't be much different. But the Divine City remained mysterious, as did the human race's divine path. Unexpectedly, new mysteries had emerged, seemingly even more terrifying. After pondering for a moment, Lin Moya sighed helplessly. In the end, it's still a matter of insufficient strength. No rush, I'll figure it out eventually. Leaving the study, he walked down the corridor and into the light. Sunlight poured down from above, revealing a small garden. In the center of the garden was a stone table. Beside it was an artificial pond, and next to the pond was a vibrant tree. The tree's branches and leaves were lush, blocking the sunlight and casting dappled shadows. The scene looked harmonious and beautiful. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that something was off. The edge of the artificial pond was not lined with stones but with skulls. The garden's perimeter was also decorated with white bones. The stone table was fixed in place with bones, and even the stools beside the table were made of refined bones. Amidst the dense death aura, the vibrant tree, blooming flowers, and forest of bones created an eerie scene. On the stone table was a set of tea utensils, and beside them were books. Lin Moyo immediately understood that this was where the manor's owner liked to read. Taking books from the nearby study, he would sit here, drink tea, and read, enjoying a leisurely time. As Lin Moyo entered the garden, a breeze followed him. The books on the stone table instantly turned to dust, but the tea utensils and stone table remained intact. The stone table was made of the same material as the fortress, able to withstand the passage of time. The tea utensils seemed unusual too, likely some kind of treasure. Otherwise, they would have turned to dust long ago. As Lin Moya reached for the tea utensils, his body suddenly tensed. Whoosh! Several black shadows whipped down from the air, and Lin Moya quickly retreated, avoiding them. The black shadows missed and changed angles to strike again. In his retreat, Lin Moya saw that the black shadows were the branches of the tree. Has it gained sentience? Or has it always been like this? Lin Moya's mind raced, and 10 skeleton god warriors appeared, charging forward. Several skeleton god warriors leaped high, wielding axes to cut the attacking branches. The remaining warriors rushed towards the tree. As the skeleton god warriors appeared, the tree trembled violently, and its branches retracted at an astonishing speed, causing the warriors to miss their targets. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. What's going on? The tree had retreated before the fight even began. Was it scared or aware it wasn't a match? Or perhaps... Lin Moya glanced at the skeleton god warriors, noticing they seemed different from the skeletons in the manor. However, the tree clearly had its own consciousness. It had existed for countless years, so perhaps it could be questioned. The key was whether it could communicate. The branches swayed slowly, and the tree trunk leaned forward slightly, as if bowing in greeting. Lin Moya found it even stranger. Do you recognize me? The branches shook, indicating it didn't. It couldn't speak or communicate through soul transmission. Although it had consciousness, it couldn't interact with the outside world. But the tree had its own way. It extended a branch, wrapped it around the stone table, and pulled hard. The stone table lifted, revealing a hole beneath it. Inside the hole was a black box. Chapter 1169. Chapter 1169, 1169. Chapter 1169, Ledger Manual, Devout Servant. The large tree swayed as if telling Lin Moya to take out the box. Lin Moya retrieved the box, and the tree placed the stone table back in its original position. Without the box, the stone table seemed to have become shorter. Lin Moya placed the box on the stone table. The material of the box was very special. The fact that it could endure the passage of time without damage was enough to indicate its extraordinary nature. The tree branches swayed gently, making a rustling sound, as if urging Lin Moya to open it. Lin Moya did not sense any malice from the tree, nor did he feel any danger from the box. When unable to make an accurate judgment, he could only choose to try. Moreover, Lin Moya had confidence in his own strength, especially in his ability to protect himself. As the box was slowly opened, Lin Moya's pupils suddenly contracted. Inside the box lay a rectangular, extremely exquisite small stone coffin. The coffin of slumber. Lin Moya was very surprised to find the coffin of slumber inside the box. He couldn't be mistaken because he had personally crafted a coffin of slumber before. Both its appearance and aura confirmed that it was indeed a coffin of slumber. Taking out the coffin of slumber, he found that it had already been activated, indicating that a living being was sleeping inside. He did not check further, as examining the being inside the coffin of slumber was troublesome and required a refining process, which couldn't be completed quickly. For now, he set the coffin of slumber aside, as there were other items in the box. There was a manual made of beast skin, the same type that could withstand the corrosion of time. Previously, he had only found a piece of it, but here it had been made into a manual. Lin Moya could imagine that the beast skin must be very precious. The piece of beast skin on the study desk was likely written in haste. The information in the beast skin manual before him should be more complete. The manual was not large, just slightly bigger than a palm, like a children's book. The handwriting inside was neat and clear, not messy at all. Clearly, the writer's emotions were stable at the time, unlike the slightly messy handwriting on the beast skin in the study. Moreover, the text in the manual seemed unaffected by the passage of time, remaining very clear, as if it had been written recently. Lin Moya guessed that this might be related to the box outside. He carefully read the contents of the manual, which were fewer than expected. Great Master, as your most devout servant, I will obey all your commands. When you go to war, I will guard your territory, and any invaders will be killed without mercy. Your greatness is beyond anyone's imagination. The first page contained no substantial content, just lines of flattery. Lin Moya frowned as he read. This servant was excessively devout to his master. It was beyond mere respect. His master was his everything. To write such words, one must be devout to an extreme degree, especially for such a powerful being. Lin Moya deeply felt the terror of the mysterious master and turned to the second page. In the year 998 of the Undying Era, your glory shone upon Tulu. In the year 13,255 of the Undying Era, your glory shone upon the Blue Sea. In the year 28,553 of the Undying Era, your glory shone upon heaven. Each time point was followed by a phrase. For several pages, it was the same. The time points were impossible to verify, making it unclear what the Undying Era represented. The following names seemed to be places, indicating invasions of various locations. Every 10,000 years or so, a new place was invaded. Lin Moya counted and found that 4 pages recorded a total of 18 places, spanning 300,000 years. He wondered if their years were the same length as those in his world. Is this a ledger? Lin Moya found it strange. The manual seemed like a ledger, with nothing but flattery on the first page. He had expected a diary that might provide more information, but he was somewhat disappointed. At the bottom of the box, he found another piece of beast skin. This one was much newer than the manual, and the handwriting was also much fresher. The handwriting was messy, but not in a panicked way. It conveyed a sense of weakness. He's injured. Lin Moya speculated about the situation at the time. Great Master, I have defended the manor. Although this manor is insignificant in your eyes, it must not be invaded. They used a special method, making their dead unusable to me. The enemy was strong, but I still won. I killed their marshal, their ruler, and all of them. Your castle was damaged, and some of your play areas inside were disrupted. The garden outside seems to have been invaded by external forces and has changed. But it doesn't matter, they are all dead. I have killed them all. I am injured. Following your command, I will enter the coffin of slumber, waiting for your return to awaken me again. Great Master, your most devout servant awaits your call. By the end, the handwriting had become very faint, as if the writer had no strength left to continue. Lin Moya knew that the writer was at his last moment. If he didn't enter the coffin of slumber soon, he might die. In the coffin of slumber, time would not pass, he would remain the same upon awakening. He hopes his master can save him. He has great confidence in his master. Unfortunately, so much time has passed, and his master has not appeared. It seems his master also met with misfortune. It's truly dangerous. Even at that level, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. Lin Moya felt a sense of caution, constantly reminding himself not to be careless. This world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. One wrong step could lead to downfall. Lin Moya put away the beast skin, finally piecing everything together. The beast skin in the study was written before the great battle, in haste. The piece in his hand was written after the battle. The beast skin manual was actually a ledger. Apart from the flattery on the first page, the rest was just accounting, which didn't provide much useful information to Lin Moya. In Lin Moya's understanding, this might have been a war between races, a very brutal and intense war. He put all the beast skins back into the box and then stored the box away. He kept the coffin of slumber separately. After some thought, he placed the last piece of beast skin with the coffin of slumber. This piece of beast skin could be considered the manor manager's will and should be kept with the coffin of slumber. Lin Moya scanned the garden and found the path to continue forward. I didn't expect this to be the master's playground. Perhaps for beings of that level, the dangers here are truly insignificant. After the great battle, some changes occurred here, making it different, unrecognizable, and eventually becoming what it is now. Lin Moya pondered as he left the garden and entered the center of the castle. After he left, the large tree in the garden began to tremble violently, and ripples spread across the pond beside it. Inaudible vibrations quickly spread throughout the entire castle. Chapter 1170. Chapter 1170, 1170. Chapter 1170, the manor owner likes mazes. The large tree seemed to emit a call, and the ancient castle suddenly became quiet. Lin Moya walked through it, feeling a bit strange. The castle was already very quiet, but now it had become even more silent. Since he left the garden, he hadn't encountered any danger. Something feels off. Lin Moya continued along the castle's corridor and finally arrived at the hall. The hall was over 200 meters long and more than 100 meters high, very spacious. It wasn't spacious due to any formation but was a real space. There were no signs of battle here, indicating that the great battle back then didn't affect this place. The hall was very quiet, and at the main seat in the front, there was a beautifully crafted throne. A skeleton throne? Seeing the throne, Lin Moya almost instinctively spoke out. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a skeleton throne, but the two were very similar. Lin Moya guessed that the throne should be the seat of the manor owner. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he suddenly heard a sound from behind, and footsteps echoed. Besides the footsteps, there were also some chaotic voices. Someone's coming. Lin Moya turned his head and saw some figures appearing outside the hall. The first to rush in was a demon, covered in scales and spikes, looking very ugly. His eyes were fierce as he glanced at Lin Moya and said viciously, "Human. Lin Moya replied softly, "Is there a problem?" The demon clenched his fists, his chest heaving, "Be careful." He didn't make a move. The various races had a tacit understanding to maintain the unspoken rules and wouldn't act unless there was a conflict of interest. Otherwise, they might end up benefiting others, a situation no race wanted. Lin Moya sized him up. Covered in scales and thick flesh, it was clear his physical body was strong. His physical body is indeed strong, but why can he appear here directly, and he's not alone? More people appeared outside the hall. This time, it was an elderly human, dressed in a robe, looking spirited, and exuding a unique military aura. Lin Moya could sense the immense power contained within his body, his physical strength very strong. Coupled with his aura, Lin Moya immediately spoke, "Are you Elder Wang Xing?" The second group to enter included Elder Wang Xing, who had brought 3 people with him. It was clear that these 3 were already dead. Seeing Lin Moya, Wang Xing's eyes flashed with joy, the joy of seeing a fellow human. "Indeed, it is I." "And you are?" Lin Moya replied, "Junior Lin Moya." As he spoke, Lin Moya took out his honorary token. Seeing the honorary token, Wang Xing's eyebrows raised several times, and his gaze towards Lin Moya changed instantly. Only 2 types of people could obtain the honorary token. One was a top genius, and the other was someone who had made outstanding contributions to the human race. Needless to say, Lin Moya belonged to the former. Even for top geniuses, Wang Xing didn't dare to be careless, especially since the other party had made it here. Wang Xing straightforwardly asked Lin Moya about the situation outside. Lin Moya said, "Before I came in, the Human Emperor Network issued a task, and the difficulty level was deep red. The reason was that Elder Wang was trapped inside with no news, and everyone thought you were in grave danger. Actually, given Elder Wang's strength, we were worrying unnecessarily." Wang Xing smiled bitterly. "Actually, several times, I almost lost my life here." Wang Xing recounted his experiences. After entering the manor, he, like everyone else, experienced the first 3 tests of reflexes. Fortunately, Wang Xing was experienced and passed without incident. In the subsequent combat tests, 1-on-1, 1-on-3, Wang Xing had no problems. But during the 1-on-10 test, Wang Xing was nearly killed. He didn't have the chance to escape into the safe passage. Fortunately, as an elder, he carried enough pills and managed to survive by fighting and retreating. The subsequent ambushes in the flower and grass clusters were also perilous. Wang Xing was lucky, sustaining some injuries but making it through. However, at the last safe passage, Wang Xing chose to enter. By that time, he knew that continuing forward would likely result in death. After entering the safe passage, he found himself in a secret chamber. Unlike Tangjin's secret chamber, it was also different from what Lin Moya had imagined. The secret chamber had 2 doors leading to different places. One was an exit, which would lead out of the manor and provide a reward. The other door led further inside. Wang Xing didn't rush. He healed his injuries in the secret chamber before choosing to continue forward. Thus, he spent the following days wandering through one secret chamber after another. The secret chambers were not only dangerous but also had maze-like properties. After passing through 3 secret chambers, 5 exits would appear in the next chamber. One exit led out of the manor, while among the other 4, one was the correct exit, and the other 3 led back into the maze of secret chambers. Elder Wang had several chances to leave the secret chambers, but his stubborn nature made him persist, determined to conquer the maze. Unfortunately, he never chose correctly. Lin Moya found it amusing and thought to himself, "So the playground is like this. It seems the manor owner has a fondness for mazes." To him, the entire manor seemed like a puzzle-solving arena. Each test was a puzzle, with no hints throughout, requiring one to think and solve it themselves. It must have been more difficult in the past. After the Great Battle, the manor fell into a semi-abandoned state, making it simpler. Elder Wang was trapped in the maze of secret chambers for several days. Just now, the maze disappeared, and he found himself in the ancient castle, then walked over. At this moment, more people entered the hall, belonging to different races, all with strong physical bodies. Lin Moya knew these people were likely like Elder Wang, having come from the maze. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence. It seemed he was the only one who had entered the castle through the main gate. As for why the maze disappeared, Lin Moya didn't know. He didn't bother to guess. The result was already in front of him, and asking why was meaningless. After Wang Xing finished speaking, he curiously asked, "Lin Moya, how did you solve the maze?" Lin Moya shook his head. "I didn't enter the maze." Wang Xing was stunned and immediately realized that Lin Moya had fought his way through. "Lin Moya, what was the test after the flower and grass clusters? Can you tell me?" At that time, he felt he had to enter the safe passage, or he would die. But he was also curious about the subsequent tests. Lin Moya described the test of the 1,000 skeleton army, and Wang Xing's face changed. With his strength, he could handle 10 or 100 skeletons, perhaps even pass. But 1,000, he would surely die. He was a god sovereign, and although his physical body had reached the true god realm, about the 5th tier, he wasn't skilled in physical combat. 10 flower monsters had already nearly killed him. 1,000 skeletons were terrifying to imagine. He was grateful for his choice at the time and also amazed by Lin Moya's strength. Although he couldn't discern Lin Moya's cultivation level, he could tell that Lin Moya's physical body was very strong, stronger than his own. Lin Moya noticed his confusion and smiled. "My cultivation level is not high, but I have trained my physical body to be very strong." Wang Xing knew Lin Moya was being modest and went along. "It seems training the physical body is not without merit." Lin Moya smiled but didn't respond. After a while, more people arrived. In total, more than 20 people entered the hall, with the demon race having the most, 8 in total. Among the humans, only Lin Moyu and Wang Xing were present, with no one else. Chapter 1171. Chapter 1171, 1171. Chapter 1171, the game has just begun. Shilin Moya's gaze swept over the various races in the hall. The demon race, the golden eagle race, the fire lion race. Each one was known for their strong physical bodies. They also felt Shilin Moya's gaze and glared back, their eyes fierce. Wang Xing frowned, his face becoming somber. This is troublesome. There were 9 races in the hall, 6 of which had enmity with the human race, and 3 had no enmity but were not friends either. Each one looked strange and, by human standards, extremely ugly. The human race had few allies, and those they had, like the butterfly race, were not physically strong. Only the dragon race was an exception. They had a good relationship with the human race and were among the strongest in terms of physical strength. But this time, the dragon race did not come. Wang Xing, being a god sovereign, had high cultivation and strength, but here, it was useless. Everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the 5th tier of true god, without exception. Here, the only thing one could rely on was their physical body. His physical body had naturally grown to about the 5th tier of true god due to his god-sovereign cultivation. Compared to these races known for their physical prowess, he had no advantage. If it were one-on-one, he wouldn't be afraid. But if many attacked him at once, it would be hard to resist. He had already noticed some individuals looking at him with ill intent, as if they might attack at any moment. Here, it was even more dangerous than in the secret chamber maze. He lowered his voice. What should we do? Shilin Moya was indifferent. No rush, we'll kill them later. Wang Xing's eyes showed surprise. What did he mean by kill them later? He wasn't talking about that, he was asking how to stay alive. Clearly, he felt Shilin Moyo had misunderstood him. Shilin Moya's attention was not on those other races. The throne in the center of the hall was emitting a faint glow. The light was very weak, almost unnoticeable unless one looked closely. Even if seen, it would just seem like a faint reflection. Several demons exchanged glances, looking like they were about to act. Wang Xing kept a close eye on them, his whole body tensing. Suddenly, the door creaked and slammed shut. The outside light was blocked, and the hall instantly darkened. The darkness was not a problem for anyone present, but the faintly glowing throne became very conspicuous. Everyone's attention was drawn to the throne. The demons temporarily gave up their intention to act. Treasure! A demon exclaimed and rushed forward. Several other demons moved simultaneously, blocking the others and glaring at them. If anyone dared to snatch the treasure, they would attack. At this moment, the demon's numerical advantage became apparent. Wang Xing looked at Shilin Moyu, who seemed to have the intention to act. Shilin Moya shook his head. No rush, the game has just begun. The game has just begun? This made Wang Xing feel strange. Did Shilin Moya know something? After all, Shilin Moyo had entered the manor through the main gate, unlike them, and might have more information. In his confusion, the demon who rushed forward suddenly showed a look of horror. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. The light on the throne suddenly brightened, and a giant skull appeared. The skull opened its mouth and swallowed the demon. When everyone came to their senses, the demon had disappeared. Everyone was terrified, and the remaining demons trembled, their eyes filled with fear. This was no treasure, it was a man-eating trap. No, a demon-eating trap. Wang Xing whispered, how did you know? Shilin Moya laughed, I guessed. Wang Xing saw that Shilin Moya didn't answer and didn't press further. Shilin Moya had indeed guessed. The garden outside was a chase game, and the secret chamber maze was a puzzle game. The hall should also be a game, but he didn't know the content yet. But Shilin Moya was sure that the throne was the key to the game. Anyone who dared to grab the throne before the game started would surely die. The demons' faces were very ugly. They hadn't expected the throne to suddenly kill someone. The other race's strong individuals looked at the demons with schadenfreude. They had seen what the demons did earlier but didn't dare to speak out due to the numerical and strength disparity. Now that the demons had lost a member, it was good news for them. The faint light on the throne gradually gathered, revealing a figure. The figure was hazy and blurry, hard to see clearly, but Shilin Moya's eyes narrowed when he saw the figure. It wore a cloak almost identical to the Skeleton King's. Combining this with the throne that was at least 70% similar, Shilin Moya instinctively thought the figure on the throne was the Skeleton King. Could the manor's owner be the Skeleton King? That's impossible. The Skeleton King was just a summoned creature he had fused with magic. How could it appear here? But the resemblance was uncanny. At this moment, the hazy figure on the throne raised its head, seemingly looking at everyone in the hall. Everyone except Shilin Moyo felt a chill as if an invisible gaze swept over them. The hazy figure slowly stood up, and the cloak behind it fluttered without wind. Everyone became alert, not knowing what would happen next. To them, the entire manor was filled with eeriness, and the hazy figure was equally incomprehensible. The hazy figure patted the throne, and a skull on the throne lit up. A skeleton appeared in the hall. The hazy figure's hoarse voice slowly sounded, "Skeletons are soldiers, you are thieves, limited to 1 incense stick's time." A freshly lit incense stick appeared in the figure's hand. As the incense burned, the skeleton charged forward. Everyone scattered in fear, fleeing in all directions. Although the hall was spacious, it felt small when running and hiding. The skeleton first targeted a demon. The demon didn't know what would happen if caught and fled desperately. Shilin Moya's mouth twitched. Cops and robbers. It really is a game. It was indeed a game, and being caught would not end well. Wang Xing initially wanted to flee too, but seeing Shilin Moya not moving, he stayed put. He whispered, "He's a demon from the Hell lineage, a Suan Liu demon. His physical body is very strong, known for its power, and is a mainstay in the demon race. Shilin Moya knew Wang Xing was speaking for his benefit. There were countless types of demons, more than 10,000. Shilin Moya only remembered the stronger ones and their characteristics. He had heard of the Suanmu demon, which was indeed strong and had caused significant trouble for the human race. But now, the Suanmu demon was in a sorry state. Chapter 1172. Chapter 1172, 1172. Chapter 1172, The Cruel Game Begins. The skeleton stared at the Suanmu demon running around the hall, making a crisp cracking sound. The sound echoed in the dim hall, giving everyone a creepy feeling. The skeleton was very fast, much faster than the Suanmu demon, and extremely agile. In less than 30 seconds, the Suanmu demon was cornered. The Suanmu demon roared, a giant stick appeared in its hand, and it swung it fiercely at the skeleton. The skeleton casually punched, and the giant stick shattered. Then it rushed forward, throwing several punches in succession. The Suanmu demon exploded like a balloon, with blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Everyone's hearts trembled. The combat power of this skeleton was beyond imagination. Lin Moyo murmured, so this is the outcome of being caught. The game rules did not specify what would happen if caught, but it turned out to be death. The skeleton turned around, red light flashing in its eyes, and locked onto the second target. The target was a Golden Eagle clan member, his entire body golden, with feathers like sharp swords. Not only did he have strong defense, but he could also launch attacks. However, he would only use his feather attack as a last resort, not easily. The moment he was targeted by the skeleton, his wings flapped, and he shot in the opposite direction, quickly distancing himself from the skeleton. He was very fast, much faster than the Suanmu demon. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly here, and the hall's limited space prevented him from fully utilizing his speed advantage. The skeleton, still making cracking sounds, ran over, quickly closing the distance. The Golden Eagle screeched, quickly changing direction, fleeing to another side, but the skeleton chased after him, matching his speed. For a while, the hall was filled with golden flashes as the Golden Eagle ran around in panic. Everyone looked at the Golden Eagle with pity, knowing that being caught by the skeleton meant almost certain death. Lin Moya looked at the incense in the phantom's hand, estimating that it would burn out in about 10 minutes, or 600 seconds. The first Suanmu demon lasted less than 30 seconds. The Golden Eagle was faster, so he would likely last longer. This meant that after one incense stick, not everyone would be dead, at least a few would survive. What a cruel game. Lin Moya sighed, no longer focusing on the incense, but on the skeleton. This skeleton was different from the ones he summoned, looking much stronger. Its bones were no longer just white but more like jade, even appearing crystalline. Unusual bones indicated the skeleton's powerful combat ability. After a minute, the Golden Eagle suddenly screamed. The Golden Eagle, who had been fleeing, suddenly froze as if bound by something. Everyone was confused, not knowing what had happened. But Lin Moya could see that the skeleton had emitted a death aura, forming a net that bound the Golden Eagle. The Golden Eagle struggled, his body glowing gold, quickly breaking free. But half a second had passed, enough time for the skeleton to reach him. The Golden Eagle screamed in terror, his body exploding with golden light. His feathers shot out like arrows. Golden light filled the hall, and everyone quickly defended themselves. Wang Xing took out a small tower, which emitted a light screen, blocking the golden light. The skeleton, at the forefront, was engulfed by the golden light, which made a crisp sound as it hit. A fist emerged from the golden light, striking the Golden Eagle's head like lightning. Boom! The Golden Eagle's head exploded, his soul destroyed. His featherless body fell to the ground, and the golden light disappeared. Everyone gasped, realizing their defenses were useless. The skeleton turned again, locking onto a third target. A red demon, shaped like a lion, roared and fled to another corner, distancing itself from the skeleton. The demon clan's numbers were now a disadvantage, as they were more likely to be targeted. The fire lion demon, from the abyss, was covered in flames, both red and green, with the properties of both fire and abyssal flames. He turned into a fireball, fleeing around the hall. The skeleton's cracking sound was like the sound of death, terrifying everyone. Everyone's faces turned grim. They could see that the fire lion demon wouldn't last long, as speed was not his strength. Lin Moya calculated the time, 495 seconds left. The Suanmu demon lasted 30 seconds, the Golden Eagle 75 seconds. It was uncertain how long the fire lion demon would last. The longer he lasted, the higher the chances of others surviving. No one was gloating now. Everyone hoped the fire lion demon would last longer, because no one knew who would be next. The skeleton's choice seemed random, based on luck. The fire lion demon kept fleeing, but the skeleton kept closing the distance. He was running at his maximum speed, but speed was not his strength. Finally, the skeleton reached him, punching him. The fire lion's body exploded, flames scattering everywhere. Dead. Everyone sighed. But the skeleton didn't look at anyone else, instead rushing towards a flame. Another punch scattered the flame. A strange cry came from the flame. It was the fire lion demon's voice. He wasn't dead? Everyone was shocked the fire lion had survived. The skeleton punched again, scattering the flame. Then it turned and rushed towards another target. A Red Copper clan member's face changed. The skeleton was coming for him. He tried to flee but was suddenly pushed towards the skeleton. The fire lion demon appeared behind him, pushing him towards the skeleton. The Red Copper clan member's terrified expression met the skeleton, and he exploded like mud. The skeleton continued towards the fire lion demon. The fire lion demon screamed and fled again. Everyone was now on high alert, fearing the fire lion demon would repeat his trick and get them killed. Wang Xing explained, the fire lion demon has a spell that allows him to teleport twice over short distances, but only to places with flames. That's why the Fire Lion demon hadn't died from the first punch. There was a flame behind the Red Copper clan member. The Red Copper clan member's carelessness had cost him his life. Finally, the Fire Lion demon couldn't escape the skeleton, and at 75 seconds, his head was punched and exploded. He lasted less than the Golden Eagle. 420 seconds remained, and 4 were dead. 1 didn't need to die. Including Lin Moyu and Wang Xing, 17 people remained, uncertain how many would survive. Everyone felt a heavy weight on their hearts. The skeleton's gaze turned towards Lin Moya's direction, finally locking onto Wang Xing. Chapter 1173. Chapter 1173, 1173. Chapter 1173, keep up the good work, strive for improvement. Wang Xing's face suddenly turned pale. Lin Moya's eyes glowed red, as if 2 knives had pierced his head and soul. He wasn't afraid of death throughout his cultivation journey, he had faced death many times, but he didn't want to die in such a humiliating way. Now, he had no way out. Once the skeleton locked onto him, there was no escape. He used all his defensive treasures, but they couldn't withstand a few punches from the skeleton. The skeleton before him seemed to defy the rules, too terrifying. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and a wave of death energy quickly spread, silently enveloping Wang Xing. The hall was already filled with death energy, so Lin Moya's actions went unnoticed. Even Wang Xing himself only felt a bit cold, unaware of what Lin Moyo had done. As soon as the death energy enveloped Wang Xing, the skeleton suddenly bypassed him and looked to the other side, finally locking onto an Iron Bear tribesman. The Iron Bear tribesman had just been relieved that the skeleton hadn't chosen him, but now disaster struck. The skeleton moved, and the Iron Bear tribesman screamed, throwing a large knife that slashed at the skeleton while quickly retreating. He knew his speed wasn't fast enough to escape, so he chose to fight back. The large knife was a high-level treasure, but it was easily shattered by the skeleton. At this moment, everyone realized that the chosen Iron Bear tribesman was actually a god king, and not a low-level one. Unfortunately, even a god king had to die here. The skeleton was too strong, with no visible limits. Wang Xing's chest heaved, his body drenched in sweat. The feeling of escaping death was something only he could understand. Lin Moya chuckled, Elder Wang has a long life ahead, you'll be fine. Wang Xing awkwardly laughed, I was really lucky this time. Lin Moya chuckled, Elder Wang has always been lucky. Lin Moyo had just tried to see if the death energy would work. Under the death energy, Wang Xing might have been mistaken for a dead person. Even if it didn't work, Lin Moyo wouldn't have just watched Wang Xing die. He would have unleashed his undead army. Even if they couldn't defeat the skeleton, they could at least buy time until the incense stick burned out. But since the death energy worked, Lin Moya didn't need to act. He used the death energy to envelop himself and Wang Xing, ensuring the skeleton wouldn't choose them. As for the others, they were none of his concern. The Iron Bear tribesman wasn't known for speed. After a series of struggles, he was finally killed by the skeleton in 35 seconds. At this point, there were still over 300 seconds left, and the incense stick had only burned a bit more than a third. The skeleton chose its next target, and everyone was on edge, fearing they would be next. Only Lin Moya remained calm. Wang Xing asked, aren't you afraid? Lin Moya chuckled, what's the use of being afraid? What will come, will come. Wang Xing pondered Lin Moya's words, indeed, young friend, I admire your courage. One by one, those chosen by the skeleton were chased and killed in despair. As the incense stick burned down to its last quarter, Lin Moyo estimated there were about 100 seconds left. By this time, more than half of the people had died. In the hall, including Lin Moyo and Wang Xing, only 10 people remained. Among them, 3 were demons, and the other 5 were from various other races. At this moment, the phantom on the throne suddenly moved, and its voice sounded again, in the last 100 seconds, reinforcements have arrived. As the words fell, the throne lit up again, and another skeleton appeared in the hall. Instantly, the number of chasing skeletons doubled from 1 to 2. The new skeleton didn't lock onto a new target but joined the first skeleton in chasing the same person. The 2 skeletons coordinated, and the chosen person lasted less than 20 seconds before dying in despair. The addition of the new skeleton greatly increased the difficulty of the game. No one could resist, they could only accept their fate. In the last 100 seconds, 3 more people were killed. When the incense stick burned out, both skeletons disappeared simultaneously, leaving only 6 survivors. Lin Moyo and Wang Xing were unharmed, and 2 demons remained, one from the Hell lineage and one from the Abyss lineage. Additionally, 1 person each from the Tinlong tribe and the Giant Ant tribe survived. The 4 survivors were filled with joy at having escaped death. Lin Moya shook his head slightly, thinking that these 4 were already dead in his eyes. If there were no more games, they would die by his hand. If there were more games, they would be cannon fodder, dying in the games. It was with the intention of using them as cannon fodder that Lin Moyo hadn't acted when he first entered the hall. Rules? What rules? In the great world, the strongest fist makes the rules. If not for the game, the 8 demons would have already attacked them. Congratulations, you have escaped the soldiers' pursuit. Now, you will be rewarded and given certificates. Lin Moyo was puzzled. Rewards were one thing, but what was the point of certificates? It felt like they were being treated like children. Several beams of light shot out from the throne, transforming into fist-sized diamond-shaped crystals in the air. Next to the crystals were indeed certificates. The certificates were made of special red paper, with the words, "Congratulations on winning the game of soldiers and thieves. Here is your reward and certificate. Keep up the good work, strive for improvement." Lin Moyo was speechless. The rewards and certificates looked like they were meant for children. He suddenly realized that the manor was actually a playground. Could it be that the manor was originally a place for the owner to play games with his descendants? After the Great Battle, the manor's rules changed, becoming dangerous. Lin Moya felt his guess was close to the truth otherwise, the current situation couldn't be explained. If this were true, those who died were truly unfortunate. Lin Moya reluctantly accepted the crystal and certificate. The crystal was identical to the one he had obtained earlier, making two now, but he still didn't know their purpose. What is this? Wang Xing asked, holding his reward and certificate, still in shock. Everything that had happened was too bizarre. What nonsense! After all that, this is the reward. Keep up the good work, strive for improvement, my foot. The survivors complained. Lin Moya suddenly realized something was wrong. No, there's a problem. The words on the certificate are written in ancient Chinese, completely different from the Great World script. How can they read it? Lin Moya's eyes shifted, and he asked Wang Xing, Elder Wang, don't you find the words on the certificate strange? Wang Xing looked puzzled. No, it's just the common script of the Great World. Lin Moya had seen the common script of the Great World, and it was nothing like this. He pondered for a moment, wondering if everyone saw different scripts, but he couldn't explain it. At this moment, the Phantom spoke again. Winners, you can now use the crystals to exchange for what you want. You know the rules. Think of what you want, and your wish might come true. As the words fell, the Phantom disappeared. The throne projected a light screen, with a crystal-shaped hole in the center. Chapter 1174. Chapter 1174, 1174. Chapter 1174, everyone had the same thought. The tone of the Phantom was like an elder teasing a child. Lin Moya became more certain of his guess. This manor was actually a playground for its owner and his descendants. It could also be seen as a place for relaxation and leisure. Perhaps due to that great battle, the rules here changed in a strange way. Or maybe what we consider dangerous is just a game to the people here. As he speculated, his gaze fell on the light screen projected by the throne. In the light screen, countless treasures seemed to be flashing. There were weapons, armor, and some strange-looking items. Lin Moya saw a small tower, beads, a whip, and even shoes. These items appeared and disappeared in the light. In the center of the light screen was a hole, identical to the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. The meaning was clear, just place the crystal in the hole to get a treasure. As for what treasure one would get, it depended on what they desired. Lin Moya's eyes shifted, and he said to Wang Xing, let's go. Wang Xing didn't hesitate and immediately agreed, all right. Elder Wang Xing had an inexplicable trust in Lin Moya. Earlier, when he was targeted by the skeleton, he was terrified, but Lin Moya remained calm. Later, for some reason, the skeleton suddenly changed its target and ignored him. At the time, he didn't understand, but upon reflection, he recalled feeling a chill, as if something had enveloped him. After that, the skeleton no longer paid attention to him. Not only did it ignore him then, but it also ignored him and Lin Moya in subsequent selections. While others were panicking, Lin Moya remained calm, as if he knew from the start that he wouldn't be chosen. Wang Xing felt that Lin Moya must know something, so whatever Lin Moya said, he instinctively followed. The two walked towards the wall, and this time, no one stopped them. Having seen the fate of the first demon who rushed to the throne and was devoured, the remaining four watched quietly, waiting for the outcome. They had lost the will to kill. After experiencing the skeleton's chase, the survivors just wanted to leave this place alive. Standing before the light screen, Lin Moya spoke first, Elder Wang, please go ahead. Wang Xing was slightly puzzled but didn't hesitate. He immediately placed the crystal in the hole in the light screen. Lin Moya reminded him, Elder Wang, think about what you want first. Wang Xing nodded, I've already thought about it. He placed the crystal in the hole, and the light screen instantly shone brightly. The light enveloped Wang Xing. Lin Moya stepped back a few paces, keeping a safe distance from the light screen. The light was so dazzling that no one could see what was happening inside. A few seconds later, the light faded, and Wang Xing held a small tower in his hand. The small tower was exquisite, 9 stories high, but it was so small that it didn't even cover half a palm. It didn't look like a treasure, more like a child's toy. Elder Wang Xing's expression was complex, a mix of amusement and frustration. Seeing that Elder Wang Xing was unharmed, Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief, confirming his judgment. The game was over, and it was time for rewards. The Phantom hadn't lied. Before Wang Xing could say anything, his figure quickly became blurry. A spatial rift appeared beside him, pulling him in with great force. On the other side of the rift, Lin Moya sensed the aura of the Great World. Wang Xing was immediately sent back to the Great World after receiving his treasure. Is the game over? But what did Elder Wang's expression mean? Wang Xing's expression before leaving was strange, and Lin Moya couldn't understand it. However, with Wang Xing gone, Lin Moya felt relieved. For the human race, although they didn't lack god sovereigns, it was always best to have more survivors. Even 100 god kings couldn't compare to one god sovereign. Wang Xing's safe return was the best outcome. Lin Moya felt a chill as 4 murderous gazes fell upon him. With Wang Xing gone, Lin Moya was the only human left. The remaining 4, 2 demons, 1 Tinlong tribesman, and 1 giant ant tribesman, were all enemies of the human race. They looked at Lin Moya with killing intent. Lin Moya didn't know their true cultivation levels, but here, cultivation didn't matter. The giant ant tribesman sneered, you have a lot of guts, not running away. But now, you have no chance. The Tinlong tribesmen laughed coldly, moving like lightning to cut off Lin Moya's retreat. The Tinlong tribe, despite having dragon in their name, had little to do with the dragon race. Long ago, they were called the Ting Snake tribe, but for some reason, they changed their name to the Tinlong tribe. Perhaps their appearance, which bore some resemblance to dragons, prompted the name change to gain some association. With Wang Xing gone, the balance was broken, and the four clearly didn't intend to let Lin Moya leave. The demons, Tinlong, and giant ant tribes weren't allies, but they had a common enemy, the human race. This gave them a reason to temporarily cooperate. Lin Moya remained calm. Are you so sure you can take me down? The giant ant tribesman laughed sharply. 1-on-1, maybe not, but 4-on-1. Everyone knows how weak the human body's physical strength is. The Tinlong tribesman laughed. Even if you're a god sovereign in the great world, your physical body can't be that strong. The abyss demon, shrouded in green flames, said, you were lucky earlier, but your luck has run out. They seemed confident in defeating Lin Moya, their killing intent growing stronger. Lin Moya chuckled. It seems we all have the same thought. It's about time to take you all down. Lin Moya didn't want them to get the treasure and leave. Once Wang Xing left, his killing intent began to boil. The four were amused by Lin Moya's words. You think you can kill us? You must be mad. In the great world, I'm an 8th-tier god king. Here, I have the physical strength of a 7th-tier true god. How do you plan to kill me? Human bodies are fragile. You're struggling to protect yourself, yet you dream of killing us. Lin Moya laughed. Let's find out. He turned and punched the Tinlong tribesman beside him. You're courting death. The Tinlong tribesman swung his tail like a whip at Lin Moya. His body was over 5 meters long, coiled like a snake, resembling a dragon in appearance. Dragons and snakes do share some similarities. The tail was the Tinlong tribe's most powerful weapon, sharp as a blade, slashing at Lin Moya's fist. A scream echoed as the Tinlong tribesman convulsed as if electrocuted. His tail exploded like a watermelon, scattering blood and flesh. Impossible. How can a human have such a strong body? The Tinlong tribesman screamed in disbelief. His strongest tail was destroyed by Lin Moya's punch. The other three's faces changed drastically, shouting in unison, kill. Chapter 1175. Chapter 1175, 1175. Chapter 1175, one batch isn't enough, then let's have another batch. 3 figures lunged at Lin Moya, with the fastest being the Nether Fire Demon. The Nether Fire Demon's greatest strength wasn't his physical body but his speed. His speed was no slower than that of the Golden Eagle race at the same level. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Lin Moya. However, he charged quickly and retreated even faster. With a terrified scream, the Nether Fire Demon frantically retreated, his flames scattering wildly, reflecting his chaotic emotions. Not only him, but the giant ant tribesman and another demon also retreated frantically, screaming incessantly. The giant ant tribesman's scream was particularly piercing. How unpleasant. Lin Moya frowned. Not only are they ugly, but their voices are also so unpleasant. 4 skeleton god warriors appeared beside Lin Moya. The skeleton god warriors wielded giant axes, their skulls emitting soul flames that glowed red. At first glance, they looked somewhat similar to the skeletons from earlier. The 4 were scared out of their wits, fleeing to the corners of the hall, far away from Lin Moya. Even the Tinlong tribesman, whose tail had been severed, endured the immense pain to hide as far away as possible. Unfortunately, the hall was too small otherwise, he would have wanted to be thousands of light years away from Lin Moya. Lin Moya chuckled, such cowards. The Nether Fire Demon, trembling with fear, screamed, who are you? Lin Moya, isn't my name on your demon race's must-kill list? Lin Moya said calmly. The Nether Fire Demon recalled that there was indeed a human named Lin Moya on the must-kill list. Anyone on the must-kill list was someone the demon race had to eliminate. They were either individuals who had caused significant harm to the demon race or geniuses who, though currently weak, could pose a significant threat in the future. When he first saw Lin Moya, he was only at the super god level. Being on the must-kill list at the super god level indicated Lin Moya's terrifying potential. The Nether Fire Demon had even thought of killing Lin Moya if he ever encountered him. But now, he wished he had never met Lin Moya. Lin Moya said indifferently, since you know my name and know who is killing you, you can die in peace. Without further words, the 4 skeleton god warriors swung their axes and charged. Terrified by the previous skeletons, the 4 had no thought of resisting the current skeleton god warriors. They screamed and fled madly around the hall. The skeleton god warriors, possessing the combat power of a 7th to 8th tier true god, had balanced attributes, and their physical strength alone reached the 6th tier of true god. In the great world, such combat power might not be much, easily crushed by a god king. But in this special environment, the physical strength of a 6th tier true god was already very powerful. Lin Moya watched the skeleton god warriors chase them as if watching a show. The 4 fled in utter panic, their eyes filled with fear, not daring to confront the skeleton god warriors head-on. This is the real game of cops and robbers. But it seems there aren't enough cops, so let's add a few more. Lin Moya chuckled and decided not to waste any more time, planning to end the fight quickly. Instantly, 100 skeleton god warriors appeared, joining the chase. The 4 showed expressions of utter despair. If they had known, they wouldn't have bothered with Lin Moya and would have let him go. Now, their lives were at stake. They didn't know that Lin Moya had never intended to leave. For Lin Moya, there were 2 choices, either kill these guys, which wasn't difficult, or keep them as cannon fodder in case there were more games later. If not for the second reason, Lin Moya would have killed them long ago. He had let Wang Xing take the treasure first to see what would happen. If taking the treasure led to the next game, Wang Xing would be in danger. When Wang Xing took the treasure and left the manor, Lin Moya decided to kill them. He didn't want them to take the treasure and leave the manor, it would be a waste. It was better to turn them into his military merits. In despair, they were quickly surrounded by the skeleton god warriors. The giant axes fell, swiftly turning them into minced meat. The entire process was smooth, without any hiccups. If there were any hiccups, he would just summon more skeleton god warriors. If one batch wasn't enough, then 2 batches. If that didn't work, there were still death knights, bone dragons, and skeleton generals. The battle ended quickly, and the skeleton god warriors began to clean up the battlefield. The bodies of those killed in the game earlier were still in the hall. The skeleton god warriors collected their bodies and brought them to Lin Moya, along with their storage items, wasting nothing. In no time, the battlefield was cleaned up. Lin Moya now had 4 fist-sized diamond-shaped crystals. Including the 2 he already had, he had 6 in total. This meant he could choose 6 treasures from the light screen. I wonder what treasures are inside and why Elder Wang's expression was so strange. After ensuring nothing was missed, Lin Moya was about to exchange for treasures from the light screen. Suddenly, he noticed the diamond-shaped crystals merging together. The 4 fist-sized crystals merged into one, becoming significantly larger. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and he took out his 2 crystals. As expected, his 2 crystals also merged with the larger one. The 6 crystals merged into one, now the size of an adult's head. The crystal had grown larger but could no longer fit into the light screen slot. How was he supposed to exchange for treasures and leave? Lin Moya scanned the hall, not missing a single detail. To his disappointment, there was no suitable place to put the crystal. Suddenly, his gaze stopped. He saw a notch in the center of the throne, seemingly the same size as the crystal. With a try-it-and-see attitude, Lin Moya bypassed the light screen and approached the throne. He was cautious, remembering the demon being devoured earlier. Fortunately, nothing happened, and he reached the throne smoothly. The notch indeed matched the crystal. Placing the crystal into the notch, the entire throne lit up. The projected light screen instantly disappeared, and the throne shone brightly, emitting dazzling light. Angry roars and dying screams echoed in his ears. The sound of clashing weapons reverberated in the hall. The hall disappeared, replaced by a garden. This is a past image. Lin Moya was shocked. The throne had recorded the image of the great battle. The sky above the garden was dark and gloomy, with lightning and thunder. Powerful laws shattered the sky, sweeping across. The powerful laws came from beyond the heavens, and countless meteor showers fell on the garden. Lightning struck, burning large swaths of the grassland and flowers. Originally, some peculiar beings lived on the grassland. They had 2 legs and 4 arms, tending to the grassland as gardeners. But the sudden disaster completely destroyed the grassland. Then, the human army descended, and the gardeners angrily raised their tools to fight the human army. Chapter 1176. Chapter 1176, 1176. Chapter 1176, The Past Scene, The Castle's History. Lin Moya observed the scene, seeing the flower monsters he had encountered earlier. These creatures, with their 2 legs and 4 arms, were originally the gardeners of the manor. They were responsible for trimming the flowers and grass and didn't possess much combat power. Faced with the advancing human army, they were quickly slaughtered. After eliminating the gardeners, the army advanced towards the castle. Along the way, they encountered some resistance from skeletons, which served as the manor's guards. Although the skeletons were stronger than the flower monsters, they were still outnumbered and couldn't stop the enemy. The human army broke into the manor, and the castle erupted with brilliant light, initiating its defense. Inside the castle, a fierce battle ensued between the skeleton army and the human army. Despite the skeleton's strength, the human army's numerical superiority quickly overwhelmed them. At this moment, a dark figure emerged from the castle, charging towards the human army. Screams filled the air as countless people fell from the sky. The dark figure, clad in pitch-black armor and wielding a large sword, cut through the human soldiers like a reaper. Lin Moya found the figure familiar, especially the large sword and the blood-red cloak on its back. Is that the Skeleton King? He wasn't entirely sure, as the armor covered the figure completely, making it impossible to see its face. The dark figure slaughtered a large number of human soldiers, scattering a 10,000-strong army. Even the commanders couldn't withstand the dark figure, falling after less than 10 strikes. The dark figure fought even more ferociously, bodies falling like raindrops, staining the manor's flowers red with blood. Lin Moya felt as if he were witnessing the battle firsthand, seeing the carnage unfold before him. Finally, a more powerful being arrived. This new arrival, also clad in armor, engaged the dark figure in battle. Lin Moya recognized this being from the records on the beast skin. It was the ruler. The ruler and the dark figure clashed fiercely, while the human army took the opportunity to storm the castle. Soon, screams and sounds of battle echoed from within the castle, indicating that most of those who entered had perished. The ruler was no match for the dark figure and gradually fell into a disadvantage. In a desperate move, the ruler severed an arm and used his blood to perform a powerful spell. Even though Lin Moya wasn't physically present at the battle, he could still feel the terrifying power of the spell. The dark figure was instantly suppressed and fell from the sky. The spell didn't discriminate between friend and foe, affecting the human army as well. The once indestructible castle began to tremble under the immense pressure. A massive rune appeared in the sky, glowing brightly. Lin Moya immediately recognized it as the Great World Rune, identical to the one he had seen before, but this one was undamaged. It looked perfect, representing the ultimate truth of the world. The scene shattered abruptly, and Lin Moya heard a crisp cracking sound as the image broke. The throne stopped glowing, and the crystal on it developed a crack before shattering completely. Lin Moya sighed, understanding the outcome of the ancient battle. It was a Pyrrhic victory, with neither side gaining much. The manor still stood, which was the best evidence of its resilience. The dark figure, a servant of the manor's owner, had entered the coffin of slumber due to severe injuries after the battle. As for the Great World Rune, whether it was damaged by the battle remained uncertain. Lin Moya doubted the dark figure had the power to damage the rune. How the dark figure ultimately repelled the human army remained a mystery. The cause of the ancient battle and the era in which it occurred were also unknown. The human race had experienced many rises and falls in the Great World. Apart from the recent era of Xiao Zhantian, the human race had seen other periods of glory. However, this battle clearly predated Xiao Zhantian's era. Historical records had gaps, making it difficult to trace. Lost in thought, Lin Moya unconsciously placed his hand on the throne, gently tapping it. Suddenly, the throne emitted a gentle light, enveloping Lin Moya. The phantom reappeared, staring at Lin Moya, scrutinizing him. It has consciousness. Lin Moya was startled. He had previously thought the phantom was just a memory, acting according to set rules, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. The phantom disappeared again, and the throne's light grew stronger, merging into Lin Moya's body. Lin Moya's body stiffened as a throne appeared in his soul world. How did it enter my soul world? Lin Moya became extremely vigilant. The throne had invaded his soul world without any resistance, indicating its immense power. The throne flew to the star of the Skeleton King spell in his soul world, orbiting it like a satellite. It became a satellite. Lin Moya was stunned. The mysterious and powerful throne had become a satellite of the Skeleton King spell star. With its addition, the Skeleton King spell grew stronger, enhancing the star significantly. The 9-star spells connected as one, forming a cohesive whole. The strengthened Skeleton King spell also boosted other spell stars, enhancing the entire soul world. The 9 spell stars shone brighter, and the soul world expanded rapidly. Lin Moya felt his soul power increase significantly, gaining many insights into the laws of undeath from the throne. In just a few minutes, he gained more understanding than he had in decades. The enhanced understanding of the laws and the strengthened soul power were further amplified by the talent tree and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, which provided pure soul power. Lin Moya's soul power grew rapidly, breaking through a bottleneck. His cultivation advanced to the 5th tier of True God, and his mastery of the laws reached 20%. Without needing to refine it himself, the 9-star spells automatically completed the refining process. He obtained all the information about the throne. This thing is really called the Skeleton Throne. Lin Moya was surprised. He had thought it merely resembled the Skeleton Throne summoned by the Skeleton King spell, but it turned out to be the actual Skeleton Throne. He also understood its function. It could enhance the Skeleton King's power, making it a specialized treasure for the Skeleton King. Not only was it a specialized treasure, but it was also a storage device. The items Wang Xing had obtained were stored inside it. After refining it, the treasures naturally became Lin Moya's. With a thought, a small sword appeared in his hand. The sword was made of white bone, less than 20 centimeters long, small, and exquisite. Understanding its function, Lin Moya couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling a bit like Wang Xing at that moment. Chapter 1177. Chapter 1177, 1177. Chapter 1177, it turns out to be a toy. Lin Moya was speechless. It really was just a toy. The white bone divine sword, toy, could emit an aura equivalent to the peak of a god sovereign, but it had no actual attack power. After each use, it required a 10-minute cooldown before it could be used again. Lin Moya found it quite useless. However, it could be used to scare people. He then took out a shield. The shield was also very small, just slightly larger than an adult's palm, with intricate carvings on it. Invincible shield, toy. It could block the aura attacks of a god sovereign but had no actual defensive power and was ineffective against real attacks. Lin Moya imagined a scene in his mind, a little kid waving the white bone divine sword, shouting in a childish voice, "Take this sword." Another kid would raise the shield and say, "Look at my invincible shield." After looking at a few more items, all of which were toys, Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh and cry as he put them away. They seemed useless but might be good for entertaining children. At this moment, Lin Moya also understood the purpose of the crystal. Besides recording images, the crystal could also be used for long-distance communication. By using a special method, a large crystal could be divided into smaller pieces, allowing communication between them regardless of distance, even in some secret realms or special places. However, the crystals had to be from the same original piece. Different crystals couldn't communicate with each other. The crystals in the manor were all split from a large crystal, so they would merge when they came into contact. During the Great Battle, the crystals in the castle recorded part of the scene, which Lin Moya had seen. Now, there was still a sizable crystal in the throne, which Lin Moya could split and use as needed. The Skeleton Throne was also the controller of the manor. By mastering the Skeleton Throne, one could control the entire castle and the manor. With a thought, the large door in the hall quickly opened, and light poured in again. Immediately, a portal appeared on the wall in front of Lin Moya. This portal led to the small forest behind the manor. Before entering the manor, Lin Moya had seen the small forest from the outside. Lin Moya stepped into the portal, and the scene before him changed. The small forest appeared in front of him, then shattered with a bang. When Lin Moya regained his senses, he found himself back in the Great World, at the same spot where he had entered the manor. "Junior brother Lin, you finally came out," a joyful voice called out. Lin Moya turned to see Qian Huan flying towards him, his face full of joy. But someone was even faster. In a flash, someone appeared in front of him. Elder Wang Xing also looked delighted. "Lin Moya, you finally came out." His tone was filled with concern, and he seemed relieved, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Being a god sovereign, Wang Xing was naturally not foolish. He had already guessed why Lin Moyo had let him exchange for the treasure first. He suspected Lin Moyo intended to kill the others. Indeed, after he left, none of the others came out. But Lin Moyo also didn't come out, which worried him. He feared Lin Moyo might have met with an accident. A young talent like Lin Moyo was rare, and his death would be a significant loss for the human race. After waiting for half a day, Lin Moyo finally emerged, and Wang Xing was relieved. Lin Moyo smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Wang. I'm fine." Wang Xing laughed heartily. "Lin Moyo, you're too polite. If it weren't for you, I might have died in there." Qian Huang's heart raced upon hearing Wang Xing's words. It turned out Lin Moyo had saved Wang Xing. Lin Moyo's abilities once again shattered his understanding, making him look at Lin Moyo with newfound respect. At this moment, Li Yuanbei also appeared beside Lin Moyo. "Lin Moyo, you finally came out. Come with me quickly." Seeing Li Yuanbei's urgency, Lin Moyo knew something was up. He gave Qian Huang a look, indicating they would talk later. Li Yuanbei led them to a temporary camp. Before Lin Moyo entered the manor, there was no temporary camp. The camp had 2 tents, and Lin Moyo sensed a strong aura of the law of life emanating from them. "Is someone injured?" Lin Moyo asked. Li Yuanbei, who had been guarding the area, knew exactly how many people had entered and exited the manor and their conditions. Li Yuanbei said solemnly, "A total of 18 people were severely injured. Those with minor injuries have mostly recovered after treatment. The 18 severely injured are in these 2 tents. Pills have little effect on them." Lin Moyo asked, "Are their injuries similar to Captain Tangjin's?" Li Yuanbei nodded, "Almost the same." If the injuries were similar to Tangjin's, Lin Moyo was confident he could heal them. His undying law could eradicate all forces, including other laws. Lin Moyo entered the tent and began treating the injured. The patients were in critical condition, with some bodies mostly melted, leaving only bones. One had his upper body burned black, with severed limbs, and it was a wonder how he had escaped. Most of them were at the true god level, unlike Tangjin, who was much stronger. Their injuries were worsening much faster than Tangjin's. If left untreated for a few more days, they would likely die. The manor's peculiar power prevented their wounds from healing. Otherwise, with the help of pills, they could have recovered. Lin Moyo used the undying law to first eradicate the foreign power in their bodies, then transformed it into the power of life for healing. He multitasked, treating multiple patients simultaneously, working quickly. As he treated them, Lin Moyo also thought about the numbers Li Yuanbei had reported. By his calculations, 1,676 people had died in the manor. When he left, there were no living humans left in the manor. 1,676 might not seem like a large number for the human race, but those who came to the battlefield were mostly highly talented cultivators, different from ordinary people. Losing so many was a significant loss. It seems Li Yuanbei has been advising others not to enter after obtaining some information. Otherwise, more people would have entered, and the death toll would be higher. Lin Moyo thought as he continued treating the injured. The foreign power in their bodies was quickly eradicated, and the undying law transformed into the power of life, combined with the law of life and pills, to heal their wounds. The injuries stabilized quickly, and Lin Moyo moved to the next tent. The second tent housed female cultivators. Besides the patients, a few others were tending to them, though their efforts were futile. Lin Moyo entered without a word, flicking his fingers to release the undying law. 10 seconds later, he exited the tent. Newly grown flesh, white and tender, was visible, and he averted his gaze out of respect. Outside, Lin Moyo told Li Yuanbei, "Don't let anyone else enter." Li Yuanbei was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, "Why?" Chapter 1178. Chapter 1178, 1178. Chapter 1178, The Task Direction of the Human Emperor Network. In Li Yuanbei's view, although many people died this time, some also returned safely. Now that Wang Xing and Lin Moyo had both returned, they would likely bring back a lot of useful information. Combining their information, a useful strategy could be developed. Now was the time for large-scale entry, and even the army could be sent in. However, Lin Moyo said, "Don't go in anymore." Lin Moyo looked at Wang Xing. "Didn't Elder Wang say anything?" Wang Xing replied, "I did, but I was always trapped in the secret chamber maze, so the information I obtained was limited." Lin Moyo continued, "I mean, didn't Elder Wang mention the small tower he obtained?" Wang Xing's old face turned red. "I wanted to say it, but it was a bit embarrassing. I wanted to wait until you came out to discuss it together." He meant that he wanted to see what Lin Moyo had obtained. Perhaps it was just an accident. Lin Moyo sighed, "Go ahead, I got the same thing." Wang Xing smiled bitterly, "So, everything inside is like this?" Lin Moyo nodded, "Yes, it's all like this." Wang Xing sighed, "I didn't expect that after so many people died, this would be the result. Indeed, there's no need to let anyone else go in." Li Yuanbei frowned, "What are you two talking about?" Wang Xing took out the small tower he had obtained and handed it to Li Yuanbei. The moment Li Yuanbei received the small tower, he saw the information inside. Prison tower, toy can release a cage that can trap a god sovereign, but it's just an aura, with no actual effect. Li Yuanbei was stunned. "A toy? It's just a toy." Wang Xing nodded helplessly, "Yes. After so many people died, they either obtained unknown crystals or toys. This was a joke." Lin Moyo quickly recounted his experience, which matched what Wang Xing had said. He also took out a toy and threw it to Li Yuanbei. Li Yuanbei immediately issued an order, forbidding anyone from entering. Previously, it was just a suggestion, but now it was a prohibition. At the same time, he communicated with the higher-ups of the human race, reporting the information he had obtained. With no substantial benefits in facing danger, one careless move could cost lives. Why go to such a place? The subsequent matters were left to Li Yuanbei and Wang Xing to handle, and Lin Moya considered his task complete. Upon returning, Qian Huang immediately asked, "How was it?" Lin Moya smiled, senior brother Qian's choice was correct. Qian Huang's face showed no joy. It seems it was really dangerous inside. Many people went in these past few days, but not many came out. Lin Moya nodded, it was very dangerous inside, and there was nothing good. Qian Huang knew Lin Moya wouldn't lie, no rewards. Lin Moya threw a toy to Qian Huang, this is the reward. He threw the invincible shield to Qian Huang. Seeing it, Qian Huang was both amused and exasperated. Isn't this a joke? Lin Moya said, it's not exactly a joke, it's good for entertaining children. Does senior brother Qian have a family? I have more toys here, you can take them. Qian Huang, who Lin Moya thought would refuse, surprisingly said sincerely, if junior brother Lin doesn't want them, I'll take some. Although I don't have a wife and children, there are many kids in my family. Lin Moya laughed heartily and threw a few more toys to him. It was clear that Qian Huang's family was very united. Since the manor was now meaningless, the two didn't stay any longer. Before leaving, Lin Moya took one last look at the manor. The small forest behind the manor looked lush and green. He originally wanted to check out the small forest, but upon stepping through the portal, he left the manor. Apparently, although the small forest could be seen, it couldn't be reached. Perhaps it was destroyed in the Great Battle, or maybe for some other reason. Since he couldn't go, Lin Moya didn't feel any regret. Senior brother Qian, do you plan to continue training on the battlefield? Lin Moya asked. Qian Huang had already advanced to God King. If he wanted to continue training, he would have to go to deeper areas, managed by fortresses 7, 8, and 9. Those areas were more dangerous, and going there as a first-tier God King was very risky. Normally, one should wait until reaching the third tier of God King before going there, starting from Fortress 7 to find tasks. Of course, he could also choose to stay in the area managed by Fortress 6, but there weren't many tasks suitable for God Kings in that area. Qian Huang was inherently proud and wouldn't be interested in ordinary tasks. Lin Moya guessed he might return home to train for a while before coming back. Sure enough, Qian Huang's answer confirmed Lin Moya's guess. I need to return to my family. Our family has a rule that once you reach God King, you must return to receive the family inheritance. Lin Moya had heard of family inheritances. Many large families had strong ancestors who left behind extraordinary inheritances. Some inheritances could enhance the power of spells, while others could increase cultivation. For a large family like the Qian family, having an inheritance was normal. This wasn't a secret, many people in the Vermilion Birdstar region knew about it. Moreover, inheritances couldn't be stolen, only blood descendants could use them, and they had to meet certain requirements. So Qian Huang spoke openly, with no need to hide it. After Qian Huang finished, he asked, what about you, junior brother Lin? Lin Moya replied, I'm currently on my second chain task and need to stay on the battlefield for a while. Qian Huang was curious, I'm also on my second chain task. What's your task, junior brother Lin? Each person's second chain task varied based on their performance in the first chain task. Lin Moya explained his chain task, and Qian Huang fell into deep thought. Qian Huang clearly knew more about the Human Emperor Network's tasks than Lin Moya. His family's accumulated information over millions of years was unmatched by Lin Moya. After thinking for a long time, Qian Huang said, Junior brother Lin, your first chain task was perfectly completed. Moreover, your combat power is extraordinary, having fought on the battlefield and killed many enemies. So your second chain task mainly tests your combat power. Whether it's killing the top 10 on the bounty list, battlefield tasks, or accumulating military merits, it's all about testing combat power. Junior brother Lin, you are a true genius. Compared to you, I fall far short. After he finished speaking, Lin Moya looked at him with a puzzled expression. Clearly, Lin Moya didn't fully understand what he was saying. Qian Huang laughed, actually, it's quite simple. Based on our family's accumulated information, the Human Emperor Network's tasks, though numerous, can be categorized into several directions. The first major direction is combat power. Tasks in this direction mainly test combat power. The second major direction is composure. Tasks in this direction test one's ability to remain calm and composed, a rare and valuable trait. The third major direction is comprehensive ability. Tasks in this direction test both combat power and adaptability. One might not be the strongest or the smartest, but they have the best overall abilities. Lin Moya listened and found it reasonable. The fourth direction, and the most interesting one, is luck. Before he could finish, a figure silently appeared beside them. Chapter 1179. Chapter 1179, 1179. Chapter 1179, The Mysterious Person in the Black Hole. Zhu Kaiwu, dressed in a black robe, suddenly appeared beside Lin Moya, startling Qian Huang, who was speaking enthusiastically. Upon seeing Zhu Kaiwu, Qian Huang instinctively shivered, feeling an overwhelming sense of fear. He could sense Zhu Kaiwu's immense power, a level so high that even the elders in his family couldn't compare. Lin Moya greeted Zhu Kaiwu respectfully, "Why have you come?" Zhu Kaiwu's voice was deep and extremely serious. "I have some questions for you." He then glanced at Qian Huang, "You may leave." His voice carried an air of authority, like a king whose words were absolute, leaving no room for refusal. Qian Huang dared not refuse. He could tell that if Zhu Kaiwa wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger, a mere breath would suffice. However, he hesitated, wondering if leaving would seem disloyal. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Senior brother Qian, you should go. I have some matters to discuss with Senior Zhu. We will meet again if fate allows. Qian Huang nodded. Take care, junior brother Lin. We will meet again if fate allows. He turned and flew away, getting further and further until Lin Moya was out of sight. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he shivered. His surname is Zhu, and he's so terrifying. Could he be the Guardian? Unbelievable, junior brother Lin actually knows the Guardian. That's terrifying. I've heard that the Guardian never speaks to anyone, yet he sought out junior brother Lin. Junior brother Lin is truly extraordinary. Qian Huang suppressed his inner shock and flew towards the forward base. Lin Moya looked at Zhu Kaiwu. What do you need from me, senior? Zhu Kaiwu took out a formation disc, activated it in the starry sky, and it transformed into a sizable teleportation array. Zhu Kaiwu stepped into the teleportation array and said solemnly, "Come in." Zhu Kaiwa's expression was serious, indicating that this was indeed important. Lin Moya didn't waste words and swiftly entered the teleportation array. The array activated, taking them to an unknown part of the starry sky. The teleportation distance was quite far, taking a considerable amount of time. When Lin Moya's vision cleared, he found himself in complete darkness, unable to see anything. With his eyesight, he shouldn't be unable to see in the dark, but here, he couldn't see a thing. He could sense Zhu Kaiwu beside him but couldn't see him. It was beyond the description of pitch black. It felt as if all light had vanished. Suppressing a slight discomfort, Lin Moya asked, "Senior, where are we?" Zhu Kaiwu replied, "Feel it." Lin Moya tried to sense his surroundings but found nothing. However, he did feel an invisible force enveloping him. Beyond this force, he sensed danger. Zhu Kaiwu said, "Someone wants to see you and will ask you some questions. Just answer truthfully. Also, remember to forget everything that happens today and don't mention it to anyone." He trusted that Lin Moya understood his words without needing further explanation. Lin Moya nodded to show his understanding. It seemed that the person he was about to meet was someone of great importance, likely with a higher status than Zhu Kaiwu. Such a person, Lin Moya didn't need to guess, must be from the Divine City. Zhu Kaiwu was already at the pinnacle of the Vermilion Bird Star region. Anyone more powerful than him could only be from the Divine City. Moreover, their status in the Divine City wouldn't be low. No, it should be very high. They were the true high-ranking members of the human race. Lin Moya had met people from the Divine City before, like Su Jianqing and Qing Jiandaist. They were clearly not as powerful as Zhu Kaiwu. Lin Moya didn't think much about it. He was just curious about his current environment. He couldn't see, all light had disappeared, and it was extremely dangerous. Considering these points, Lin Moya suddenly thought of a possibility. He asked softly, "Senior, are we in a black hole?" "Smart kid." A crisp, cheerful voice rang out, and light suddenly appeared in the darkness. A figure appeared before Lin Moya, a middle-aged man in a green robe, dressed in traditional human attire. His appearance was ordinary, with a gentle smile, looking like a kind person. But Lin Moya knew this person was extremely terrifying. In a black hole, he could make himself glow and illuminate the surroundings. Such a person was truly frightening. Lin Moya respectfully greeted him. "Lin Moya greets senior." The man waved his hand, his smile warm, and his voice gentle. "No need to be nervous. Just tell me what you saw and obtained in the manor." What you saw and obtained. If it were ordinary things, Zhu Kaiwu would have already reported them. Since he was asking, the answers must not be ordinary. Moreover, this person likely knew something about the manor, perhaps even the reason for its appearance. The high-ranking members of the human race had access to far more information than ordinary people. Lin Moya's thoughts raced, and he quickly understood the situation. Clearly, the answers he sought were deeper. Lin Moya took out the box he had obtained. "I got this." The middle-aged man smiled as he took the box, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. As expected, it's a time stone. A time stone? Lin Moya had never heard of such a thing. But anything related to time must be a high-end material. The middle-aged man kindly explained, "A time stone is a material containing the laws of time, one of the top-tier materials. Items made from it can exhibit some time-related properties. For example, stopping time." The man's voice was gentle and slow, like a mountain stream, calming those who listened. Lin Moya finally understood why the words on the beast skin manual remained fresh despite the passage of time. It was all thanks to the time stone, which halted the flow of time. The middle-aged man opened the box and took out the beast skin. Lin Moya had placed the beast skin he found on the human corpses and in the study, along with the beast skin manual, inside the box. He hadn't included the coffin of slumber and the beast skin will. The person in the coffin of slumber was suspected to be the Skeleton King. Especially after obtaining the skeleton throne, Lin Moya felt a connection and didn't hand it over. The middle-aged man examined the beast skin and said, "Indeed, it's the skin of a primordial beast, written in ancient script." He glanced at Lin Moya. "Did you read the contents?" Lin Moya admitted openly, "Yes, I did." The man nodded and began reading the beast skin. After reading, he muttered to himself, "The information has increased a bit. Young man, what do you think is written here?" Lin Moya shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure. It seems to be a record of the battle back then. One piece of beast skin was found on the way, likely written by the attackers. The other piece was found in a study, probably written by the castle's owner. The handwriting is messy, suggesting it was written in haste during the battle. As for the manual, I couldn't understand it. The dates and place names were unfamiliar to me." Chapter 1180. Chapter 1180, 1180. Chapter 1180, The Origin of the Battlefield, Chaotic Rules. The middle-aged man, radiating a faint glow, smiled warmly. Don't mention this to anyone. His voice remained calm, as gentle as a stream, yet it carried an undeniable authority that Lin Moyo couldn't ignore. It felt like a command, one that Lin Moyo had to obey. For the middle-aged man, it might have been a casual remark, but his position was so high that even his casual words carried immense weight. Lin Moyo nodded slightly, indicating he understood the rules. The middle-aged man's meaning was clear. It was best if Lin Moyo didn't understand. Throughout the entire process, Lin Moyo felt the middle-aged man was watching him closely. If he lied, the man would surely see through it. So Lin Moyo spoke the truth, though he didn't reveal everything. He truly didn't understand the dates or the names on the beast skin. He guessed they were place names from that era, different from the current ones. The middle-aged man seemed satisfied with Lin Moyo's answer, smiling as he put away the box made from the time stone, along with the beast skin inside. Lin Moyo noticed that the middle-aged man didn't use any storage tools, unlike others. He couldn't help but wonder if the man had his own personal storage space. This was the first time Lin Moyo had seen someone in the great world who could store items without using any tools. The middle-aged man continued to ask, "What do you think of the castle? And what are your thoughts on the great battle back then?" "What do I think? Of course, I use my eyes to see." Lin Moyo thought this to himself but replied calmly, "The castle is very sturdy. I tried, but I couldn't shake it. There are battle marks on the castle, and they seem very old. I think the battle back then was very intense, and the participants were very powerful, at least stronger than me. The entire manor felt like a playground to me. The tests we went through felt more like games." The middle-aged man's eye showed interest. "Oh, why do you say that?" Lin Moyo recounted his experiences. Since he was the only one who crossed the grassland and entered the manor, his experiences were different from others. As he spoke, Lin Moyo also thought about some things. He didn't believe the middle-aged man hadn't received Li Yuanbei's report. The experiences in the hall, the game of cops and robbers, and even the toys in Wang Xing's hands, the man should know all of this. With his intelligence, how could he not deduce that the manor was a playground? But since he wanted to hear it from Lin Moyo told him. Lin Moyo attributed his success in crossing the grassland mostly to his physical body and partly to his summoning spells. This was the truth. It was indeed the case. The middle-aged man didn't interrupt Lin Moyo. After listening to everything, his eyes showed even more satisfaction. "You obtained many toys, right? Can you show them to me?" The middle-aged man asked calmly. Lin Moyo didn't dare refuse and immediately took out a dozen toys, handing them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man examined them briefly, showing a hint of surprise. "Can I borrow these for a while?" Lin Moyo quickly replied, "Please, take them." The middle-aged man didn't hesitate, putting away the toys and showing a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "You are very capable." Lin Moyo humbly replied, "You flatter me. I just did what I had to do." As he spoke, Lin Moyo clearly felt a slight fluctuation in Zhu Kaiwa's aura beside him. A single word from the middle-aged man could cause Zhu Kaiwa's aura to fluctuate. This was not the Zhu Kaiwa Lin Moyo knew. It was just a simple compliment. Was it necessary? Lin Moyo was slightly surprised. He knew that for Zhu Kaiwa to react this way, the middle-aged man's status must be extraordinary. Or perhaps the middle-aged man rarely praised others, so a rare compliment caused Zhu Kaiwa's reaction. Since the middle-aged man appeared, Zhu Kaiwa hadn't spoken a word, standing quietly like a piece of wood. Lin Moyo felt that Zhu Kaiwa was extremely obedient in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Moyo again. "You may leave now." "Yes." Zhu Kaiwa finally moved, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged man. His eyes showed respect, and Lin Moyo even saw a hint of reverence. This was the first time Lin Moyo had seen Zhu Kaiwa like this. Lin Moyo also bowed to the middle-aged man. "I take my leave." The middle-aged man waved his hand casually. Lin Moyo felt the world change, the scene becoming fragmented and then quickly reassembling. The familiar starry sky reappeared before his eyes, with the light from distant stars bringing a faint brightness. Lin Moyo's chest heaved as he let out a long breath. The middle-aged man's authority was overwhelming. No matter how kind his expression was, the authority he carried was undeniable. Just a slight hint of it was enough to overwhelm an ordinary true god. Even Zhu Kaiwu, at the peak of God Sovereign, was as obedient as a quail. Zhu Kaiwa's chest also heaved, and he let out a long breath, a stream of white smoke stretching across the starry sky for hundreds of kilometers. Clearly, even Zhu Kaiwa was very tense. Lin Moyo tentatively asked, "Senior Zhu, who was that senior just now?" Zhu Kaiwa coughed lightly. "A very important person." A very important person? Who didn't know that? Clearly, Zhu Kaiwa didn't want to tell him, so Lin Moyo didn't press further. Instead, he asked, "Senior, is there something wrong with the manor?" Zhu Kaiwa pondered for a moment before saying, "It might be related to some ancient secrets. I'm not entirely sure either." "Ancient secrets? How ancient could they be?" Lin Moyo showed a curious expression. "With your status, you must know more than I do." Although Zhu Kaiwa usually seemed stern, once he started talking, he could be quite chatty, even joking around. Zhu Kaiwa said, "I do know some things, but they are mostly trivial." Seeing that Zhu Kaiwa didn't refuse to talk about it, Lin Moyo knew there was hope. He immediately pressed on, "Tell me about it." Zhu Kaiwa said, "It's actually quite simple. The origin of the battlefield is related to chaotic rules. Long ago, the battlefield area was a lush starry sky. Later, chaotic rules appeared, swallowing the entire starry sky. After that, some chaotic areas emerged. These areas had chaotic laws, posing dangers even to god sovereigns. Over time, these chaotic areas gradually stabilized, forming special regions. The stellar fire cluster you visited is one of them. There are many similar regions on the battlefield. Even the same type of stellar fire cluster exists in multiple places. But not all chaos can stabilize, there are always exceptions. The manner that appeared this time, and some special places that appeared before, are such exceptions. Chapter 1181. Chapter 1181, 1181. Chapter 1181, If I Could Master the Law of Time. Zhu Kaiwa's chatterbox was indeed opened. Lin Moyu. He began to talk endlessly, almost saying everything he knew. He also added his own understanding. At this moment, he seemed to regard Lin Moyu as one of his own. But Lin Moyu knew very well that if he thought Zhu Kaiwa would tell him everything, he would be gravely mistaken. Zhu Kaiwa was not the kind of person who would speak without restraint. On the contrary, he was very clear about what should be said and what should not be said. What he said was actually information that the public already knew. If Lin Moyu were a bit stronger, had higher authority, and was willing to spend some time, he could have learned this information himself. Zhu Kaiwa was just telling Lin Moyu in advance, nothing more. However, what he said made Lin Moyu realize the essence of the battlefield. The battlefield was actually formed around special areas. After the chaotic laws stabilized, some special areas appeared here. These areas continuously produced various materials. All races sought these materials, so after countless years of confrontation, the current situation was formed. As for chaotic places like the manor that occasionally appeared, Zhu Kaiwa indeed did not know much. There were too many involved, and the level was too high. Zhu Kaiwa told Lin Moyu that even if he knew, it would be of no use. With Zhu Kaiwa's status and strength, he could not know the information. Lin Moyu did not want to delve into it either. Without enough strength, participating in such matters was no different from seeking death. Zhu Kaiwa patted Lin Moyu on the shoulder. You have made a contribution this time, you should receive a lot of rewards. Lin Moyu asked, what rewards? Zhu Kaiwa shook his head, how would I know? You will see for yourself when you go back. Anyway, that person has spoken, your rewards will not be few. The person Zhu Kaiwa referred to was the middle-aged man in the black hole just now. That man was unfathomable, a true high-ranking member of the human race. His words were more effective than Zhu Kaiwa's 10 or 100 words. At the same time, Lin Moyu also found it strange why that person chose to speak to him in a black hole. The black hole was not a good place, even a slightly weaker god could die in it. Zhu Kaiwa reopened the teleportation array and took Lin Moyu back. In the dark starry sky, a manor shrouded in green, looking lush and verdant, hung there in a strange manner. The manor looked full of life, but only those who had been inside knew it was full of killing intent. The human military had already ordered that no one was allowed to enter. But other races still had people going in. They did not have enough information to make an accurate judgment. Most of the people who went in died inside, becoming cannon fodder. Li Yuanbei had a smile on his face. The more enemies died, the happier he was. Wang Xing, beside him, said, if it weren't for Lin Xiao, we wouldn't know how many more people would have died. Li Yuanbei laughed, yes, thanks to Lin Xiao, many people were saved. The manor had appeared for only 10 days, and more than 1,600 people had already died, and more people were still coming, one after another. The Human Emperor Network predicted that the manor's appearance would last about 300 days. In 300 days, many people would go in, and more would die. Li Yuanbei looked at the manor. By the way, do you think Lin Xiao might be hiding something? Wang Xing glared at Li Yuanbei. Old Li, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Moyu had saved his life. Although he was friends with Li Yuanbei, he would not allow him to speak casually about his savior. Li Yuanbei laughed. I was just saying, even if he is hiding something, it's normal. Who doesn't have some secrets? Wang Xing stopped talking. He did not deny that what Li Yuanbei said made some sense, but he did not like to hear it. In the dark starry sky a million kilometers away from the manor, a hazy figure stood there. His presence absorbed all the light, making the distant starry sky dim. Any light passing by him would be absorbed and disappear. Not just light, all laws and energy fluctuations were the same. No one could detect his presence. Even if a god passed by him, they would not notice. If Lin Moyu were here, he might be able to see him through the perspective of the undead and recognize him as the middle-aged man who had contacted him in the black hole. The middle-aged man looked at the manor. In his sight, the manor appeared differently. He saw through the appearance and saw the essence, the death aura surrounding the manor. At this moment, the death aura had become unstable and was fluctuating violently. Looking at it, it was like unpredictable clouds, and a storm might break out in the next second. Sure enough, it has become unstable. It seems this chaos will end in a few days. Is it because the time stone was taken? What exactly happened in ancient times? What is the root cause of the human race's break? Even with so much information, I still can't deduce what happened back then. The law of time, if I could master the law of time, maybe I could know. The middle-aged man's words were full of countless questions. Finally, his figure gradually disappeared. Lin Moyu was sent back to Fortress No. 1 by Zhu Kaiwu. As soon as he returned to Fortress No. 1, he immediately received a message from the Human Emperor Network. For saving compatriots, reward military merit, 500. For providing effective information and avoiding significant human losses, reward military merit, 1,000, contribution, 1 point. For providing top-secret information and making contributions to the human race, reward military merit, 2,000, contribution, 1 point. 3 rewards popped up in a row, and Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile. He had received a total of 3,500 military merits, which was not a small amount. In his last mission, he had killed so many enemies and only received 2,300 military merits. Now, just one trip to the manor had earned him 3,000 military merits. The key was the 2 contribution points. Although he didn't know what the contribution points were for, they must be very useful and more valuable than military merits. Points were in the tens or hundreds of thousands, and military merits were in the hundreds or thousands, but contribution points were just 1 or 2. Rarity made them valuable, so it was not hard to imagine how useful contribution points were. After receiving the military merits and contribution points, Lin Moya checked his information on the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moya, Glory 8th rank warrior. Age, 32. Level, True God 5th rank. Soul, 4th grade peak. Potential evaluation, Legendary. Highest authority, Level 4. Comprehensive strength, God King 4th rank. Points, military merits, 8,010. Contribution points, 3. Mastered laws, Undying Law, Slaughter Law, Thunder Law. The Human Emperor Network has rated my comprehensive strength at God King 4th rank, probably based on my recent killing of the prison lion. At that time, Lin Moya was only at True God 4th rank and had not shown all his strength. Now he was at True God 5th rank, and his strength had improved again. According to his estimation, the Skull King was definitely not weaker than God King 5th rank. If he went all out, he could probably kill a God King 5th rank. With the strength of God King 4th rank, I should be able to get on the strength ranking list. With a slight smile, Lin Moya opened the Vermilion Birdstar region ranking list. Chapter 1182. Chapter 1182, 1182. Chapter 1182, Handing over the toy, overachieving the task. The 4 major lists, Potential List, Combat Power List, Contribution List, and Bounty List, of the Vermilion Birdstar region were displayed side by side. Lin Moya saw his name at the top of the potential list. This was not surprising at all. Lin Moya had confidence in his potential. Now that he had some understanding of the great world, being rated as having legendary potential was rare throughout history. In his era, no one in the Vermilion Birdstar region could compete with him. Skipping over the potential list, he looked at the Combat Power List. Previously, his name was not on the Combat Power List. Even though he had killed many True God Peak and even God King Realm enemies in the 5 to 38 area, he still did not make it onto the Combat Power List. The Human Emperor Network was not there, so his combat power could not be evaluated. But after beheading the prison lion in Fortress Number 1, Lin Moya knew he should be on the list. He had said at the time that he would find his name on the Combat Power List. Sure enough, he found his name on the Combat Power List. 35th on the Vermilion Birdstar region Combat Power List. Lin Moya said softly, seeing himself ranked 35th. This ranking was not surprising, it was expected. The Combat Power List ranks all those below the God Sovereign level in the Vermilion Birdstar region, and those with less than level 5 authority. It is very slow to upgrade from level 4 to level 5 authority, requiring a full 1 million points, which necessitates completing numerous tasks and spending a lot of time. Each task's reward is not high. Simple tasks reward only a few thousand points, while difficult tasks reward more but take a long time to complete. Some people spend hundreds or even thousands of years and still may not complete the upgrade. During this process, their strength continues to improve. A few people, when they reach level 5 authority, have already reached God King 4th rank or even 5th rank. Even if they cannot fight across levels, they still possess the combat power of a God King 5th rank. Of course, actual combat is another matter. This includes some who can fight across levels. They might be only God King 3rd rank but have the combat power of a God King 5th rank. The combat power list evaluates only combat power, not cultivation level. It is rare for someone like Lin Moya, who is only true God 5th rank, to make it onto the list. Lin Moya was already satisfied. He casually checked the top-ranked cultivator on the combat power list. The name was Fire Phoenix, and the actual combat power was not displayed. Lin Moya guessed it should be around God King 6th to 7th rank. Lin Moya estimated that when he reached True God 7th or 8th rank, he could achieve the top rank on the combat power list. Besides the Human Emperor Network's evaluation of combat power for ranking, there is actually a simpler way to impact the combat power list. That is to challenge the people on the list. As long as you win against someone on the list, you can take their place. Of course, the other party also has the right to refuse the challenge. You cannot challenge them at will. Lin Moya shifted his attention from the combat power list to the contribution list. Wow, 3rd place already. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. Only 3 contribution points were enough to rank in the top 3, but considering the difficulty of obtaining contribution points, Lin Moya was not surprised. The difficulty of obtaining contributions is much higher than points and military merits. One must make significant contributions to the human race. This time, he avoided significant human losses, earning 1 contribution point. He also provided top-secret information, which was considered a significant contribution to the human race, earning another 1 contribution point. Lin Moya guessed that the top-secret information was probably the beast skins. In fact, the information recorded on the beast skins he handed over was of little use. But what was of little use to him might be useful to the higher-ups of the human race. After all, much information needs to be connected together to be useful. Lin Moya still remembered Zhuang Bai's words about being first on the 3 lists. Being first on the 3 lists would yield a lot of faith power. With the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal in his possession, he did not need to worry about impurities in the faith power, so the more faith power, the better. After looking at the lists, Lin Moya thought about what to do next and headed to the task center. On the way, he sent a message to Qian Huang, learning that Qian Huang had already returned. Qian Huang knew that Zhu Kaiwo had taken Lin Moyo, so he was not worried about Lin Moyo's safety and left with peace of mind. Originally, Lin Moyo wanted to discuss the classification of human emperor tasks with him, but now there was no need. However, Lin Moyo also knew that the tasks assigned to him by the Human Emperor Network were all combat-oriented tasks. This suited his needs perfectly and was the most suitable type of task for him. Entering the task center, many people were handing over tasks. Watching the light of the Human Emperor Network continuously fall, some people expressed joy after completing tasks. Others, due to not meeting task standards, had their rewards deducted and expressed lament. Lin Moyo queued up, slowly moving forward. Half an hour later, it was finally his turn. "May I ask what task you are handing over?" The staff at the counter was very polite. Lin Moyo handed over the battlefield token and calmly said, "Special task, exploring the mysterious manor." The staff took the token, immediately connected to the Human Emperor Network, and began the verification process. A few seconds later, the staff asked Lin Moyo, "Please provide proof of task completion." The task required surviving in the manor for more than 3 days, bringing back useful information, or bringing back a task item from the manor. He had not stayed for 3 days, and he seemed to have already provided the information, some of which could not be said here. Lin Moyo asked, "What do others use as proof when handing over this task?" He was certainly not the first to hand over this task, and the battlefield had only one place to hand over tasks, so Lin Moyo guessed the staff would know. This was not a secret, and the staff did not hide it, mostly a crystal. Lin Moyo understood. Since a crystal could be used to complete the task, then a toy should also be acceptable. He took out a toy, a small mirror the size of a baby's fist. It was not very useful, just showing some strange and bizarre images, which Lin Moyo guessed were used to scare people in the game. The staff took the mirror, knowing it was a toy, and looked puzzled. "Are you sure you want to use this to hand over the task?" Lin Moyo nodded, "I'm sure." The staff did not refuse. Their job was to verify tasks, not to question them. Since Lin Moyo insisted, they did as he asked. Other people's crystals carried a mysterious aura, even detection spells could not identify what they were, making them look unusual. Unlike Lin Moyo, who handed over a toy to complete the task. A few minutes later, to the staff's surprise, the task verification succeeded. Moreover, when the reward was issued, it shocked the staff. How is there an extra reward? How is this possible? The task information displayed in front of him. Overachieved special task, exploring the mysterious manor. Basic reward, military merits. Extra reward, military merits. Chapter 1183. Chapter 1183, 1183. Chapter 1183, the first use of contribution points. Under the shocked gaze of the staff, Lin Moyo left the task center. The staff couldn't understand why this toy could receive an extra reward. It was clearly just a toy. Previously, others had only received the basic reward, which already made them very happy. Military merits are precious, which is one of the reasons why many people are attracted to go there one after another. Now Lin Moyo received an extra reward, totaling 100,000 points and 1,000 military merits, which was extremely generous. But Lin Moyo remained calm and indifferent throughout, as if he didn't care about these rewards. This made people very surprised and puzzled. Until Lin Moyo completely disappeared from sight, the staff still hadn't fully recovered. Lin Moyo did not rush to take on a new task. After leaving the task center, he went straight to the trading center. He was carrying a lot of items. He had 20,000 ordinary stellar essence fires and 46 colored essence fires. In addition, there were a lot of spoils of war. Selling these items would also bring a considerable fortune. Originally, he should have dealt with this after returning last time, but then the military merit incident happened, followed by the appearance of the mysterious manor, which delayed the matter. During the trip to the mysterious manor, he gained another batch of spoils of war, which he could handle this time. In the trading center, for every 10,000 points of transaction volume, you can get 1 military merit. It seems like a way to earn military merits, but it's not that easy. Such an obvious loophole couldn't be left open. The spoils of war you obtained and the number of enemies you killed are all recorded in the battlefield token. A slight discrepancy is normal. If the discrepancy is too large, it will be considered that you are exploiting the system, and you will be punished accordingly. A true God Realm person obtaining God King Realm spoils of war would naturally be suspected. At that time, Lin Moyo was like this, a true God Realm person killing a God King, so he was suspected and reported. The military's principle is to rather kill by mistake than let go. This fundamentally prevents the exploitation of the system. Although it cannot be completely prevented, it effectively curbs most of the exploitation. I hope they don't cause me trouble this time. Lin Moyo chuckled self-deprecatingly and walked into the trading center. The trading center in the fortress still had a strong military style, with angular facilities and a very simple design. Although it wasn't very exquisite or luxurious, it had a heavy atmosphere. This was the second time he came to the trading center in Fortress Number 1. Because the entire battlefield only had this one trading center, it was very lively here. Many people were operating at the trading counters, either buying or selling. There were also many people waiting around, clearly indicating that the trading counters were full. Lin Moyo did not go to the trading counters. This time, his transaction scale was large, so he had to conduct it in a trading room. He went straight to the central counter and said to the staff, "Please arrange a trading room for me." The staff was a woman, wearing a delicate robe, with a graceful figure and beautiful lines. Her appearance was also beautiful. Lin Moyo found that whether it was the trading center in the human star domain or the trading center on the battlefield, they liked to use some women as staff. And they were all beautiful women. The woman looked up at Lin Moyo, her big eyes bright and full of spirit. She was gentle and courteous. "Hello, sir. There are some conditions to apply for a trading room." Lin Moyo understood the rules. "What conditions?" The woman's voice was clear and cheerful. "The transaction volume must exceed 1 million points, or your military rank must be a sergeant, or your cultivation level must reach the God King realm." She introduced the various conditions for applying for a trading room one by one. Either the transaction volume was enough, or the military rank was enough, or the cultivation level was enough. The transaction volume was easy to prove. You just needed to apply for a transaction at the trading counter. If you had valuable items, the trading counter would directly apply for a trading room through the Human Emperor network. Originally, Lin Moyo also thought so, but now the trading counters were full, and there were many people waiting. Lin Moyo didn't want to wait. His military rank was not enough to be a sergeant, so he couldn't apply. He was still a 9th rank warrior, just a bit short. His cultivation level had not reached the God King realm, so that was also not enough. The woman mentioned a few more conditions, but Lin Moyo couldn't meet any of them. At this time, a middle-aged man walked over, laughing. "Young man, many transactions can be completed at the trading counter. There's no need to apply for a trading room." He then said to the woman, "Yuqing, please apply for a trading room for me. I got some good stuff this time." Lin Moya's conversation with Yuqing was not hidden, so others could hear it if they paid attention. It turned out this woman was named Yuqing. Lin Moyo thought of a trader named Yuzhu. Yuqing and Yuzhu seemed to have many similarities. Not in appearance, but in temperament. Yuqing turned to the middle-aged man. "Senior Lu, please wait a moment." This middle-aged man named Lu was a god king. He smiled and said, "No rush, no rush." Lin Moyo could see that he clearly had some interest in Yuqing, but Yuqing didn't seem to have any thoughts about him. However, it is human nature for a gentleman to admire a fair lady. God King Lu smiled and said, "Young man, don't worry. Let Yuqing think about it. Maybe there's a condition that fits. Now the trading counters are full. If you queue up, it will take at least 2 or 3 hours." Lin Moyo smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, senior." He could see that God King Lu had no ill intentions. He had been watching for a long time, just wanting to take the opportunity to talk to Yuqing. Yuqing was still trying to think of a way for Lin Moyo, but unfortunately, none of the conditions satisfied Lin Moyo. She thought of another condition, but it was even more difficult. She said softly, "If you had contribution points, it would be good." "Contribution points?" Lin Moyo asked. "Can I directly apply for a trading room by using contribution points?" If using contribution points to apply for a trading room, it would be very uneconomical. Lin Moyo wouldn't do such a short-sighted thing. Yuqing shook her head repeatedly. "No, you don't need to use contribution points. Contribution points are so precious, how could they be wasted on such a thing? I mean, as long as you have contribution points, you can apply for a trading room without using them." Lin Moyo understood. Contribution points were like a pass. You just needed to show them without using them. Finally, he saw the first use of contribution points. This was easy. Lin Moyo directly handed over his battlefield token. "I have contribution points." Yuqing's eyes lit up, looking at Lin Moyo in disbelief. Contribution points were hard to obtain. Those who had contribution points had made contributions to the human race and naturally had some privileges. The young man in front of her, clearly so young, with only a true god 5th rank cultivation, actually had contribution points. It was incredible. Not only did Yuqing find it incredible, but even God King Lu found it incredible. Even he didn't have contribution points. How could Lin Moyo, a true god 5th rank, have them? He said kindly, "Young man, contribution points are not easy to obtain. You wouldn't be mistaken, would you?" Lin Moyo found it amusing. How could he, a true god, make such a mistake? Chapter 1184. Chapter 1184, 1184. Chapter 1184, Accepting or Not Accepting the Heritage of Other Races. Yuqing extended her snow-white jade hand and gracefully took the battlefield token to start the inquiry. Lin Moya's information was in the battlefield token, and it would eventually be displayed through the Human Emperor network. She quickly found Lin Moya's contribution points, and a look of disbelief appeared on her beautiful face. God King Lu saw this and laughed. "Sister Yuqing, did the little guy make a mistake?" Yuqing looked up at Lin Moyo, her eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment, a very complex expression. "I will apply for a trading room for you right away. Please wait a moment." Yuqing's tone changed, becoming more respectful, and she returned the battlefield token to Lin Moyo with both hands, a gesture full of implied meaning. Lin Moyo nodded slightly. "Thank you." He stood aside, not in a hurry. God King Lu watched this and had already guessed that Lin Moyo had contribution points. This piqued his interest. A true god 5th rank cultivator with contribution points made Lin Moya's image more mysterious. The efficiency of the trading center was very high, and soon someone came to take Lin Moyo to the trading room. After Lin Moyo left, Yuqing let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest. Thank goodness. Although Yuqing's cultivation level was higher than Lin Moyo's, it was best not to offend someone with contribution points. Fortunately, she had been polite and helpful to Lin Moyo. God King Lu lowered his voice. "That kid really has contribution points, huh?" Yuqing nodded, and not just 1 point. God King Lu was shocked. "More than 1 point? What's his name?" Yuqing whispered. "Lin Moyo." God King Lu seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. He quickly opened the Vermilion Birdstar region's contribution list and found Lin Moyo's name. Then he found Lin Moyo's name on several other lists. First on the potential list, 35th on the combat power list, and 3rd on the contribution list. Hiss. God King Lu gasped. Just being 35th on the combat power list was astonishing enough. He himself was a God King 2nd rank and had no ability to fight across levels, so he wasn't even on the combat power list. Lin Moya being 35th meant his combat power had completely surpassed his own. A little guy at True God 5th rank was actually stronger than him. God King Lu found it unbelievable. At this moment, a soft exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Yuqing covered her mouth, her bright eyes wide open. I know who he is. A few days ago, someone received a military honor title. That person was named Lin Moyo. At that time, he was suspected by the military of farming military merits because he had killed many True God Peak and God King enemies, but he proved himself by instantly killing the God King 2nd rank star beast, the prison lion. God King Lu happened to be away from Fortress number 1 at that time, but he had heard about it. He didn't expect it to be the young man he had just seen. Yuqing covered her mouth. Oh no, I shouldn't have leaked his information. You mustn't tell anyone, or he won't talk to you anymore. God King Lu chuckled. You know me, I keep secrets well, don't worry. He chatted with Yuqing for a while longer until someone else came, and then he left. Passing through the trading center's hall and a not-so-long corridor, Lin Moya saw a beautifully decorated indoor garden. The garden was lush with greenery, and the flowers emitted a charming fragrance. Above the garden, a formation slowly rotated, casting light and warmth. In this star fortress, dominated by black and gray tones and exuding a chilling atmosphere with the purpose of war, such a different area made Lin Moya feel a bit surprised. It seems the person in charge of the trading center also loves beauty. Although he didn't know much about flowers and plants, he knew a bit. Gentlemen love bamboo, and ladies love flowers. There was no bamboo in this garden, only flowers, and the garden's layout was carefully designed, suggesting a flower-loving lady. In the garden, several pavilions stood. The pavilions were exquisite and beautiful, with intricate carvings. A formation's light enveloped the pavilions, making it impossible to see inside. Lin Moya knew that these pavilions were the trading rooms. A quick glance showed that there were 10 pavilions in the garden, meaning 10 trading rooms. 6 of them were occupied, with transactions taking place, and 4 were empty. In one of the empty pavilions, a trader was brewing tea, seemingly waiting for a distinguished guest. Lin Moya walked in, and the formation in the pavilion slowly rotated, casting a light screen that obscured the view. The tea fragrance was blocked by the formation, becoming more intense. Lin Moya looked at the tea brewing lady and smiled slightly. What a coincidence. Yuzha smiled sweetly at Lin Moyo. Mr. Lin, we meet again. It was indeed a coincidence. The lady hosting the transaction was Yuzha from the 10 to 1 star trading center. Last time he saw Yuzhu, she was dressed very maturely, exuding a mature charm. But this time, Yuzhu's attire was much more lively, still with a hint of maturity but more vivacious. Yuzhu poured a cup of fragrant tea for Lin Moyo. Mr. Lin, please have some tea. Lin Moya smiled and sat down, taking the teacup and smelling the fragrance. Why are you here? He remembered that in the 10 to 1 star trading center, Yuzhu's status was higher than that of ordinary traders. Not knowing the personnel structure of the trading center, Lin Moya didn't know Yuzhu's exact position. Yuzhu smiled warmly. Our traders in the trading center are not fixed in one place. We often move around, and this time it happened to be my turn here. Lin Moya raised an eyebrow. But your status? Yuzhu laughed. Mr. Lin, you're joking. I have no special status. I'm just an ordinary trader. Lin Moya scrutinized Yuzhu. He could tell she was not an ordinary trader. He had dealt with several traders, and none of them had her demeanor and behavior. But since Yuzhu didn't want to say, Lin Moya wouldn't press. He was just here to trade, and Yuzhu's status didn't matter. Getting to the point, Lin Moya finished his tea and said in a deep voice, the items for this trade might be a bit miscellaneous. I wonder if the trading center accepts the heritage of other races. The heritage of other races? Yuzhu was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Mr. Lin, you mean the spoils of war from killing other races, right? That's right. Yuzhu squinted her eyes. Of course, we accept them. No matter what the items are, we can make use of them. Good, let's begin. Lin Moya said, starting to take out items, using a ring on his finger as a cover. But he was actually taking items directly from his storage space. He had recently killed many other races, and the spoils of war were all stored in his storage space. Fortunately, those guys all had storage tools, so they didn't take up too much space. Otherwise, Lin Moyo estimated his storage space wouldn't be enough. In his storage space, the largest area was occupied by raw materials from exploded corpses, all of which were from the God King realm. Now Lin Moya no longer cared about true God realm corpses. He didn't even need the skeleton God General to act, just the bone dragon was enough to sweep through the true God realm. Even the corpses of God King 1st and 2nd rank were few, as their power was too small for Lin Moya to care about. It was better to let the skeleton God General finish them with one sword. Chapter 1185. Chapter 1185, 1185. Chapter 1185, one person is not enough, there really are more. Shu Yuzhu looked at the dazzling array of storage tools on the table. Lin Moya's bright eyes widened, her delicate face showing astonishment, and her small mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. The tea-making action had long stopped, and her jade-like hands trembled slightly, indicating her unsettled heart. She could tell that these were all storage tools, each from different races. The storage tools surely contained a large number of items, and if all were taken out, the quantity would be astonishing. Lin Moya said, take your time to appraise them. If one person isn't enough, you can call a few more to help. Yuzhu was stunned for a while before she finally came to her senses and softly replied, I'll try first. She took out one of the items, a storage tool that looked like a small knife, and said, this is from the Demon Blade clan, right? Probably, Lin Moya wasn't very sure. He couldn't remember from which guy's inheritance he got it. He might have killed too quickly at the time and didn't pay much attention. Anyway, he had already taken out the stellar essence fire inside, and the other items remained untouched. Yuju was clearly not doing this for the first time. She skillfully opened the storage space and took out the items inside. Her eyes once again showed surprise. There were indeed many items inside. She murmured, "This is a storage tool from the God King realm." She saw some items belonging to the God King realm in the storage space, so she concluded that its previous owner should have been in the God King realm. Lin Moya still wasn't very sure. Maybe. Yuju gave Lin Moya a look that seemed to say, "How can you not even know who you killed?" But that wasn't important. Yuju had already started to inventory the items and began appraising them. Although they were from different races, they all lived in the Great World. Most items were universal and had their own value. Yuju threw the items into the trading tray while calculating the price. Lin Moya was curious about what was behind the trading tray and why it could appraise the value of items. He wanted to ask but decided against it. It should be related to the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moya thought. Yuju was busy appraising and had no time to make tea for Lin Moya. Lin Moya helped himself, making his own tea. After half an hour, the value of the items in the first storage tool was finally appraised. Yuju sighed deeply, her eyes showing a bit of distress as she looked at the dozens of storage tools left on the table. It seems one person really isn't enough. Lin Moya smiled slightly but said nothing. He left it to Yuju to decide. Yuju thought for a moment and began to seek help from the trading center. The trading center had more than just her as a trader. There were 10 pavilions, and usually, 10 traders were stationed there. Excluding those who were busy, she could still call a few more. With more people, efficiency would naturally increase significantly. Soon, the light screen of the formation rippled like a curtain, pulling to both sides. 4 women in long robes walked in, each with a graceful figure and exquisite features. All 4 were young and greeted Yuju with a slight bow. Yuju pointed to the storage tools on the table. "They're all here. Divide them among yourselves." The 4 immediately responded in unison, "Yes, Sister Yuju." They quickly divided the storage tools, each taking responsibility for a dozen or so. They brought their own trading trays and quickly began appraising the value. Lin Moya drank tea and watched the busy beauties. When they entered, they greeted Yuju with great respect. There seemed to be a clear difference in status, like the relationship between servants and a young lady in a big family. Moreover, Yuju's tone when speaking to them carried a sense of natural authority. This situation was already felt by Lin Moya last time on Star 10-1, but it was more evident this time. Clearly, Yuju's status was not ordinary. Lin Moya drank tea and admired the beauties at work, not in a hurry. With 5 people appraising together, efficiency increased 5-fold. One storage tool after another was appraised. Although they didn't tell him the specific prices, Lin Moya could see some shock in their occasional exchanged glances. Shock meant the transaction amount wouldn't be low. Finally, after half a day, the appraisal was officially completed. The 4 traders left together, and the trading room was once again left with only Lin Moya and Yuju. Yuju's tone was slightly excited, with a bit of trembling. "Mr. Lin, do you know the value of these treasures?" Lin Moya shook his head slightly. He knew the value wasn't low but didn't care much about it. Seeing Lin Moya so calm, Yuju took a deep breath. "A total of 72 storage tools, all the treasures and materials. After our appraisal, the total value is 35.65 million points." She kept her eyes on Lin Moya while speaking, noticing that he showed no sign of shock, remaining calm and composed. Even his hand holding the teacup didn't tremble. After finishing his tea, Lin Moya slowly nodded. "Okay, let's trade at that price." 35.65 million points wasn't low, but it wasn't high either. It could be said that those guys didn't have any particularly top-notch items. For example, the giant law pearl Lin Moya sold last time fetched 5 million points for just one. Now, 72 storage tools, hundreds of treasures, and countless materials only fetched 35.65 million points, a big difference. Of course, trading here not only earned points but also 35.65 military merits. With these military merits, Lin Moya's rank could break through the warrior level and become a sergeant. As a sergeant, he could buy better materials, better pills, treasures, and other items from the military. The transaction ended happily, and Yuju was obviously in a very good mood after completing such a large transaction at once. "Mr. Lin, you can check that the points should have been credited. As for the military merits, you still need to go to the military merit office. I hope you can bring more items for trading next time, even more than this time." Just as Yuju thought the transaction was over, Lin Moya took out a stellar essence fire. "How much is this worth?" Yuju glanced at it and softly said, "Ordinary stellar essence fire, worth 1,000 points." This value wasn't too low, as ordinary stellar essence fire was easy to obtain. As long as you spent some time, you could get quite a few. However, at that level, few would actively collect stellar essence fire. They would have better choices. Yuju's eyes sparkled. "Mr. Lin, do you want to trade stellar essence fire?" She had been wondering where Lin Moya got so many storage tools. It seemed he got them while collecting stellar essence fire. Lin Moya smiled slightly and took out more storage tools. They were all filled with stellar essence fire, totaling 20,000 pieces. Yuju's eyes widened again. There really are more. Chapter 1186. Chapter 1186, 1186. Chapter 1186, almost burned to death, 30 more pieces. After checking, Yuju finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Moya had taken out more than a dozen storage tools, all filled with stellar essence fire. Each contained at least 1,000 pieces, some even 2,000, totaling exactly 20,000 pieces of stellar essence fire. Each piece was worth military merits. Yuju's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light, and Lin Moya became incredibly mysterious in her eyes. Such a large transaction amount had never appeared among True God Realm cultivators. Not to mention True God Realm, even God King Realm rarely saw such amounts. Generally, True God Realm transactions were around a few 100,000, occasionally reaching a million. God King Realm transactions typically ranged from 1 to 5 million. Occasionally, there were transactions over 10 million, but Lin Moya's single transaction exceeded 50 million. The transaction was quickly completed, and Yuju's eyes gleamed. Mr. Lin, do you have more? Obviously, the higher the transaction amount, the more benefits for her. Under her hopeful gaze, Lin Moya nodded. Yes. Really? What is it? Yuju was overjoyed. Before she could finish her sentence, various lights suddenly flashed before her eyes. The space formed by the formation suddenly became distorted and scorching. The temperature rose sharply, reaching an astonishing level almost instantly. Yuju was only a true god 9th rank and not a genius, unable to withstand the high temperature of the 6-colored essence fire. Although stellar essence fire was very useful, it was also very dangerous. Without sufficient cultivation strength, not only could one not collect stellar essence fire, but they could also be burned to death. The formation in the pavilion roared, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The water in the teacup instantly boiled and then vaporized. The tea set in the pavilion almost instantly turned to ash. Yuju's body emitted a radiant glow, and the robe she wore, a decent defensive treasure, automatically protected her from the high temperature. Fortunately, Lin Moya only displayed it for a moment, quickly putting away the 6-colored essence fire within 2 seconds. Once the 6-colored essence fire was put away, the formation quickly recovered, and the temperature dropped. Yuju's face was flushed red, like a cooked shrimp. Her body was drenched in sweat, and she gasped for breath. Obviously, her treasure couldn't completely block the high temperature. Yuju's face showed fear, so terrifying, I thought I was going to die just now. Lin Moya smiled slightly, not to that extent. Have some tea and relax. Only then did he notice that the teacup, tea set, and table had all turned to ash in an instant. Lin Moya murmured, I didn't expect the 6-colored essence fire to be so powerful. I didn't feel it before. Lin Moya himself was not afraid of high temperatures no matter how high, it didn't affect him. The people he encountered were all incredibly powerful, also unafraid of the 6-colored essence fire. This led him to underestimate the power of the 6-colored essence fire. Yuju, still trembling from her near-death experience, said, that's 6-colored essence fire. Even some weaker god kings would be burned to death. She looked pitiful, having just walked through the gates of death, her heart still pounding. Lin Moya chuckled, so, do you accept it? Yuju immediately nodded, of course, we accept it. But I can't handle it, I'll find someone who can. Yuju quickly sent a message for help, and Lin Moya knew she was looking for a senior. The trading center was a large establishment, not just staffed by true God Realm traders, there were certainly stronger individuals present. Even if a few god sovereigns appeared now, Lin Moya wouldn't be surprised. Soon, a beautiful woman walked in. Yuju ran to her side, holding her hand, Anchio, please help. Anchio patted Yuju's small hand, her eyes filled with affection, and cast a spell on Yuju. Yuju immediately let out a comfortable sigh, and her flushed face quickly returned to normal. Lin Moya felt the surging power of the law, a water-based law. He also sensed that this Anchio was a god king, at least a 7th-rank god king. The two had similar temperaments, and Lin Moya guessed they were very close. He finally understood where Yuju's mature charm came from, clearly learned from Anchio. Although she was a young woman, she had the demeanor of a mature lady. However, paired with Yuju's beautiful face, it made her even more attractive. Lin Moya bowed to Anchio, greetings, senior. Anchio smiled gently, no need for formalities. I heard from Yuju that you want to sell 6-colored essence fire. May I see it? Of course. Lin Moya immediately took out the 6-colored essence fire again. With a high-rank god king present, Lin Moya wasn't worried about a repeat of the previous incident. As soon as the 6-colored essence fire appeared, the temperature began to rise, but Anchio pointed at it. As a high-rank god king, the 6-colored essence fire couldn't harm her. Anchio's fingertip emitted a powerful law, enveloping the 6-colored essence fire. The law formed a water curtain, shimmering with light, wrapping around the 6-colored essence fire. The 6-colored essence fire burned fiercely but couldn't harm the water curtain. At the same time, the temperature was completely blocked, with no external effect. Yuju praised, Anchio is amazing. Anchio chuckled, if you work hard, you'll be even better than me someday. She began to examine the 6-colored essence fire, carefully sensing it, and slowly said, it's indeed 6-colored essence fire. Lin Moya asked, what's its value? Anchio replied, 6-colored essence fire is rarely sold. I checked the transaction records before coming. In the past 100 years, there have been 3 transactions. We offered a price of 1 million points each. How does that price sound to you, Mr. Lin? If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate. She glanced at Yuju, who was surprised. In the trading center, prices were rarely negotiated. They usually quoted a price, and you either accepted it or didn't. Anchio gave Yuju a look, signaling her to stay quiet. Lin Moya had already completed a transaction worth over 50 million points today, and his identity seemed special. Anchio had quickly checked Lin Moya's information. Although she didn't find much, she knew Lin Moya had an honorary title and was aware of his rankings in the Vermilion Bird Star region. That's why she was so polite, even willing to negotiate the price. This was a genuine gesture of goodwill. Yuju quickly understood why Anchio was doing this. Lin Moya pondered for a few seconds and then said, that price is acceptable. Both Anchio and Yuju sighed in relief. Aunt Chiu had been worried that Lin Moyo might ask for an exorbitant price, making things unpleasant for everyone. Her goodwill would have turned into a double-edged sword, causing discomfort for both sides. Fortunately, Lin Moyo didn't do that. Then Lin Moyo said, "I have more than one piece." Aunt Chiu was slightly surprised but then smiled, "You really are full of surprises. How many do you have?" "We'll take them all. I have 30 pieces." Chapter 1187. Chapter 1187, 1187. Chapter 1187, We can help with purchasing. Aunt Chiu was stunned, almost doubting if she had heard wrong. Lin Moyo. She had mentioned earlier that in the past 100 years, there had been only 3 transactions involving 6 colored essence fire. 2 transactions involved 1 piece each, and 1 involved 2 pieces. 6 colored essence fire is a very rare treasure, only found in essence fire sources, and difficult to obtain. Unless someone needs it, no one would deliberately seek it out for points. It is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and extremely dangerous. The flashing star fire alone on the way can be deadly. Not to mention the powerful cross-border fighters from other races in the essence fire source, making it extremely dangerous. All these factors combined make 6 colored essence fire transactions particularly rare, and 6 colored essence fire itself extremely rare. However, the demand for 6 colored essence fire is also low. Most people only need 4 colored or 5 colored essence fire. When Lin Moyo mentioned the number 30, Aunt Chiu and Yuju were both stunned. Aunt Chiu quickly calculated in her mind that even in the past 500 years, the total transaction volume of 6 colored essence fire was less than 30 pieces. She steadied herself and said, "That would earn a lot of military merits." Lin Moyo nodded, "Should I take out all the 6 colored essence fire now?" Aunt Chiu quickly said, "No, take them out one by one." Unlike Lin Moyo, she couldn't ignore the high temperature. Aunt Chiu took out a jade box and then lifted the law that enveloped the 6 colored essence fire. As soon as the law was lifted, Aunt Chiu used the box to collect the 6 colored essence fire. The 6 colored essence fire, capable of burning everything, showed no reaction after being collected in the box and did not burn the box. Lin Moyo took out the 6 colored essence fire one by one, and Aunt Chiu continuously took out these special boxes, swiftly collecting the 6 colored essence fire. Each box held only 1 piece. Lin Moyo looked at these special boxes, feeling a bit envious. Lin Moyo did not sell all the 6 colored essence fire. He had 40 pieces in total, sold 30 pieces, and kept 10 pieces for emergencies. Even if he didn't need them, they would make excellent gifts. The problem was that 6 colored essence fire was too violent, and without a good method, it could directly burn someone to death. If released on a life star, it could even burn the entire star. If only he had these boxes. Lin Moyo straightforwardly asked, "How many points for one of these boxes? Are they for sale?" Before Aunt Chiu could speak, Yuju had already learned to answer quickly, "These boxes are specially made by us and are not for sale." Although Yuju had a bit of maturity, she still appeared somewhat naive and playful in front of Aunt Chiu. Perhaps this was her true nature, the way she acted in front of her family. Lin Moyo was slightly disappointed. "It seems I have to find another way." Aunt Chiu chuckled, "Although we don't sell the fireproof boxes, we can give you a few." Lin Moyo was delighted, "Is that appropriate?" Aunt Chiu smiled, "No problem, how many do you need?" Lin Moyo said, 13. Aunt Chiu gave Lin Moyo a charming look, clearly guessing that Lin Moyo had more than 30 pieces of 6 colored essence fire. She was smart and naturally didn't ask further. The relationship between the two parties was a trading partnership. Lin Moyo provided the goods, and they offered enough points, simple as that. Aunt Chiu took out 15 fireproof boxes and handed them to Lin Moyo, explaining, "The quality of these boxes is not very stable, and some may have defects. Just in case, I'm giving you 2 extra." Lin Moyo accepted the fireproof boxes without hesitation. "Thank you, senior." After collecting all 30 pieces of 6 colored essence fire, Aunt Chiu smiled and said, "I'll leave the rest to Yuju." Aunt Chiu left the pavilion, and Yuju took out a new tea table and started brewing new tea. Soon, the fragrance of tea filled the pavilion, accompanied by a cool sensation. "Mr. Lin, please enjoy." Yuju had completely calmed down by now, regaining her usual elegance. She was dignified, mature, and slightly playful, blending various qualities, making her very attractive. Unfortunately, Lin Moyo remained indifferent, showing little interest, and took a sip of the freshly brewed tea. The tea was still boiling, but the cup felt cool to the touch. A fragrant aroma hit his throat and then exploded, spreading a strong cool sensation throughout his body. Lin Moyo felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, feeling slightly comfortable. Yuju also took a sip, shivering all over, and exhaled a puff of white air that hit the light screen of the formation. "So comfortable," Yuju said sweetly, shedding her mature demeanor and revealing her playful nature. Lin Moyo felt that this was Yuju's true self. The maturity she displayed was all an act learned from her Aunt Chiu. A thin layer of ice appeared on Yuju's body, quickly turning into white cold air and gradually dissipating. Lin Moyo's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "What kind of tea is this?" Yuju giggled, "Isn't it amazing? This is cold tea from the Ice Clan, brewed with their heavenly frost ice water, which has a cooling effect. If I had known you were going to take out 6 colored essence fire, I would have had a cup earlier and wouldn't have been so embarrassed." Lin Moyo smiled slightly, "This tea is good, containing the power of the law." Yuju agreed, "Of course, this tea is bought from the military, and the quantity is limited, not available outside." Lin Moyo caught some underlying meaning and asked, "You have a partnership with the military, right?" The fireproof boxes also seemed to be made by the military. The fireproof boxes looked ordinary but had extraordinary functions, fitting the military's style. Yuju nodded, "Yes, it's no secret. Our family has always cooperated with the military. For example, the many items you sold to us today will be reviewed by the military first. What they don't want, we can handle ourselves. Of course, in return, we get some benefits from the military, and you can earn military merits through the transaction. What you just said was indeed no secret. At a certain level, everyone knows. Even if Lin Moyo wanted to, he could find out a lot by inquiring. Lin Moyo understood this. The number of cultivators far exceeds that of soldiers, and the materials and items obtained during missions also far exceed what the military can handle. Most of the harvest flows to the trading center, where the military selects what they need at a lower price. Then the military makes some materials into their unique items and releases them again, thus forming a relatively perfect cycle. Yuzhu enjoyed the comfort brought by the cold tea. Your transaction amount today is enough to upgrade your military rank. But for you, upgrading your military rank isn't very useful, it just allows you to buy some military items. But I'll tell you a secret. If you see something you need but don't have enough military rank, you can come to us, and we can help you purchase it. And we charge points, not military merits, just at a slightly higher price. Chapter 1188. Chapter 1188, 1188. Chapter 1188, Yuzhu's Goodwill and Military Rank Promotion. After leaving the trading center, Lin Moyo was still pondering Yuzhu's last words. Why did she tell me this? Purchasing military supplies through the trading center seems like a loophole, but it can't be entirely considered one. Most people probably can't enjoy this loophole. Purchasing through the trading center must be limited to a few people. Lin Moyo thought that since Yuzhu could tell him, the military must also be aware of this practice. But since both sides are in a cooperative relationship, the military turns a blind eye as long as the quantity isn't excessive and it doesn't cause any trouble. The world is inherently uneven, and only strength can fill these gaps. After thinking about Yuzhu's words, Lin Moyo realized that Yuzhu was showing goodwill towards him. It was likely because of his potential that she acted this way. However, the purchasing prices, they were indeed quite high. Normally, the value ratio between military merits and points is about 1 to 1,000. This is based on purchasing power. For similar items, if it costs 10,000 points, it would only require 10 military merits. But this ratio isn't absolute and can fluctuate depending on the item. However, it never exceeds 1:2000. But the prices Yuzhu told Lin Moyo had a ratio of about 1 to 5,000, and for some items, it could even reach 1 to 10,000. This price difference was astonishing. Yuzhu explained this to Lin Moyo and showed him a list of items they could purchase. The items on the list were indeed very high-end and tempting, many of which were exclusive to the military and not for sale to the public. No matter how high your military rank, as long as you haven't joined the military, you can't buy these items. For example, one item on the list was called the Destruction Battleship. According to the description, it contained the complete law of destruction and had combat power comparable to a third-rank god sovereign. The minimum requirement to use it was being a true god. Imagine a true god controlling a destruction battleship, capable of challenging a third-rank god sovereign. How terrifying would that be? Compared to Lin Moya's Battle King Tower, it was much more powerful. However, its price was also astonishing, requiring 1 million military merits. 1 million military merits could directly promote a general's rank to an ordinary soldier. If converted to points, it would require 1 billion points, a true 1 to 10,000 ratio. At first, Lin Moyo thought 1 billion points was too exaggerated. Who could afford that? But then he realized he was wrong. He was still at the true god level and could trade over 70 million points in one go. If a god sovereign made a move, would 1 billion points be difficult? A god sovereign could exchange the destruction battleship and pass it on to their descendants. The exchange was made by the god sovereign, but there was no rule on who could use it. Moreover, consuming military merits would lower one's military rank, but consuming points wouldn't affect one's level or authority. In this light, Lin Moyo felt that the 1 to 10,000 ratio wasn't entirely unacceptable. Still poor. Lin Moyo chuckled. He had over 80 million points, which seemed wealthy, but when it came to buying something decent, it wasn't enough. Thinking back to when Gu Qingxian hesitated over 100 points, it seemed amusing. Gu Qingxuan's cold and beautiful image flashed in his mind. I haven't seen her in a while. I wonder how her mission in the Divine City is going. Gu Qingxuan's second chain mission was almost complete, and the evaluation wouldn't be low. With the guidance of the Night Wind God Sovereign, her chances of entering the Divine City were high. If not 10 out of 10, at least 9 out of 10. Arriving at the military merit office, there were still many people in line, submitting tasks and recording military merits. Most people wouldn't wait until leaving the battlefield to settle their military merits. They needed military merits to buy items to ensure they could complete their tasks or even survive on the battlefield. Lin Moyo bypassed the crowd and went to another counter. The military merit office had several counters for different matters. Lin Moyo went to the one handling military rank promotions. His military merits had exceeded 16,000, meeting the promotion requirements. However, he was still displayed as a 9th rank warrior and needed military approval for the promotion. Oh, what a coincidence. Lin Moyo's lips curled into a meaningful smile. The person handling military rank promotions was Meng Gang. When Lin Moyo saw Meng Gang also saw Lin Moyo. What are you doing here? Meng Gang asked in a low voice, his expression not looking good. Lin Moyo looked around. Sergeant Meng, aren't you the head of the military merit office? Why are you here? As a second-rank sergeant and head of the military merit office, why was he handling daily affairs? Meng Gang's face turned even darker, but he couldn't lose his temper. He hummed in a low voice, you know why? Although his voice was low, Lin Moyo heard it. Lin Moyo guessed it was because of his incident that Meng Gang was punished. Looking at the military insignia on Meng Gang's shoulder, it had dropped from a second-rank sergeant to a first-rank sergeant. Was he demoted? Or did he buy something and use up his military merits? Meng Gang was indeed demoted and had some military merits deducted. He had just been promoted to a second-rank sergeant, and now, with the deduction, he was back to a first-rank sergeant. He was also punished to handle daily affairs here, making him very frustrated. But there was no choice. A mistake is a mistake, and mistakes must be punished. He understood this principle. Suppressing his frustration, Meng Gang asked in a deep voice, "What are you here for?" Lin Moyo chuckled. "It seems Sergeant Meng is still upset. Don't mind it was just a misunderstanding. I'm here to get a military rank promotion." Military rank promotion. Meng Gang looked at Lin Moyo in confusion. At that time, Lin Moyo was only a 5th-rank warrior. Even with an honorary title, he was still a 5th-rank warrior. He was far from a military rank promotion. Military merits weren't easy to earn, unlike points, where a single task could earn thousands or tens of thousands. Each task could earn at most 1,000 military merits, which was already considered very good. Unless, Meng Gang thought of a possibility and looked at Lin Moyo a few more times, thinking it wasn't impossible. He couldn't afford to make the same mistake again. "Give me your battlefield token." Lin Moyo handed over his battlefield token. Meng Gang manipulated the battlefield token, his expression changing, showing a look of realization. Lin Moyo's military merits had indeed reached the level for a military rank promotion. Moreover, his military merits were as high as 16,666, not far from a second-rank sergeant. How did it happen so quickly? How many points did this guy sell? Meng Gang was both shocked and confused. Even if he was farming military merits, it couldn't be this fast. But he didn't dare to easily suspect Lin Moyo and began to carefully check. The battlefield token clearly recorded every detail of Lin Moyo's military merits. Verifying the source of military merits was part of his job. The more he verified, the more shocked Meng Gang became. He looked up with a complex expression. "I'll apply for your military rank promotion right away." Chapter 1189. Chapter 1189, 1189. Chapter 1189. It must be a mistake by the Human Emperor Network. Shu Lin Moya's military merit sources were very clear, with no issues. Most of it came from transactions, and as for why the transaction amount was so large, that was not something a small sergeant like Meng Gang could manage. He couldn't possibly question his superiors or investigate Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's current status was different from before. Just his honorary title was enough to overwhelm him. If there were any more mistakes, Meng Gang wouldn't need to be a sergeant anymore. He might as well become an ordinary soldier. After working hard for so many years, Meng Gang didn't want to ruin everything because of some personal grudges. Therefore, Meng Gang didn't nitpick or cause trouble for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo smiled, knowing that Meng Gang wasn't a fool and wouldn't risk everything for a small gain. Meng Gang returned the battlefield token to Lin Moyo. "Your military merits have met the promotion requirements. Now you just need to complete the promotion task." Lin Moyo frowned slightly. A task for military rank promotion. He had never heard of a task for military rank promotion. Meng Gang said solemnly, "All soldiers need to complete a task to be promoted. If you're not a soldier, you naturally don't need to. But because of your honorary title, you need to complete a task to get promoted." Lin Moyo understood it was because of his honorary title. Having an honorary title meant he was considered part of the military and enjoyed the same benefits as soldiers. For example, he could buy rare items that only soldiers could buy and had the more important function of forming a private army. Since he enjoyed these benefits, he naturally had to contribute. Everything in the world is fair. You can't just reap without sowing. Lin Moyo understood and remained calm. If there's a reward, there must be a contribution. Meng Gang glanced at him. "It's good that you understand. The task has been applied for and will be issued today. Before the task is issued, don't leave Fortress Number 1. Lin Moyo asked, "Sergeant Meng, have you done a promotion task before?" Meng Gang nodded. "Of course. What kind of task did you do? Was it dangerous? Can you tell me?" Lin Moyo continued to ask. Meng Gang stared at Lin Moyo, as if saying, "Are we that close? Why should I tell you?" Lin Moyo's smile didn't change, and he looked at Meng Gang warmly. After hesitating for a while, Meng Gang sighed. "Everyone's task is different. There are individual tasks and team tasks. Some tasks are dangerous, and some are not. My task was to go to a place and find something. I can't tell you the specific content. It's a military secret, and we have regulations. But I can tell you that the difficulty of the task is related to personal talent. Generally, the higher the talent, the more difficult the task. Team tasks are more difficult than individual tasks. That's all I can say. You'll know the rest when your task is issued." Lin Moyo remembered Meng Gang's words and smiled, cupping his fists. "Thank you, Sergeant Meng. No need to be polite. Last time was my fault. Consider this my compensation, and we're even." Meng Gang waved his hand, not saying more. Lin Moyo smiled slightly. Sergeant Meng was just doing his duty. Leaving the military merit office, Lin Moyo looked back at the angular, black-gray, solemn building. The whole building exuded a strong military atmosphere. Before the promotion task was issued, he couldn't leave Fortress Number 1. The task would be issued through the Human Emperor Network, so he had to stay within its coverage area. He understood why Meng Gang's attitude changed in the end. Meng Gang wasn't a fool. Once he calmed down, he could figure it out. Maintaining a good relationship with someone like Lin Moyo was more beneficial than having a bad one. Moreover, Lin Moyo now had an honorary title, making him somewhat part of the military, a comrade of Meng Gang. Meng Gang had a good heart and could distinguish between important matters. Lin Moya didn't buy any equipment at the military merit office. He planned to wait for the task to be issued and then decide what to buy based on the task. I wonder if the military rank promotion task counts as a battlefield task. Never mind, I'll find a place to store the essence fire first. Lin Moya walked to another area. In the Star Fortress, there were quiet rooms specifically for cultivators to practice. You just needed to pay some points to rent them, ensuring no external disturbances. In the military merit office, Meng Gang's eyes were complicated. He recalled the military merit records displayed by Lin Moyo. Each military merit was detailed, which shocked him. Especially when he saw that Lin Moyo had 3 contribution points, he was even more surprised. Points, military merits, and contributions. Points are the easiest to obtain, military merits are next, and contributions are the hardest to get. Unless you do something significant for the human race, you can't get contributions, and even then, it's only 1 point each time. Meng Gang couldn't understand what Lin Moyo had done. The more he couldn't understand, the more he found Lin Moyo terrifying. This fear dispelled the slight displeasure in his heart, and he finally decided to make peace with Lin Moyo. In the Great World, in the Vermilion Bird Star region, Zhang Ziyu, ranked second on the potential list, had just finished a closed-door practice session. Although his cultivation only increased a little, from True God 8th rank to True God 9th rank, his combat power had greatly improved, far more than his cultivation. Zhang Ziyu knew his potential had increased again, so he checked the potential list and found Lin Moya still ranked above him. A trace of resentment arose in his heart. Lin Moya, you don't dare accept my challenge. A coward like you has no right to be ranked above me. It seems the Human Emperor network isn't reliable, letting someone like you be on the list. After complaining, Zhang Ziyu muttered to himself, with my current combat power, I should be able to rival a first-rank God King. Even if I can't win, I won't be far off. Fighting across realms, how many can do that? He felt a bit smug. I wonder if my current combat power can get me on the combat power list. No, I haven't verified my combat power yet, so I can't be on the list. Unless I challenge someone on the list. Let me see, who should I start with? He opened the combat power list, automatically skipping the top 10, as they all had combat power exceeding 4th-rank God Kings, and he didn't want to seek abuse. He counted down one by one, recognizing some and knowing their combat power. Some he hadn't heard of, but being on the list meant they were strong. Suddenly, his face showed surprise. He saw Lin Moya's name on the combat power list. Lin Moya, ranked 35th. To be ranked 35th on the combat power list, one must have at least 3rd-rank God King combat power. Impossible, this can't be. How can he have such strong combat power? The Human Emperor network must have made a mistake. How can a coward have such strong combat power? Zhang Ziyu shouted in disbelief, as if stimulated. He clenched his fists, his voice cold. If it's not a mistake by the Human Emperor network, then his realm must be higher than mine. I must find him and make him accept my challenge. I want to prove that I am the most outstanding genius, the first on the potential list. In a challenge of the same realm, I, Zhang Ziyu, will not lose to anyone. With that, he rushed into the teleportation array and disappeared. Chapter 1190. Chapter 1190, 1190. Chapter 1190, surely they won't punish me twice. Lin Moya sat in the quiet room, taking out a blossom of 6-colored essence fire. The temperature in the quiet room rose sharply, the air became twisted and scorching hot, and the small quiet room instantly turned into a lava cave. The 6-colored essence fire was like a star, continuously emitting light and heat outwards. The array formation in the quiet room roared into operation, blocking all movements inside. But under the burning of the 6-colored essence fire, this array formation could not last long. Lin Moya sat beside the 6-colored essence fire, indifferent to the temperature. He took out a fireproof box and put the 6-colored essence fire inside. He did not move swiftly like Enchio to put it in, but slowly and calmly grasped the extremely hot 6-colored essence fire, and then just as slowly put it into the fireproof box. With the box closed, the temperature quickly dropped, and the defensive array formation in the quiet room gradually stopped. The fireproof box was square, with an extremely simple appearance and not even a single pattern. After putting on the lid, the fireproof box became a black cube, plain and unadorned. It did not look good, but it was very practical. With the 6-colored essence fire inside, not a bit of heat was transmitted out. The military's products, although simple in appearance, are quite useful. Lin Moya also knew that this was the characteristic of military products. Everything was based on practicality, with no need for appearances, only functionality. A faint light shone, and a cool breeze blew as Lin Moya used a detection technique. Fireproof box, a container made from the bones of a God King realm ice soul beast, capable of blocking flames. Under the detection technique, Lin Moya learned the material source of the fireproof box. The material used was the bones of an ice soul beast, a type of star beast, extremely powerful. The ice soul beast was already at the transcendent realm from birth, reaching the God King realm upon maturity, and with a little cultivation, it could reach the God Sovereign realm. The ice soul beast was imbued with coldness from its soul to its flesh, skilled in manipulating ice-type laws. There were records of a newborn ice soul beast accidentally falling onto a human life star. This was an ordinary life star without cultivators. 2 years later, the entire life star was frozen in ice, with no survivors. It was not until 10 years later that a powerful being discovered this and killed the ice soul beast. After 10 years of freezing, the ground hundreds of kilometers below the star was frozen solid. If it had been a few more decades, the entire star might have turned into a dead star. This was just a newborn ice soul beast. If it were a mature ice soul beast, it could instantly freeze an entire life star to death, or even extinguish a sun. When Lin Moya saw the information at the time, he sincerely thought, if there's a fire, it should be effective for extinguishing it. Lin Moya put away the fireproof box and continued to put away the 6-colored essence fire. Soon, 10 blossoms of 6-colored essence fire were all put into the fireproof boxes. The fireproof boxes did not have the quality issues that Aunt Xiao mentioned, and each time was successful. There were still 3 blossoms of 7-colored essence fire left, which Lin Moya had prepared for Gu Qingxian. Lin Moya was not sure if the fireproof boxes could withstand the burning of the 7-colored essence fire. Let's try it. He took out the 7-colored essence fire, and a vast heat wave swept out. It instantly impacted the array formation in the quiet room, causing the defensive array formation to shine brighter than ever before, emitting dazzling radiance. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the entire quiet room trembled, looking as if it would collapse at any moment. The ground of the quiet room had turned red, as if about to be melted. The 7-colored essence fire was too powerful, even the heat it radiated was terrifying. Lin Moya quickly took out the box and put the 7-colored essence fire inside. After closing the box, the fireproof box shook violently, as if it might explode at any moment. Lin Moya felt the temperature on the surface of the fireproof box rise. Previously, it was ice cold, but now it was slightly warm. Hopefully, it can hold up. Lin Moya watched, prepared to put away the 7-colored essence fire at any time. If the 7-colored essence fire appeared in the Star Fortress, it might kill all the True God Realm cultivators. After shaking for a while, the fireproof box finally began to stabilize. It held up. Lin Moya rejoiced, a military product, indeed extraordinary. After the fireproof box completely stabilized and the surface temperature gradually returned to its usual icy coldness, Lin Moya put it away. Looking at the quiet room, now riddled with holes, Lin Moya knew he could no longer use this room. If it happened again, it might collapse directly. Lin Moya left and changed to another quiet room, continuing. Soon, Lin Moya came out of the second quiet room and changed to a third quiet room. After changing 3 quiet rooms in succession, Lin Moya left the Star Fortress with no expression, walking a bit hurriedly. After he left, someone came to the quiet room and happened to choose one of the rooms Lin Moya had been in. The door had just opened when a wave of heat rushed out. The temperature was too high, instantly burning the person's clothes to ashes, which scattered with the heat flow. Then a scream echoed through the starry sky. The distant Lin Moya vaguely heard the scream, his expression awkward. My apologies. The extremely high temperature of the 7-colored essence fire had damaged the quiet room and its defensive array formation, causing the high temperature to linger for a long time, leading to the current situation. The high temperature would not kill, but it could burn away clothes. Lin Moya felt a bit apologetic as he headed to the task center. Taking advantage of the remaining time, he wanted to find a suitable task. Ding! Suddenly, a message came from the Human Emperor Network. Is this the promotion task? Lin Moya's heart stirred, and he connected his consciousness to the Human Emperor Network. You have damaged 3 quiet rooms in Fortress Number 1 of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Therefore, 3 million points have been deducted from you as compensation. The corner of Lin Moya's mouth twitched. It was a punishment for a fine. The Human Emperor Network was indeed flawless, catching even such a small matter. Let it deduct. Lin Moya was willing to take responsibility for his actions. He was a wealthy person with 80 million points. 3 million was nothing. He entered the task center, where the task counters were crowded. Lin Moya waited for an empty counter and began searching for suitable tasks. The second chain mission required him to complete 5 battlefield tasks. So far, he had not completed a single one. However, Lin Moya was only searching and had not accepted any tasks yet. For now, the priority was the military rank promotion task. There were many battlefield tasks, some of which had cultivation level requirements, and those tasks tended to be more dangerous but with richer rewards. The amount of the reward basically indicated the difficulty of the task. Lin Moya basically ignored the tasks with low rewards and focused on those with abundant rewards. He also remembered Zhuang Bai's words that the tasks in the Human Emperor Network were classified. He could choose combat-oriented tasks. After a long time, he gradually narrowed down a few tasks. Ding! A soft sound came, and the Human Emperor Network sent another message. This time, it should be the promotion task. Surely they won't punish me twice. Chapter 1191. Chapter 1191, 1191. Chapter 1191, Military Rank Promotion Task. Upon seeing the message, Lin Moya was slightly taken aback. It wasn't an ordinary message, it required his consciousness to fully enter the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moya left the task counter, making way for those who came after him. He found a slightly secluded spot, leaned against the wall, and then connected his consciousness to the Human Emperor Network. The scene before his eyes gradually became illusory, with the task center rippling like water waves before finally disappearing. It was replaced by a starry sky. His consciousness entered the Human Emperor Network, and he saw the scene constructed by it. A middle-aged man in military uniform, with a stern expression, walked out from the starry sky. After a few steps, he arrived in front of Lin Moya. Lin Moya saw the man and slowly saluted. Lin Moya greets the corps commander. Kuyuanjun maintained his usual seriousness. I am here to issue your promotion task. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. Does the promotion task require your personal issuance? Kuyuanjun shook his head. Others don't need it, but you are different. Different? How so? Lin Moya couldn't figure it out for a moment. However, Kuyuanjun had already started talking about the task content, and Lin Moya immediately perked up his ears to listen. Fortress number 6, area number 99, produces bismuth gold stones, and many of our cultivators are active there. Recently, we received news that a group of gold-eating beasts has emerged there, killing many of our cultivators. Your task is to lead a small team to rescue the human cultivators in that area. The team, including you, consists of 5 people. The personnel have already been arranged, and you are the captain. After Kuyuanjun finished explaining the task, he said in a deep voice, "That's the task content. If you have any questions, you can ask now." The task seemed simple, just a rescue mission, but since it required Kuyuanjun to personally announce it, it couldn't be that simple. Lin Moyo asked, "What is the number and level of the gold-eating beasts, and do you have their specific locations?" Based on his understanding of the battlefield, each fortress-controlled starry sky is called a war zone. Each war zone is divided into 100 areas. As Kuyuanjun mentioned, it was Fortress number 6, area number 99, which is actually War Zone 6, area 99, numbered 6 to 99. The 6 to 99 area is much smaller than the 5 to 38 area Lin Moyo had been to. It is a spherical area with a diameter of only 0.01 light-years, roughly 100 billion kilometers. The bismuth gold mining area has a diameter of only about 60 billion kilometers, with the rest being vast starry sky. Although the diameter is only 0.01 light-years, it is still a huge area for true God Realm cultivators. Searching such a large area with just a 5-person team is less reliable than finding a needle in a haystack. However, since the task was issued, Lin Moyo believed there must be a method, otherwise, the task would be pointless. Kuyuanjun said in a deep voice, "The number of gold-eating beasts is unknown, but they are group starry sky beasts, usually numbering between 5 and 10. Based on our understanding of the gold-eating beasts, their ordinary strength ranges from True God 8th rank to True God Peak. Among them, elite members can reach God King 1st rank. For every 1,000 gold-eating beasts, there will be a captain with strength between God King 2nd rank and 3rd rank. If the number of gold-eating beasts reaches 10,000, a Beast King will emerge with strength around God King 4th rank." Lin Moyo estimated that Fortress number 6 also belonged to the True God Realm activity area. Even if there were God King Realm cultivators, they wouldn't be many, and their strength would generally be around God King 1st rank. Such strength would almost have no chance of survival if they encountered a group of gold-eating beasts. Lin Moyo pondered for a moment and then said, "Please continue." Kuyuanjun nodded slightly. The 6 to 99 area is somewhat special. Although it is also a spherical area, it has entrances and exits. At this moment, a sphere appeared before Lin Moyo's eyes. The sphere had hundreds of sharp protrusions, making it look like a curled-up hedgehog. The Human Emperor Network presented the appearance of the 6 to 99 area. Kuyuanjun said, "These spikes are the passages in and out of Area 99. These passages open and close periodically, and you can only pass through when they are open. These passages do not have fixed positions, they constantly change along the boundary of the area. Sometimes, even if a passage appears, it may not be passable. Moreover, the passages have level restrictions. If your cultivation exceeds God King 3rd rank, the passage will collapse, leading to endless void." Then, 6 passages lit up, 2 of which were golden, and the other 4 were crimson. Kuyuanjun continued, "These 2 golden passages are the ones we frequently use. Through years of exploration, we have found that some passages are relatively stable. The other 4 crimson passages are frequently used by other races. Now that the gold-eating beasts have appeared, they have guarded these 2 passages and are hunting the people in the area." Kuyuanjun said a lot, but it wasn't enough. Lin Moyo still had many questions. The number of gold-eating beasts is not large, and the area is so vast. How are they conducting the hunt? Kuyuanjun said, "Gold-eating beasts are metal-type starry sky beasts. They can resonate with the bismuth gold in that starry sky. Through resonance, they can find the living beings hidden within. Of course, they are not only hunting our human race, other races are also their targets." Lin Moyo continued to ask, "What are the reactions of other races?" Kuyuanjun was not impatient and truthfully told Lin Moyo the current situation. Other races have already sent corresponding teams, so this time you will not only face the gold-eating beasts but also the enemy teams. As expected. So how do I find people in such a vast starry sky? I can't just rely on my eyes, can I? Lin Moyo smiled, as if he had already guessed part of Kuyuanjun's words. Indeed, Lin Moyo had already analyzed a lot of information from the previous conversation. Gold-eating beasts are starry sky beasts and won't only target humans. It can be said that all living beings other than themselves are their targets. Kuyuanjun said, "Later, go find Mengang. He will tell you how to find people." "Alright, I have more questions. Go ahead. Am I only responsible for rescuing people? Can I kill the gold-eating beasts? Also, for such a big matter, there should be more than one team going, right? Or have teams already gone but failed, and why isn't the army moving?" Kuyuanjun raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. "It's good that you can think of these things. You can kill the gold-eating beasts if you can. For other specific information, ask Mengang, he will tell you." After leaving the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moyo did not immediately go to find Mengang. Based on his analysis, the matter with the gold-eating beasts didn't just happen, so there was no rush. He waited for a while until a task counter became available, then started operating at the task counter. Among the tasks he had selected earlier, one was in Area 6 to 99. Area 6 to 99 is used for mining bismuth gold. Bismuth gold is a special metal containing metal-type laws. It is an excellent material for making weapons and armor. At the center of this area, there is a star entirely composed of bismuth gold, with bismuth gold essence growing at its core. Chapter 1192. Chapter 1192 1192. Chapter 1192 If you have opinions, keep them to yourself. Bismuth gold and bismuth gold essence have completely different uses and grades. Lin. Bismuth gold is an excellent material that can be used for refining tools and making puppets. From the literal meaning, bismuth gold essence should also be a top-grade material. But in fact, it is not. Bismuth gold essence is a natural elixir used to condense the soul. For true God realm cultivators, if they want to manifest their soul, besides their own comprehension, they also need some additional items for assistance to achieve better results. In the early stages of soul manifestation, it is very fragile. Although it is extremely powerful, it is too fragile and easily damaged. It is not until the true God 9th rank that the soul manifestation becomes perfect, with all defects compensated, becoming strong. At that time, the laws become armor and weapons, and the soul manifestation can exhibit relatively strong combat power. A true God 9th rank with soul manifestation can kill a true God of the same rank without soul manifestation in the blink of an eye. Although the soul manifestation becomes strong and almost perfect, it is only almost perfect. The soul's defense is still not strong enough. If it encounters a powerful enemy, it is still easily damaged. This is mainly reflected in the armor formed by the laws not being strong enough, the soul clothes of the true God realm not being strong enough, and the soul itself not being strong enough. Bismuth gold essence can greatly change this. Refining the soul with bismuth gold essence can strengthen the soul, making the essence of the soul stronger. It is equivalent to adding another layer of defense under the law armor and soul clothes. It has been estimated that if enough bismuth gold essence can be obtained, the soul defense of the true God realm can be increased by hundreds of times. Even without the protection of laws and soul clothes, even a 5th or 6th rank God King cannot harm the soul. At that time, the soul manifestation can be used without any scruples. It can also lay a solid foundation for the soul law domain of the God King realm. Although Lin Moyo has the talent for soul regeneration, the stronger the soul, the better. This talent is for saving his life, not for risking it. Even though his soul is already very strong enough to use soul manifestation, not much weaker than those at the peak of the true God realm, but he still wants to further strengthen his soul. At that time, he took a fancy to this task, and now he took it together. Battlefield task: collect bismuth gold in Area 6 to 99. In Area 99 of War Zone 6, collect enough bismuth gold and bring it back. Restrictions: none. Completion conditions: at least bring back military merits. Note: the bismuth gold collection area has a lot of hostile races active, please pay attention to safety. There are many stars entirely composed of bismuth gold in the center of the area, where bismuth gold essence is produced. This place is extremely dangerous, and those without sufficient strength should not approach. The reward for this task is even less than collecting stellar essence fire, indicating that the task is not very dangerous. As long as you don't go to the center to court death and don't encounter attacks from hostile races, there won't be much danger. After taking the task, Lin Moya left the task center and headed to the military merit office. I guess Meng Gang will be part of this task. I wonder who the others are. Lin Moya speculated in his heart. Koyuan Jun told him that if he had any questions, he could ask Meng Gang. This was enough to show that Meng Gang would be performing the task with him. He was the captain, and Meng Gang was a team member. Lin Moyo could guess some reasons for choosing Meng Gang. Meng Gang had probably been to Area 6 to 99 and was relatively familiar with it. At the same time, he was also a veteran and could provide some suggestions. However, making a sergeant his subordinate might make Meng Gang a bit resentful. Thinking of this, Lin Moya's mouth slightly curved, so what if he has opinions, he has to keep them to himself. In the military, soldiers take obeying orders as their duty. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains, not to be taken lightly. This is true in the small world, and even more so in the great world. There is no room for negotiation. In front of the military merit office, he saw Meng Gang standing outside. There were two others with Meng Gang. Lin Moyo had seen these two before they were Meng Gang's subordinates. Sergeant Meng, we meet again. Lin Moyo greeted Meng Gang with a smile. Seeing Lin Moyo, Meng Gang's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know why he was assigned to this task. The order was directly issued by the corps commander, and he had no right to oppose it, not even to ask why. All he could do was obey. He took out a round array plate and handed it to Lin Moyo. This is the search array plate for this task. It can sense battlefield tokens within tens of millions of kilometers. Every human cultivator on the battlefield carries a battlefield token. This is the best marker. As long as you find the battlefield token, you can find the person. Lin Moya took the array plate, played with it for a while, then glanced at Meng Gang and looked at the other two. You two, introduce yourselves. The two showed slight displeasure. The young man with a square face snorted, Wang Zhengao, 7th rank warrior, true god 9th rank, proficient in explosive laws. The other lowered his voice, Rongjie, 7th rank warrior, true god 9th rank, proficient in starlight laws. Lin Moya nodded slightly, then looked at Meng Gang. Sergeant Meng, your turn. Meng Gang nodded, his tone calm. Meng Gang, 1st rank sergeant, God King 2nd rank, proficient in sharp metal laws. Lin Moya nodded, not bad. Sergeant Meng, do you know who the other person is? He had 4 teammates, 3 were here, and 1 was missing. Meng Gang shook his head. I just received the task and don't know who the other person is. At this moment, a beautiful figure quickly ran over. She was like a beautiful butterfly dancing in the wind, taking light steps, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of them, wearing a moon-white robe, slightly tight, highlighting her proud figure. With her charming appearance, she was indeed a rare beauty. Yuju's arrival immediately attracted the attention of several people. Especially Wang Zhenghao and Rong Jie, their eyes were deeply attracted by Yuzhu, unable to look away. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. Why are you here? Yuzhu smiled. I'm here for the military rank promotion task. Lin Moya was slightly stunned, confirming that Yuzhu was not joking, then laughed. What a coincidence. Yuzhu smiled. What, not welcoming me? No, introduce yourself. Lin Moya's tone remained as calm as ever, unchanged by Yuzhu's presence. Yuzhu nodded. Yuzhu, 9th rank warrior, true god 9th rank, proficient in jade plant laws. Jade plant laws, Lin Moya was slightly surprised. Jade plant laws are very rare. It is said that in the great world, there is a giant tree like jade, called the jade tree. The jade tree is several light years tall, incredibly huge. Various stars grow on it, forming a galaxy. At the same time, a special law was born on it, called the jade plant law. Using the jade plant law, one can summon the jade tree's shadow, stirring the power of the stars, with considerable power. After Yuzhu finished speaking, she showed a look of pride. Unfortunately, Lin Moya showed no reaction, not even a word of praise. After the introductions, Lin Moya turned and walked towards the military merit office. Follow me. Wait for me. Yuzhu called softly and quickly followed. Meng Gang and the other two exchanged glances. Wang Zhenghao and Rong Jie were clearly a bit dissatisfied, but Meng Gang said in a low voice, from now on, until this task is completed, Lin Moya is the captain. If you have any displeasure, keep it to yourself. Chapter 1193. Chapter 1193, 1193. Chapter 1193, the first 9 teams are struggling. Wang Zhenghao and Rong Jie were Meng Gang's subordinates. Meng Gang's words carried more weight than Lin Moya's. The two suppressed their inner dissatisfaction and frustration. We understand. Meng Gang nodded and followed Lin Moya into the military merit office. Yuzhu quickly caught up with Lin Moya. Aren't we going to do the task? Why are we going back to the military merit office? Lin Moya replied, to buy some things. Yuzhu asked, are you going to buy the Genjin pills? Yes. Lin Moya nodded and had already arrived at the purchasing counter. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Before the task, preparations must be made. Every area on the battlefield has its dangers. Some dangers come from hostile races, while others come from the battlefield itself. For example, the dark stars and flashing star fires in Area 5 to 38 are very dangerous. Even the stellar essence fire itself is unsafe, often burning cultivators to death. The bismuth gold in Area 6 to 99 seems less dangerous, but it is not safe either. Bismuth gold has an associated mineral that contains a peculiar toxin. This toxin is like invisible light, enveloping the entire starry sky. As long as you are in it, even without breathing, the toxin can invade your body, and even magical treasures cannot block it. The toxin is not strong but can accumulate over time. When it accumulates to a certain extent, the toxicity erupts, affecting cultivation at best, causing severe injuries, or even damaging the foundation at worst. After long years of research, the military's alchemists developed a pill called Genjin pill. The Genjin pill can resist the toxin, and one pill is effective for 10 days. Lin Moya was not afraid of this toxin. Without the influence of laws, pure toxins could not harm him. But for Meng Gang and others, it was a different story. Meng Gang had been to Area 6 to 99 and had contact with bismuth gold. He must know to prepare Genjin pills. Wang Zhenghao and Rong Jie must also know, and Yuzhu even more so. In terms of common sense, they certainly surpassed him. They must have prepared Genjin pills, but their preparation was their business. As the captain of this task, Lin Moya had his own ideas. Meng Gang came to Lin Moya's side. Captain, are you going to buy Genjin pills? Lin Moya nodded. Buy some, just in case. Meng Gang said, the military has already prepared Genjin pills for us. You only need to buy your own share. As he spoke, he looked at Yuzhu, who immediately said, I have also prepared Genjin pills. Lin Moya seemed not to hear them. He had already found the Genjin pills in the item list. Genjin pills are among the most common items, and any soldier can buy them with military merits. The price is not high, 10 military merits per pill, each pill effective for 10 days. Lin Moya did not know how long this trip would take, so he bought 100 pills, spending 1,000 military merits. The military merits were deducted, and soon someone delivered the Genjin pills to Lin Moya. I don't know how many Genjin pills the military gave you, but this is my military rank promotion task. I am the captain, so the Genjin pills should be prepared by me. Here are 100 Genjin pills, along with the search array plate, all handed over to Meng Gang for safekeeping. Lin Moya handed the jade bottle containing the Genjin pills and the search array plate to Meng Gang, then said in a low voice, let's go. The group exchanged glances. Meng Gang saw a different look in Wang Zhenghao and Rong Jie's eyes. Lin Moya's words, I am the captain, so the Genjin pills should be prepared by me, had an impact on them. Yuzhu's eyes sparkled, but she said nothing and silently followed. At Fortress number 6, the teleportation array lit up. Lin Moya and his team of 5 appeared in the teleportation array. After a brief pause, the teleportation array flashed again, sending them to the forward base in Area 99. Upon leaving the forward base in Area 99, they immediately felt a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. An army was neatly stationed in the forward base, forming square formations in the starry sky. The formations in the starry sky were not like those on the ground, they were cubic formations. Each formation consisted of 10,000 soldiers, and as far as the eye could see, there were 10 identical formations. Each formation exuded an astonishing aura, and the soldiers' aura condensed into one. Even a god king would have to bow before them. Above the formations, tens of thousands of kilometers away, were numerous warships. The entire army was ready to strike at any moment. The presence of the army indicated that the situation here was not optimistic. Meng Gang and the others looked at the military formations with respect. Rongjie couldn't help but say, "Is a war about to start?" Lin Moya shook his head. "No, it won't." Rongjie was slightly stunned and skeptical. "How do you know?" Lin Moya chuckled but did not explain. He flew towards Area 99. The four quickly followed. Rongjie kept asking, "How do you know a war won't start?" Lin Moya still did not answer. Rongjie wanted to ask again, but Meng Gang sternly said, "Shut up." Rongjie trembled and obediently closed his mouth. He was Meng Gang's subordinate, and Meng Gang's words were very effective. After flying for 1,000,000 kilometers, the starry sky became quiet, and the forward base was just a small dot in the distance. At this point, Lin Moya stopped and said to Meng Gang, "Explain why a war won't start and give a detailed account of the task." Meng Gang nodded. In Area 6 to 99, a group of gold-eating beasts suddenly appeared, causing significant harm to various races in the area. The number of gold-eating beasts is unknown, but it is certain that there are many, and they have guarded the commonly used passages, making it difficult for the cultivators inside to escape. Upon receiving the news, the military immediately dispatched troops. However, other races also dispatched their armies, leading to a standoff. After negotiations, it was decided that each race would send teams for rescue, with each team not exceeding 5 members and each race not exceeding 10 teams. The first 9 teams that went in did not achieve satisfactory results. "We are the 10th team from the human race." After he finished speaking, Rongjie couldn't help but ask, "Why don't the armies go in?" If the armies went in, it shouldn't be difficult to slaughter the gold-eating beasts. His words drew a disdainful look from Yuzhu, as if she were looking at an idiot. If the armies went in to slaughter the gold-eating beasts, they would also kill the cultivators of hostile races, right? Yuzhu's words left Rongjie speechless. Indeed, if the armies went in, they would inevitably kill the cultivators of hostile races while slaughtering the gold-eating beasts and rescuing their own cultivators. Faced with the army's slaughter, how many cultivators could resist? So the armies of various races were in a standoff, and it was impossible to allow the armies of other races to go in. Sending small teams for rescue was the result of negotiations among the races. Wan Zhenghao asked, "Didn't the previous teams bring back any useful information?" Meng Gang shook his head. "No, due to the toxin in Area 99, it is difficult to transmit information from inside." Wan Zhenghao's voice was heavy. "It seems this task is very dangerous." Rongjie's face also looked grim. He had realized the danger of the task. Only Yuzhu remained smiling, her bright eyes shining like stars, showing no sign of worry. Chapter 1194. Chapter 1194, 1194. Chapter 1194, Disobey Orders, I will kill you. Meng Gang had anticipated that this task would be dangerous from the beginning. However, after analyzing the situation, he realized that the task's danger level was even higher than he had imagined. He looked at Lin Moyo, puzzled as to why a sergeant's promotion task would be so difficult. What criteria did the Human Emperor Network and the military use to assign such a dangerous task? In his opinion, given the restrictions in Area 6 to 99, a team of second-rank God Kings capable of challenging higher levels should be sent in. There were so many geniuses in the military that forming such a team, or even several, should not be a problem. Or perhaps, Meng Gang suddenly had a worse premonition. Maybe the military had already sent teams of second-rank God King geniuses, but they had achieved no results. If that were the case, the danger level of this task would be terrifyingly high. What would be the point of them going in? Just to feed the gold-eating beasts? Meng Gang was very clear about his own combat power. A second-rank God King was just an ordinary second-rank God King. He also knew the combat power of his subordinates, Wang Zhenghao and Rongjie. Yuzhu was also a 9th-rank true god. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't be that strong. So the only variable was Lin Moyo. Meng Gang looked at Lin Moyo with a complex expression. Lin Moyo, who had been deep in thought, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, sweeping across the starry sky like a sword, meeting Meng Gang's gaze. Meng Gang felt a slight pain in his eyes, as if they had been cut by a blade. Lin Moya's expression turned serious as he spoke slowly. Meng Gang was being polite. Based on my analysis, the previous 9 teams went in without sending back any information, rescuing no one, and possibly even getting trapped themselves, their fates unknown. The armies of various races are currently in a stalemate, which will likely continue for a long time. At least until concrete information is obtained, there won't be any battles between the races. Our primary task is to rescue people, followed by killing gold-eating beasts and enemy cultivators. Lin Moya's words left the group stunned. Rescuing people alone was already difficult, and killing gold-eating beasts and enemy cultivators seemed even harder. Meng Gang seemed to have something to say, but before he could speak, Lin Moya's sharp gaze silenced him. The aura around Lin Moya changed, the previous gentleness disappeared, replaced by a commanding presence. The weight of his authority pressed down on the group, making it hard for them to breathe. Wan Zhenghao and Rongjie turned pale, their chests heaving. They felt as if they were facing a high-ranking general. The unique aura of a general was so evident. 3 words rose simultaneously in their hearts: impossible. Meng Gang also found it unbelievable. He had just felt as if he were facing a corps commander. The core commanders in the fortress were at least 6th-rank true gods and also military generals. Lin Moya was clearly only a 5th-rank true god, just a 9th-rank warrior, currently on a promotion task. Meng Gang found it unbelievable and couldn't understand. Yuzhu didn't feel as strongly as they did but sensed that Lin Moya had suddenly become extremely assertive, completely different from before. Lin Moya's voice was low. I don't care what you thought of me before or if you had any conflicts with me, none of that matters. In this task, I am the captain, and I am your superior. My orders must be unconditionally obeyed. In the military regulations, there is no such word as regret. If you choose to retreat now, I will kill you and continue the task with your corpses. If you disobey my orders during the task, I will also kill you. Any questions? Lin Moya's words carried immense authority, like a giant hammer falling on them, leaving them stunned. Yuzhu whispered, I'm not a soldier. Lin Moya glanced at her, since you joined my team, you are a soldier until the task is completed. Yuzhu snorted softly, seemingly dissatisfied, but said, all right, I understand. Knowing when to yield, Yuzhu wisely chose to comply and not stand out. Lin Moya's gaze swept over Meng Gang and the other two, and they snapped to attention. Meng Gang said in a low voice, understood, as soldiers, we only follow orders. Wang Zhengao and Rong Jiat echoed, follow orders. Lin Moya nodded, good, let's set off now. He took out the Battle King Tower, get in. There were still nearly 1 billion kilometers to Area 99. To save time, Lin Moya decided to use the Battle King Tower for the journey. This God King Realm flying artifact could be used for both travel and combat. Its combat power was not weak, at least not weaker than an ordinary 3rd-rank God King. If fully utilized, it could kill someone like Meng Gang. However, Lin Moya's current realm was not enough to fully unleash its power. The Battle King Tower turned into a stream of light, carrying the 4 of them through the starry sky. Meng Gang's eyes flickered. He recognized the Battle King Tower as a God King Realm flying artifact with considerable combat power. He even felt a sense of threat from the Battle King Tower, indicating that its combat power was not weaker than his. His eyes showed a trace of envy. God King Realm flying artifacts were numerous, and they could be bought with military merits or points. But a flying artifact with combat power was different. It was like the difference between a spaceship and a battleship. Spaceships were cheap, but battleships were extremely expensive. In any case, he couldn't afford the Battle King Tower. Lin Moya noticed his gaze. This was a reward from one of my tasks. Meng Gang almost blurted out, what task had such a good reward? But he realized he shouldn't ask and felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Moya said, that task was a bit special. Lin Moya had given him an out, and Meng Gang immediately took it. After spending half a day together, Meng Gang found that Lin Moya was actually easy to get along with. When there was nothing serious, he spoke gently and even joked occasionally. Thinking back to the previous incident, it seemed the misunderstanding was caused by himself. The Battle King Tower flew at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. A few hours later, they finally approached Area 99 and saw the human army. In addition to the human army at the forward base, there was also a human army arrayed here. Beyond the human army, millions of kilometers away, they could sense the presence of other races. The powerful aura of the other races was like a sharp blade, monitoring the human army's every move. Lin Moya knew that in the dark starry sky, the armies of other races were also on high alert. The situation here was extremely complex, with multiple factions in a standoff. A person flew out from the army, heading towards Lin Moya. According to regulations, Lin Moya handed over his battlefield token, verified his identity, and the army allowed them to pass. After passing the army, Lin Moya saw the leader of this army, an old acquaintance, Elder Wang Xing of Fortress No. 6. Wang Xing was not only an elder of Fortress No. 6, with a 4th-rank God Sovereign cultivation, but also a 6th-rank colonel. He had come here after returning from the manor. Seeing Lin Moya, Wang Xing's face lit up with joy. Lin Xiao, I didn't expect you to lead the team. Chapter 1195. Chapter 1195, 1195. Chapter 1195, Chaotic Balance Situation. Elder Wang Xing was dressed in military uniform, exuding a heavy aura. The aura of a superior came over them, making everyone unable to look directly at him, whether it was his military rank, position, or his own cultivation. Meng Gang and the others lowered their heads slightly to show respect upon seeing Wang Xing. Even the usually cheerful Yuzhu became solemn and mature. Lin Moya smiled casually, Elder Wang, what brings you here? Wang Xing laughed heartily, I was ordered to come and oversee things. Although my strength is average, I am still a God Sovereign. Elder Wang, you are being modest. Lin Moya knew Wang Xing was just being humble. In the manor, due to restrictions, Wang Xing couldn't even display 1/10,000th of his strength. But outside, even 1,000 Lin Moyas combined couldn't defeat Wang Xing. Even millions of undead armies would struggle to cause effective harm to Wang Xing. At most, they could delay him a bit, giving Lin Moya time to escape, though whether he could escape was another matter. Lin Moya and Wang Xing chatted amiably. Wang Xing exuded a heavy aura of authority, but Lin Moya was not inferior, and the two were evenly matched. Meng Gang and the others followed quietly like little chicks, not daring to make a sound. They finally realized that they had only seen the tip of the iceberg when it came to Lin Moya. Meng Gang felt fortunate that he had decided to get along with Lin Moya. If he had continued to oppose Lin Moya, it would have been courting death. Someone who could converse equally with a God Sovereign was not someone he could provoke. Meng Gang thought he should have realized this earlier. There were so many geniuses in the human race, countless of them coming to the Vermilion Bird battlefield every year, and many contributing to the human race. But who could earn an honorary title? In nearly 100 years, only Lin Moyo had earned an honorary title in the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Such a person was not someone he could provoke. Through his conversation with Wang Xing, Lin Moyo understood the current situation. The gold-eating beast incident happened half a month ago, and Elder Wang Xing had arrived a few days ago. He was ordered to come and support the situation. There were 4 elders in Fortress Number 6, and Li Yuanbei was still guarding outside the manor. The other 3 elders had all come here. The army belonging to Fortress Number 6 was fully prepared, not necessarily to fight, but if a fight broke out, they wouldn't be caught off guard. Currently, multiple armies were in a standoff, involving 5 races. Besides their old enemy, the demon race, there were also the golden eagle race, the winged race, and the flying serpent race. Coincidentally, these 4 races were all enemies of the human race. Moreover, the demon race and the golden eagle race were also at odds with each other, and the golden eagle race and the flying serpent race had their own grudges. The winged race and the flying serpent race also had some conflicts. Thus, they were all restraining each other, and no one had made a move, creating a strange balance. According to Wang Xing, they had received news that the bull demon race's army was also coming. The bull demon race was not an enemy of the human race, but their relationship was average, and they had some conflicts with the demon race. Their arrival might disrupt the balance. Lin Moya didn't need to worry about these matters. His current task was to go in and rescue people. If he encountered enemy races, he would eliminate them. The same applied to the gold-eating beasts. He also planned to see if he could obtain some bismuth gold essence in the central area. Wang Xing led Lin Moya to a place about 100,000 kilometers ahead, which was not pitch black but had a light blue halo, looking somewhat enchanting. The halo kept changing in the starry sky, with bubbles seemingly rolling on it, as if something was about to burst out from the halo. This area surrounded by the halo was Area 6 to 99. Wang Xing pointed at the constantly changing bubbles. This is the area our human race frequently enters and exits. Passages appear here periodically. According to estimates, a passage should form in about an hour. After you go in, remember the position and try to return the same way. Lin Moya nodded. Is there no news from the previous teams? Wang Xing shook his head. None. Lin Moya nodded slightly. I'll go and see. As long as they are not dead, I'll bring them back. Then I wish you success, Lin Xiaowa. Wang Xing smiled, showing no worry about Lin Moyo, seemingly full of confidence in him. After returning from the manor, he had learned more about Lin Moyo. With his authority, he knew more than the average person and understood how strong Lin Moyo was. Just his true god peak physical body was enough to make most god sovereigns ashamed. Lin Moya said to Meng Gang and the others, the passage will appear in about an hour. Take the Genjin pills now, Meng Gang, you handle it. Meng Gang was startled and responded loudly, yes, sir. He immediately took out the Genjin pills and distributed them to everyone. When he was about to give one to Lin Moya refused. No need for me. If I need it, I'll ask you. Meng Gang was puzzled but didn't ask. He remembered Lin Moya's previous words. His words were orders, and he only needed to obey. As time passed, Meng Gang and the others grew more nervous. The previous 9 teams had gone in and disappeared without a trace. Whether they could come out alive was uncertain. An hour later, a bubble on the blue halo suddenly swelled violently, as if something was pushing out from inside. The bubble rose like a mountain peak, becoming sharp. Meng Gang, who had been here before, thought to himself, the passage is about to appear. He tensed up, becoming even more nervous. Lin Moya's voice rang out, once we go in, Meng Gang will be responsible for protection and activating the search array plate. If there are gold-eating beasts or enemies, don't worry, I'll handle them. His words were firm and irrefutable. Meng Gang's heart tightened, and he immediately responded, understood. Lin Moya nodded and focused on the bubble. The bubble rose hundreds of times, reaching hundreds of miles high, then exploded in the starry sky. Light blue light burst out from the halo, as if a hole had been torn in it. At that moment, the passage formed. Go! Lin Moya shouted and rushed towards the passage. Meng Gang and the others followed closely behind. The blue in the passage grew deeper, gradually turning into dark blue. Lin Moya's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, be careful. Meng Gang reacted immediately, unleashing a strong law, dazzling and brilliant. A domain of laws unfolded instantly, golden light enveloping the 4 of them. Countless golden law swords rose within the light, forming a sword array, shielding the 4 of them. As soon as the domain of laws was established, an attack arrived. Countless blue beams struck Meng Gang's domain, causing it to rumble. The law swords within the domain shattered instantly, and the domain quickly collapsed. Meng Gang's face changed, and he shouted, Captain, be careful, it's a God King realm attack. He saw an attack land on Lin Moyo, whose body was covered in a layer of skeletal armor. The skeletal armor shattered under the attack, and the powerful force struck Lin Moya directly. Meng Gang's face turned pale. Yuzhu, Wang Zhengao, and Rong Jia also turned pale, their faces bloodless. Chapter 1196. Chapter 1196, 1196. Chapter 1196, only one way left. In their eyes, no matter how strong Lin Moya was, he was still just a true god 5th rank. Lin, perhaps his attack power was very strong, but attack is not the same as defense. Facing an attack from a God King realm, his defense instantly collapsed, and the God King realm attack landed on him. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. Lin Moya remained unfazed, calmly taking all the attacks. White light flickered on his body, and the skeletal armor kept appearing and collapsing. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the blue light, white light kept exploding, as if someone was attacking there. The white light illuminated the blue, and everyone saw the gold-eating beasts, all blue in color. Meng Gang, being a god king and the most experienced among them, recognized what Lin Moyo had done and murmured, multi-star spell. Only the multi-star spell's induced spell linkage could passively find the hidden enemies in this way. The gold-eating beasts were entirely blue, hidden in the blue light, with no apparent aura, making them extremely difficult to find. But Lin Moyo used this method to forcefully find them. Killing intent rose in Lin Moyo's eyes. It seems everyone who came in was ambushed. With a light sigh, the light around him flickered continuously. Hundreds of skeleton god generals responded to the call and swiftly charged at the gold-eating beasts. As Lin Moya's cultivation continued to improve, the combat power of the skeletons also rapidly increased. The weakest of the three types of skeletons could rival a true god 8th rank, and the skeleton god generals formed by their fusion had combat power reaching god king 2nd rank. The skeleton god generals pounced, wielding sharp bone swords imbued with the undying law, slashing out astonishing sword energy. The massive sword energy swept through the starry sky, almost shattering the passage. There were only 10 gold-eating beasts that ambushed Lin Moyo, all at god king 1st rank. Facing the skeleton god generals with god king 2nd rank combat power, they were no match. Moreover, they were outnumbered 10 to 1. In an instant, the 10 gold-eating beasts were slaughtered by the skeleton god generals. After the gold-eating beasts died, their bodies quickly curled up, finally turning into a fist-sized piece of blue metal. Lin Moyo picked up a piece of blue metal and used a detection spell. Refined gold, excellent material for refining tools. Using the detection spell outside the coverage of the Human Emperor network, the information obtained was less detailed, but it was enough for Lin Moyo. Gold-eating beasts feed on refined gold, and after they die, their bodies turn into a piece of high-quality refined gold. Sometimes, the bismuth gold collected contains impurities and needs further purification and refining. Often, out of 100 pounds of collected refined gold, only 10 pounds can be refined. The refined gold formed after the death of the gold-eating beasts does not need further purification and refining, and its quality is very high. Lin Moyo weighed the refined gold in his hand. It was not heavy, only about 5 pounds for a fist-sized piece. In terms of pure mass density, it was not even as dense as iron, but the laws contained within it made its value far exceed that of steel. Meng Gang and the others were completely shocked by the scene just now. They never expected Lin Moyo to so easily slaughter 10 God King realm gold-eating beasts. Reaching God King 1st rank already made them elite members among the gold-eating beasts. Moreover, gold-eating beasts, feeding on refined gold, had astonishing defense. It was very difficult for cultivators of the same rank to kill them. Usually, powerful magical treasures were needed to do so. Meng Gang knew that even if he wanted to kill a God King 1st rank gold-eating beast, it would take some effort. But the skeletons summoned by Lin Moyo easily slaughtered the gold-eating beasts, indicating that these skeletons had terrifying combat power, likely stronger than his own. Are these puppets? Where did such powerful puppets come from, and in such large numbers? Meng Gang couldn't figure it out. Yuju's nervousness eased a lot, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Moyo, finding him increasingly mysterious. Lin Moyo put away the refined gold and slowly said, Meng Gang, based on your understanding of the gold-eating beasts, do they ambush? Meng Gang thought for a moment and then shook his head. I'm not very sure. Actually, I haven't had much contact with gold-eating beasts. Lin Moyo was slightly disappointed. Without more information, he couldn't make a more accurate judgment. At this moment, Yuju suddenly raised her hand. Captain, I know. Lin Moyo responded, go ahead. Yuju had mentioned before that her family, the Yu family, had deep cooperation with the military. This indicated that the Yu family was a long-established family. Such families often had a lot of information. Yuju said, gold-eating beasts usually act in groups, with numbers ranging from 1,000 to tens of thousands. Their actions are not fixed, and each time they act, they seek out large amounts of refined gold to devour. At the same time, all living beings they encounter are killed. However, I've never heard of gold-eating beasts ambushing. I find today's events very strange. Lin Moyo nodded, Yuju's words adding some credibility to his suspicions. Lin Moyo continued to ask, in the information you know, are there any special gold-eating beasts? Yuju thought for a moment and then shook her head, special gold-eating beasts? There's no mention of them in the information. Lin Moyo pondered for a few seconds, his gaze serious as he said in a low voice, although it's not confirmed yet, we have reason to suspect that there has been some special change among the gold-eating beasts. The others looked at Lin Moyo, wanting to know what he meant. Lin Moyo continued, I suspect that among the gold-eating beasts, there has appeared an intelligent gold-eating beast, and it is very likely a gold-eating beast king. This would explain why the gold-eating beasts ambushed us. The previous teams that entered were likely also ambushed, caught off guard, and possibly suffered losses. Meng Gang's face changed slightly. A beast group without intelligence, no matter how strong, was not to be feared because their power was scattered. But once they had intelligence, their power would be united, making them terrifying. If the intelligence was strong enough, capable of ambushes, sneak attacks, and strategic thinking. Thinking of this, Meng Gang shivered, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Should we report this? Lin Moyo shook his head. No. Meng Gang was slightly stunned but didn't ask further. He remembered Lin Moyo's words. Lin Moyo's words were orders, to be unconditionally obeyed. Lin Moyo said, first, we have no evidence. Second, you can't go back. Can't go back? Meng Gang's face changed, and he immediately sensed the situation, his face turning grim. They were still in the passage, but for some reason, it had become one way, allowing entry but not exit. Meng Gang murmured, it's different from when I came before. Yuju also sensed this, her beautiful face turning grim, it's different from the records. Why has the passage become one way? Lin Moya said, something special must have happened, and the reason the previous teams didn't send back any information is likely related to this. It seems we only have one way left to go. Chapter 1197. Chapter 1197, 1197. Chapter 1197, whether I succeed or not, it doesn't matter. Lin Moya said that there was only one path left. But everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, understanding the underlying message in Lin Moya's words, there was no way back. Lin Moya said softly, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will straighten itself. Worrying won't solve the problem. Do as we discussed earlier. Meng Gang, protect them. Leave the fighting to me. Meng Gang, being a soldier and a god king, quickly calmed down, exuding a soldier's aura. Since there was no way back, they had to bravely move forward. Lin Moya led the way, and the group continued to advance. From this moment on, several skeleton god generals appeared around Meng Gang and the others. 10 skeleton god generals protected them as the first line of defense. Meng Gang was the second line of defense. Several skeleton god generals also cleared the way ahead for Lin Moya. As he pondered the task, Lin Moya realized that Wang Zhenghao and Rong Jia didn't play a significant role here, but they had their reasons for being present. Their cultivation had reached true god 9th rank, just one step away from becoming god kings. Perhaps one experience was enough for them to complete their advancement. Their potential couldn't compare to geniuses like Qian Huang, so their advancement difficulty was much lower. Moreover, through this task, they could earn considerable military merits. It was a way for the military to cultivate its soldiers. Not every task had to be useful with so many soldiers, the military had to cast a wide net. Additionally, Lin Moya thought of another reason. The military wanted to test his abilities, adding 2 seemingly useless burdens to increase the task's difficulty. For someone with an honorary title, the military would be relatively strict, which was understandable. Lin Moya understood these 2 reasons and didn't find them strange. However, Yuju's inclusion puzzled him. This woman from the Yu family claimed to be completing a promotion task, but what was her true purpose? Lin Moya didn't believe her motives were pure. Regardless, since the team was already formed, as long as she followed orders, he would continue the task with her. Lin Moya's eyes reflected his thoughts, having summarized the causes and effects. In summary, the military didn't expect him to succeed in this task. It was more of an attempt. 3 of the 4 elders from Fortress Number 6, except Li Yuanbei, had already arrived here. This meant that 3 god sovereigns were stationed at the entrance of Area 6 to 99. According to Li Yuanbei's main production, stronger corps commanders were also ready. This is gearing up for a big fight. And it's not a small-scale fight, but a large-scale one. The involvement might not be limited to Fortress Number 6. Sending me to rescue people is both a test and a way to buy time, giving the military more time to prepare. So whether I succeed or not doesn't really matter. What's important is that I go in, and I do so under the watchful eyes of other races. Something must have happened in the area. What exactly? Lin Moya felt he had cleared his thoughts. From the moment he entered the forward base, he sensed something was off. The feeling grew stronger upon arriving here. If the human race were truly preparing for war, they would act swiftly, without prior notice. Secret operations require time, so the result of the standoff and discussions among the races was to buy time. There must be a reason for this, and the reason lies within Area 6 to 99. Lin Moya also considered another possibility. If the human race was doing this, were other races doing the same? Everyone is smart. What one can think of, others can too. A sense of urgency arose in Lin Moya's heart. It seems I need to hurry. Regardless of the military's true intentions, the time left for him was running out. His task was to rescue people. If he didn't complete it before the war started, his promotion task would fail. Failure would result in the deduction of military merits, and he wouldn't be able to attempt another promotion task for 10 years. Moreover, once the war started, he might die in it. Lin Moya's gaze swept around. The bismuth gold, glowing blue, illuminated the starry sky like a giant cage, enclosing them. Lin Moya almost felt the urge to find an exit and leave immediately. What's wrong? Yuzha noticed the change in Lin Moya's aura. Lin Moya shook his head. Nothing, just thinking about something. Yuzha responded with an "Oh, is it about the gold-eating beasts?" Lin Moya followed up, "Do you know much about the gold-eating beast king?" The gold-eating beast king. Yuzha tilted her head, clearly searching her memory. Lin Moya observed her. This beautiful woman, with her extraordinary family heritage, knew a lot. But it was clear she didn't know what was happening here and had recklessly followed along. In his earlier thoughts, Lin Moya had guessed that Yuzha was likely here to observe him. Given his exceptional performance, it was normal for a descendant of a prominent family to observe him. Lin Moya, though from a small world, was familiar with the structures of both small and great worlds. The difference was merely in scale. A small world is still a world, with families within it. Lin Moya, having once held a high position, was well versed in these dynamics. Observing geniuses, befriending them, or even integrating them into the family. Marriage alliances were a very effective method. Lin Moya realized he was overthinking. At this moment, Yuzha finished her thoughts. Records of the gold-eating beast king are very few. It's only known that a group of over 10,000 gold-eating beasts might give birth to a beast king, with strength around God King 4th rank. Lin Moya already knew this information and felt a bit disappointed, thinking, if the number of gold-eating beasts increases to 50,000 or even 100,000, would a stronger beast king be born, perhaps even an intelligent one? In the vast great world, anything is possible. especially on the battlefield. Nothing should be surprising. The appearance of the gold-eating beasts has always been a mystery. No one knows how they appear or where they come from, but every time they appear, they cause some deaths and damage. After consuming a large amount of bismuth gold and killing other nearby life forms, they disappear again. In his thoughts, the group completely left the passage. As they exited the passage and truly entered Area 6 to 99, the light blue glow was replaced by a deeper blue light. It was like seeing a beautiful ocean, with blue light surging like waves, layer upon layer. This was a beautiful starry sky, very picturesque. In the distant starry sky, there were specks of blue light flickering. Each blue light was bismuth gold. Bismuth gold came in various sizes, and its light, refracted and reflected through space, formed this blue world. But they had no time to admire the beautiful scene, as attacks came from all directions. Chapter 1198. Chapter 1198, 1198. Chapter 1198, Start looking for people, whether dead or alive. The attacks of the gold-eating beasts contained extremely strong impact force. Lin. Within the blue attack beams, there were also mottled light spots. Previously, in the twisted space of the passage, they couldn't see clearly. Now, it was clear that the blue color was the color of refined gold, and the mottled light spots were the color of the associated mineral of refined gold. A color that was neither gold nor silver, neither metal nor non-metal. The associated mineral of refined gold is called gold-silver stone, which contains toxins and continuously releases them. Gold-eating beasts are not afraid of this toxin. When they eat refined gold, they also consume the gold-silver stone. Consequently, their attacks also contain this toxin, which is even more potent than the gold-silver stone itself. Before the advent of the Jin pill, the attacks of the gold-eating beasts were deadly. Even if one could block the attack, the pervasive toxin was a headache for cultivators. After the Jin pill appeared, the threat of the toxin almost disappeared, and one only needed to deal with the attacks of the gold-eating beasts. Mengang lightly shouted, and his law domain expanded, enveloping Yuju and the other two. Within the law domain, countless law swords appeared, forming a sword array. His soul leaped out from above his head, holding a shield in its hand. The shield turned into a stream of light and merged into the law domain, causing a shield to appear within the law domain. The combination of sword and shield greatly enhanced the defense of the law domain. Lin Moyo immediately saw that the shield in Mengang's soul's hand came from the military. He was already a god king, and his soul manifestation had long surpassed the true god realm, beginning to merge with the law domain. No longer simply using laws as armor, the soul could now fight within the law domain. If he didn't have to protect Yuju and the others, Mengang would probably have already charged into battle with his law domain. In the blue light, the gold-eating beasts were faintly visible. Their figures were everywhere, and their attacks were dense. The skeleton god generals protecting Mengang and the others simultaneously acted, ignoring the attacks of the gold-eating beasts and swinging their swords. The gold-eating beasts could hide in the blue light, making it difficult to detect them with the naked eye or the soul. But to the undead eyes of the skeleton god generals, the gold-eating beasts were too obvious, with nowhere to hide. Sword energy tore through the starry sky, and one gold-eating beast after another was devoured by the sword energy. Lin Moya's heart moved, and more skeleton god generals appeared around him. The attacks falling on him shattered the skeletal armor. The skeletal armor triggered spell linkage, continuously counterattacking. The attacking gold-eating beasts were not elite members or captains, their levels were between true god 8th rank and 9th rank. For Mengang, although the number was large, the pressure was much less than the previous round. The sword and shield-enhanced law domain easily blocked the attacks. White light exploded and flickered in the starry sky, with skeletal spears and fangs flashing. The gold-eating beasts at the 8th rank were instantly killed by the spell linkage counterattacks. The 9th rank gold-eating beasts were also severely injured on the spot. After the gold-eating beasts died, their bodies would dissipate, turning into highly pure refined gold. They had no blood, and once severely injured, they only needed to eat some refined gold to recover. Similarly, eating the refined gold formed from the death of their companions could also restore them. Lin Moya saw a gold-eating beast eat the refined gold formed from the death of its companion and quickly recover. Lin Moya released a total of 100 skeleton god generals. The skeleton god generals moved swiftly, killing the gold-eating beasts with no resistance. In the blink of an eye, more than 500 gold-eating beasts were slain. At this moment, the gold-eating beasts suddenly seemed to receive some command and retreated like a tide. The gold-eating beasts moved very quickly and disappeared in an instant. Mengang said in a low voice, "The gold-eating beasts can resonate with refined gold and gold-silver stone. Here, their speed is very fast, making them hard to chase." Lin Moya nodded. "According to your knowledge, do the gold-eating beasts have a habit of fleeing when they can't win?" Mengang thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Yuju also shook her head. According to the records in the family archives, encountering gold-eating beasts usually results in two outcomes, either killing them or being killed by them. Running away is not an option. The gold-eating beasts are too fast. Either kill or be killed. This also indicates that the gold-eating beasts do not flee. After all, they are mindless beasts, unaware of fear, so they wouldn't be afraid. Without fear, there is no possibility of fleeing. This scene further confirmed Lin Moya's previous suspicion that an intelligent member had indeed emerged within the gold-eating beasts. Moreover, it could command the entire group, likely a gold-eating beast king. The gold-eating beasts have existed for countless years, so why has intelligence emerged now? Yuju also seemed to think of this, frowning. If there was a commander, the combat power of the gold-eating beasts would increase by several levels, greatly increasing their danger. However, Lin Moya suddenly realized another possibility. Could it be that this intelligent gold-eating beast has always existed? It just hadn't awakened before. After all, most people who encountered the gold-eating beasts were killed. Those who escaped by chance or killed the gold-eating beasts probably didn't notice this. This possibility is not out of the question, but thinking too much now is useless. They can only continue forward. Lin Moyo looked at Meng Gang. Activate the search array plate. Meng Gang nodded, took out the search array plate, and activated it. The search array plate immediately emitted a bright light, and after a few seconds, several arrows appeared outside the array plate. The arrows looked familiar, similar to the ones on the shell given by Yukingro, indicating the direction of the flashing star fire. There were a total of 4 arrows, some long and some short. The search array plate can detect battlefield tokens within tens of millions of kilometers, and battlefield tokens correspond to human cultivators. Meng Gang explained, the longer arrows indicate a greater distance. Lin Moya nodded, let's start with the closest one. The group immediately flew towards the nearest direction. Human cultivators, as long as they are active in the battlefield area, will carry battlefield tokens. Once they die, the battlefield tokens will simultaneously become invalid and cannot be found by ordinary search array plates, so they don't have to worry about finding battlefield tokens but not finding people. As long as the search array plate points in a direction, there must be a cultivator, and they must be alive. After flying 1,000,000 kilometers, they saw a shadow, floating in the blue light like waves. Found it. Yuju's face showed a look of joy. Lin Moya frowned slightly, sensing the life force on the figure. It looked like he was already dead, but the search array plate pointed to him, indicating he should be alive. Meng Gang also frowned, he seems to be dead. However, Meng Gang was not very sure. Lin Moya switched to the undead perspective and finally saw that the other party seemed dead, but his soul still existed. As long as the soul is still there, it doesn't mean death. But this soul was also in a dormant state, and its aura was somewhat strange. Suddenly, Lin Moya shouted, defense. Meng Gang instinctively activated his law domain, and his soul leaped out simultaneously. At this moment, a dark blue attack shot like an arrow, easily piercing his law domain and directly targeting his soul. It was as if the attacker had been waiting for Meng Gang's soul to appear. Meng Gang's face changed dramatically, and it was too late to dodge. Chapter 1199. Chapter 1199, 1199. Chapter 1199, Gold-Eating Beasts That Can Set Traps. Meng Gang reacted immediately, but it was too late. His soul had just leaped out when the attack arrived, perfectly timed. At the God King realm, the soul manifestation is fully integrated into the law domain, protected by it, ensuring the soul's safety. To attack the soul, one must first break through the law domain. This is much more difficult than at the true God realm. However, the soul's fragility remains unchanged. Once the soul is damaged, it can lead to severe injuries or even death. This attack was unstoppable, easily piercing through Meng Gang's law domain, heading straight for his soul. If it hit, Meng Gang's life would be in grave danger. Meng Gang's soul turned pale, feeling locked on, with no way to avoid it. The attack came too fast and too suddenly, leaving Yuju and the others no time to react. Their realms were insufficient, and they couldn't react in time. Just as Meng Gang was in despair, a white shadow appeared in front of his soul, between his soul and the attack. A skeleton god general, holding a shield, blocked the attack for Meng Gang. The skeleton god general kept retreating under the attack, but more skeleton god generals rushed over, tightly protecting Meng Gang. Meng Gang felt like he had narrowly escaped death. He looked at Lin Moyu, who wasn't even looking at him but was focused ahead. The attack had come from the seemingly dead human cultivator. Through the undead perspective of the skeletons, Lin Moya saw a gold-eating beast jump out of the human cultivator's body. This gold-eating beast was small, only the size of a palm, emitting a blue glow. A soul, the soul of a gold-eating beast. Lin Moyo immediately recognized it as the soul of a gold-eating beast. After it left the human cultivator's body, the human cultivator's aura completely disappeared. Even the arrow on the search array plate vanished. He was truly dead. The soul of the gold-eating beast glanced at Meng Gang, then gradually faded and disappeared. The starry sky was cold, with no starlight to bring warmth. The atmosphere around them became inexplicably eerie. Yuju swallowed. It's a trap, it really is a trap. She now fully believed that Lin Moya's earlier judgment was correct. The gold-eating beast group had indeed developed intelligence, and it was not low, even using corpses to set traps. Lin Moyo had the skeleton god general examine the corpse and asked, do other races have similar search array plates? Meng Gang, still shaken from his near-death experience, hadn't fully recovered. But as a soldier, he instinctively replied, yes, all races have similar methods. Lin Moya nodded, be careful from now on. Meng Gang took a deep breath and saluted Lin Moyu, thank you. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, he would have died. Lin Moya shook his head, you're my team member, saving you is my duty. Meng Gang acknowledged and said no more. The skeleton god general carefully examined the corpse, confirming it was safe. Lin Moyu ordered the skeleton god general to bring the corpse back. He found several wounds on the corpse, one of which pierced through the forehead, a fatal injury. Looking at the wound, Lin Moya felt it was strange. The wound was too small, only the width of a finger. It didn't look like a bite from a gold-eating beast, nor did it resemble an attack from a gold-eating beast. It looked more like a wound caused by an arrow-like magical treasure from another race, making it difficult to determine. Lin Moyu originally wanted to use the resurrection of the dead spell but decided against it. The spell was too mysterious, beyond many people's understanding. Moreover, he didn't want to easily expose his secret. Besides, he believed the corpse wouldn't have much useful information, other than how it died. Lin Moyu handed the corpse to Meng Gang, keep it and bring it back. With the battlefield token, they could find the original owner's information, ensuring the body would return home and not be left in the starry sky. Meng Gang used a new storage ring to store the corpse. Let's continue. Lin Moya called out, and the group moved towards the next target. The second target was about 3 million kilometers away, not very far, taking less than 3 minutes to fly there. But halfway there, the target suddenly disappeared. Meng Gang said in a low voice, dead. The target disappearing could only mean one thing, death. Let's go check it out. Lin Moya's face darkened, but he continued in the same direction. His face darkened, thinking, how could it be so coincidental that the target died just as we were about to reach it? He felt something was off. From his upbringing in the small world, Lin Moya remained vigilant about everything, especially on the battlefield. Lack of vigilance meant death. Soon, they saw the corpse. There were signs of a recent battle around the corpse, with residual law energy. It was clear that the corpse's owner had resisted before dying. The aura hadn't completely dissipated, but the gold-eating beasts were already gone. Lin Moya suddenly stopped. Something's wrong. Yuzhu, Wang Zhenghao, and Rong Jie, being here for the first time, couldn't tell what was wrong. Meng Gang also said, indeed, something's wrong. Why would the gold-eating beasts leave a corpse? Gold-eating beasts usually devour all other lifeforms, leaving no trace. How could they leave a corpse? The previous corpse was like this, and now this one too. Lin Moya connected to the undead perspective and saw the small soul of the gold-eating beast again. It was standing on the corpse's head, clearly aware of Lin Moya and the others, with a wary look in its small eyes. In the next second, it leaped into the void, disappearing under the blue light. Lin Moya thought, could it have killed them? There was no one else around, so it seemed likely that the small soul of the gold-eating beast was the killer. But it was very alert, fleeing as soon as it saw Lin Moya and the others. Lin Moya didn't chase it, letting it go. Meng Gang also saw it and asked in a low voice, did it kill them? Lin Moya replied, probably. It seems this group of gold-eating beasts is more troublesome than we thought. There might be more than one intelligent gold-eating beast. Meng Gang's expression grew serious, realizing the situation was becoming more complicated. This task felt like a death mission. If it weren't for Lin Moya, any other god king might have been wiped out in the passage. Lin Moya had the skeleton god general bring back the corpse, which also had a wound on the forehead. But it was still unclear if the small soul of the gold-eating beast was the killer. They continued to the next target. A few minutes later, they found the third target. This time, it was a living person, but he was severely injured and unconscious. Not only was he unconscious, but his soul was also in a coma. The toxin from the gold-silver stone had entered his body, destroying his vitality. Lin Moya used the power of life to heal him. The power of life could heal, but it needed time. Currently, there was no time, so he just maintained his condition and had Rongjie carry him as they continued. Chapter 1200. Chapter 1200, 1200. Chapter 1200. Even the people being rescued are traps. The search array plate kept pointing in directions, but Lin Moya and the others were always one step behind. When they arrived, the person was inevitably already dead. Lin Moya saw the small soul of the gold-eating beast several more times. Upon seeing Lin Moya and the others, the soul would quickly flee. But it didn't appear every time. A few times, they encountered groups of gold-eating beasts. Lin Moya killed quite a few gold-eating beasts, but he still couldn't rescue the people who had died before they arrived. Meng Gang's storage ring now held a few more corpses, 2 of which were already shattered. Everyone's mood was heavy. They had only rescued one person so far. In the distance, a blue light appeared. After entering Area 6 to 99, they had flown around for a long time to rescue people, finally reaching the bismuth gold area. The closer they got to the center, the more bismuth gold there was. These blue dots of light looked like stars from afar, but it was just a visual illusion caused by the refracted light. The bismuth gold wasn't actually that big. Each piece of bismuth gold hung in the starry sky like a stone, flying around everywhere. The smallest bismuth gold was only as big as an adult's head, while the largest was no more than 10 meters in diameter. The truly large ones were the accompanying mineral of bismuth gold, the gold-silver stone containing toxins. The gold-silver stones were generally over 100 meters in diameter, with the largest reaching tens of thousands of meters, truly like stars. The bismuth gold grew on the gold-silver stones, and its blue light, refracted and reflected through the gold-silver stones, became even more intense, able to illuminate farther away. The gold-silver stone looked strange, neither gold nor silver in color, and from different angles, it appeared in different colors, neither metal nor non-metal. But its own light wasn't very bright. It could only strongly reflect the light of the bismuth gold. Lin Moya couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the great world. Normally, bismuth gold should be the accompanying mineral of gold-silver stone. But someone had witnessed the entire birth process of bismuth gold, confirming that bismuth gold appeared first, and only after did the gold-silver stone grow out. Moreover, the gold-silver stone had no use, so it was defined as the accompanying mineral of bismuth gold. Hey, what's wrong with him? Yuzhu's voice suddenly rang out. Yuzhu looked at the person Rongjie was carrying, who had been poisoned by the gold-silver stone toxin and remained unconscious, with a surprised expression. A large amount of gold and silver colors had appeared on his body, making him look like a gold-silver stone. Lin Moya felt a sense of dread, his gaze focused as he shouted urgently, "Let go!" Rongjie was startled and immediately let go. Lin Moya shouted again, "Retreat!" Now Lin Moya's prestige was extremely high. Everyone retreated without the slightest hesitation, quickly retreating thousands of meters. In an instant, Lin Moya's sense of dread reached its peak, and then, under his gaze, the body exploded. From within it, countless particles of light burst out, which were particles of gold-silver stone. The gold-silver stone particles, fused with the blue light of the bismuth gold, became extremely dazzling. It seemed to trigger a chain reaction as the body exploded. The nearby gold-silver stone mines also exploded. In an instant, dense particles like mist enveloped the starry sky. The speed of the particles spread was extremely fast, far exceeding the flight speed of Lin Moyo and the others. It swept past like a storm, and Meng Gang almost instinctively opened his domain of laws. The domain of laws, which could originally envelop a large area of the starry sky, seemed to be suppressed by an external force, only enveloping 1,000 meters before being unable to expand. The particle storm swept over, exerting tremendous pressure on Meng Gang's domain, causing it to continuously shrink. Meng Gang's expression changed drastically, and his soul leaped out, merging the shield in his hand into the domain of laws, enhancing the defensive power of the domain. The domain of laws finally stabilized, but only for a second before it began to collapse again. The swords and shields of laws within the domain continuously shattered, and the range rapidly shrank. Meng Gang's mastery of the sharp metal laws was not adept at defense, but a God King's sole domain of laws still had decent defensive power. But now, the speed of collapse was somewhat unexpected. As the master of the domain of laws, Meng Gang was very clear about the situation of his own domain. He knew that in less than half a minute, his domain of laws would collapse. Meng Gang seemed to remember something, his expression turning extremely ugly. This is trouble, this is a toxin explosion. Lin Moyo had read some information about Area 6 to 99, but there was no mention of a toxin explosion. Yuzhu heard Meng Gang's words and her expression also changed drastically. How could we encounter a toxin explosion? Wang Zhenghao and Rong Jie clearly didn't know what a toxin explosion was and urgently asked, "What is a toxin explosion?" Yuzhu explained with a pained expression, "Normally, the toxicity of the gold-silver stone is released slowly, and the toxicity is not intense, only accumulating. As long as you take the Genjin pill, you'll be fine. But when a toxin explosion occurs, the toxicity of the gold-silver stone will erupt in an instant. Just think about it, the toxicity that could originally be released over tens of thousands or even millions of years, erupting in an instant. What would happen? There was no need to think everything would be annihilated. The Genjin pill would have no effect at all." Rong Jie's expression turned extremely ugly. "Does this mean we're doomed?" Wang Zhenghao asked, "Can't the domain of laws block it?" Meng Gang shook his head, "You can see for yourself." His domain of laws was collapsing, and Wang Zhenghao was also scared silly, regretting asking such a question. The two of them muttered dejectedly, we're doomed this time." The speed of the particles spread was too fast, enveloping an area of tens of millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye. At their speed, it was impossible to escape before Meng Gang's domain of laws collapsed. Yuzhu and Meng Gang looked at Lin Moya simultaneously, as if only Lin Moya could save them now. Lin Moya's gaze flickered slightly. The Battle King Tower's speed was fast enough to take them away, but he wasn't sure if the Battle King Tower could withstand the highly toxic gold-silver stone particles. If the Battle King Tower was damaged, he wouldn't be able to bear it. He hadn't reached the God King realm yet and couldn't fully unleash the Battle King Tower's power. He couldn't let it end up like the demon-slaying fortress, destroyed before it could be used. Moreover, the situation hadn't reached a dead end yet. Lin Moya showed no signs of worry, even appearing indifferent and calm. He didn't sense any laws within these gold-silver stone particles. The gold-silver stone was pure toxin, an extremely toxic substance that could erode laws. But as long as it didn't involve laws, it couldn't harm him. Similarly, it couldn't harm his domain of laws either. Lin Moya didn't disappoint Yuzhu and Meng Gang, unfolding his domain of laws. A strange star with alternating black and white colors rose from behind Lin Moya's back, appearing extremely dazzling in the starry sky. His domain of laws rapidly occupied the starry sky, pushing away all the toxic particles from the toxin explosion. The extremely toxic particles that could erode laws had no effect on Lin Moya's domain of laws. Meng Gang was seeing Lin Moya's laws for the first time. Even during the introductions, Lin Moya had only mentioned his laws. Now Meng Gang stared wide-eyed. What laws are these? Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.